A bit colder than we were this time last week, but yeah, very excited for this one. I think a good toss to win for Essex.
Yeah, you mentioned there, Essex won the toss, decided to bowl first. Eva Gray will take the new ball by the looks of things after brilliant five for here just 1 week ago today actually against Warwickshire. And we assume Kate Goback will probably go from the other end. Opening batters for Lancashire, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, the top two run scorers in the competition so far, both been in fine form for Lancashire.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Essex will have got a real test on their hands early doors here. If you can dislodge these two, then you're in the game, you'd think. But opposition teams have struggled to do that so far this campaign. Eva Gray's going to be looking to swing it away from the left-hander. One slip in place.
There's a little bit going on. Wind blowing the bails off. Come on, Essex appeal. Get an early wicket. Umpire's not seemingly happy with the way that stumps have been constructed.
Yeah, Julia Jarvis just mending the bails. Knocking it back in with the bat. Nice and village.
And here we go. All sorted. Eva Gray to take the first delivery. In she comes now. Oh, and finds the outside half of the bat there. Good start for Eva Gray.
Yeah, just
money straight away.
just a touch of movement away as well.
Eve Jones just looking solid in defence though. She'll be looking to keep a great run of form going. She made 107 last match against Hampshire, and in the match before 97. She's been in great form, but not as good form as Emma Lamb, who's made scores of 130 not out, 52 and 86 in the first two games of the season. Gray again now. Wider this time and looked to be cut away there by Jones.
I think she's got away with that one, Eva Gray. That was a bit of a hit me ball, straight to the fielder. Just not quite got her eye in yet. Eve Jones.
Maybe to be a tempter, but we'll see. Yeah, Gray will continue again. 2 dots to start her spell. That was cut away off the back foot. Lovely shot there. And that will be the first boundary of the day. Gorgeous from Eve Jones.
She missed out once, she wasn't going to miss out again. That's punished through the cover region.
Yeah, that was just too short really there from Eva Gray, unfortunately. And as you say, Jones just gets on top of that one. Smashes it out to the boundary.
The shot of a woman in pretty decent nick.
Oh, that one keeps a fraction low this time from Gray. Jones just jabs her bat down in front of that and keeps it out.
She does well there. We saw this last week, didn't we? A bit of inconsistent bounce, something to watch out for when you're batting here at Chelmsford. Touch of green on the surface as well.
Yeah, a little bit so. I think it was the same pitch that we were on last time last week, so been used before. That was cut away again in front of square, but doesn't get a hold of it. Perhaps I think it might be one square over, one wicket over.
Yeah, she looks a bit frustrated with herself, Eva Gray. That's 3 balls already in this over that have been slightly dragged down, and she's got away with a couple of them.
Yeah, I think especially when you see the field, she's got 1 slip in, and then only 3 fielders in front, in front of square. Got point, cover point, and mid off on the offside. That was cut away again. Finds the gap, which does. And yet again, same shot as earlier in the over, and that's another boundary for Eve Jones with a lovely back foot punch that runs all the way to the rope.
Another imperial stroke from Eve Jones. Showing her confidence there.
It's 8 for none off the first over. Good start for Lancashire. They'll be looking to try and impose themselves on these Essex bowlers. And as we discussed, keep their fine form going.
Well, but they are off the back of a defeat to Hampshire, aren't they? So that maybe will give Essex a little bit of hope. Can they pounce on that? Then again, Lancashire will be looking to come back strong. They started this one-day cup so well with a win against the Blaze and then against Somerset, who rather put Essex to the sword on Thursday.
Yeah, it's been a tricky start for Essex. Lancashire, as you say, doing reasonably well. They're currently second in the table, just 1 point off the top spot. Hampshire currently unbeaten with 2 wins and a tie. That incredible tie on the opening round.
So here comes Kate Kopak, beginning her first over, and that's just clipped off a hit by Emma Lamb. They take a single.
First runs of the day for Lamb.
Yeah, the competition's leading run scorers, these two. What do you think the key here is for Essex to get off to a good start? I know it's easy to say, get them both out, but when you've got 2 batters coming in such confidence, how do you sort of go about putting them under a little bit of pressure?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. I think you've got to try and limit their scoring opportunities. Work out where they're both strong. Jones looked good through the covers, and you obviously then can't bowl short and wide. You can't bowl short and wide to anyone really, but
especially not these two.
Exactly. I think minimising the freebies. I think I'm right in saying when we were here last week, there are a lot of extras.
About 42, yeah, I think.
And a lot of freebies, which just gave Warwickshire an easy way in.
Got back again down the leg side. That's going to be called as a wide. Really nice take from Amara Carr, just diving to her right. Got back just loosening up. Trying to find her area. She's going to be tight. She's going to be economical. Kate Kopak. She's going to bowl stump to stump.
Yeah, we saw how dangerous her and Gray were against Warwickshire. They'll look to try and find that again.
Kopak again. That's wide of the off stump this time, and it is signalled as wide by umpire Jarvis.
Looked a little harsh that from here. We've not got the best view directly behind, with a slight angle across, but
yeah, hard to say, wasn't it? I think maybe right on the blue line, if anything.
Got a lot of crackle.
So that's outside off stump again, and just patted away on the back foot by Jones. Again, slightly back of a length.
Yeah, just a couple runs from the first few deliveries of this over. Just slowly working our way into it.
From the Graham Gooch end, in comes Kopak again, arrives at the crease and bowls wide of off stump, and that's played on the front foot, driven up to... Oh, she's sort of... Essex have almost got 2 points there, or very square cover fielder. No run.
Yeah, I think they obviously think Jones... No, not Jones, sorry. No, it is Jones. Yeah, will be very strong. We saw in the last over. She already hit Eva Gray for 2 boundaries through that cover region.
Just the one slip in place, Lizzie McLeod. As Kopak comes in again, bowls, and that's straight and defended on the front foot by Jones. Fielded by Cordelia Griffith in there. Yep. Short mid-wicket. Who batted so well this time last week, didn't she? And sort of was left to do it on her own in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, brilliant 72 and batted for the majority of the innings after coming in reasonably early when Gardner fell. It was the final wicket to fall too.
Kopak comes bounding in again and throws that a long way down the leg side, and Amar Carr gets a hand on it, which stops it going all the way to the boundary as it's fielded down at fine leg.
Yeah, Seren Smell did well to get round to that, but Amara Carr in particular, we saw how good she was behind the stumps last week, and all season she's been fantastic, but a strong hand to that definitely saved 3 runs.
Yeah, important. That's it, isn't it? I mean, I've been impressed with Essex's fielding largely so far in this competition, but you're going to have to keep standards high today to limit these Lancashire batters as Kopak comes in again and bowls, and that's played off the back foot. Oh, with real elegance by Emma Lamb. Just waited for that, rocked onto the back foot, opened the blade and ran that down to the backward point boundary for 4. Lancashire hurry on to 17 without loss. I don't think that was a bad ball, to be honest, from Kopak. Just a really high quality shot.
I was going to say, I thought Emma Lamb's good use of her feet, just back to air fraction, just allowed her to give a bit of width herself.
Kopak again, that's down the leg side, another wide. That's 4 already for the over. She'll be frustrated with herself in her first over. You can sort of allow a little bit of rustiness, but needs to be on the money. Don't let the batters settle in.
I mean, it's what we were talking about, that these two are in such good form. You can't let them get into the game. You need to try and keep the pressure on, build it up as much as you can, and be ultra aggressive with the ball.
Kopak again, and that's much better delivery, full and straight, and forward comes Lamb and plays that back to Kopak. No run. That concludes the second over. Lancashire 18 without loss. A solid start from the opening pair. The Essex bowlers just trying to get into their rhythm.
Yeah, there's 3 other games as well in the Metro Bank One Day Cup around the country. We'll keep you updated throughout the day for any happenings, anything of interest. Games though, just a reminder, Hampshire women take on the Blaze up at Trent Bridge. In the Riverside, Durham host Somerset, and at Beckenham, Surrey take on Warwickshire. A little bit of chat here between Scrivens and Gray.
Yeah, just bringing fine leg out. I think that's Maxu, possibly?
Yeah, Maxu coming in at... She's going to go to mid-off, and Sophia Smale, sorry. That's going to get confusing already.
Two Schmels today.
Yeah, going in at short extra. And yeah, that leaves...
Yeah, there's a gap down at fine leg.
Yeah. That one's tucked into the leg side, but no run there. Yeah, there's one fielder out very square, sort of pretty much bang on square almost, at square leg. Cordelia Griffith, I think that is, out there. Which means anything tickled fine is just going to run away for 4, you think.
A wide third man as well, patrolling the fence.
Jones to face again. That one's full and straight again. It's just pushed into the leg side. They're going to think of 2, and they will make it back comfortably in the ends.
Oh, good arm from Cordelia Griffith. She's fired that in.
Yeah, again, it's the intensity we talked about in the field, that even if these two start putting together a partnership and start building, Essex really got to keep their standards high and just make sure everything's being fired and everything's on top, and keep that pressure being built as much as they can. Grain again. Jones slashes at this one. Good fielding there from Flo Miller at cover.
I think it is a good fielding change, actually, because the way Eva Gray swings the ball away to the left-hander, she'll back herself to... If she bowls the best that she can, she shouldn't be straying down the leg side, so then that would be a waste of a fielder. So always set your field, assuming you're going to bowl your best deliveries, and so I think Essex have got this right.
Yeah, very much so. It wasn't... You saw last over, there wasn't a huge amount of need for cover on the leg side, you know. They've tucked a few away at the moment, but actually it's been good so far from Gray. That was straight again, and as we say, just tucks straight in to Joe Gardner in there at short mid-wicket. And yeah, it does just give her that extra bit of freedom to drag her width outside off stump or attack off stump even more with 4 fielders in the ring.
Yeah, and you slip and cover on the third man boundary.
Straight again and just flicked out to Griffith on the boundary.
Yeah, just as we say that, she strays onto leg stump.
But that's why you have that fielder out there, so it's not a bad decision. The key for Gray there is really not to bowl anything full and straight or down the leg side, because then all it takes is a feather of a touch or even nothing at all, and it's gonna fly away to the rope.
It's a free hit essentially.
Yeah, slightly more regulation field for the right-hander. Yeah, just 4 out on the leg side. We'll have a short, fine leg.
You've got deep squares on the boundary.
Yeah. No, actually, it's going to be the same field. Short, fine legs moving down to third man. But yeah, otherwise, the same field here for Eva Gray. Emma Lamb now facing. It's on the pads, little semi-appeal. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. Could be tight. home safely in the end there.
Just straying down, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think Gray and everyone, I think it was Lissy McLeod behind in the slips as well, appealing, but only really half-heartedly, and it died away pretty quick. That brings the third over to a close. 22 for naught. Lancashire women going strong at the moment. Eve Jones 11 off 14. Emma Lamb 5 off 4. With Eva Gray and Kate Kopak taking the new ball. Kopak will continue at the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, I think looking at the overhead conditions, whoever won the toss was likely always going to have a bowl first. But there hasn't been as much movement as perhaps we were anticipating. Not as much, certainly, as there was this time last week. Kopak comes in again, beginning her second over, bowls, and that's just on leg stump, clipped around the corner by Lamb. Single taken. And square leg umpire is going to have to come across. So the left-hander's on strike.
Yeah, we'll see the same field actually as well for Kopak. Scriven's obviously happy with this more than what was going on in the first over.
Kopak bowls, and that's straight again and fended off by Jones, no run.
Yeah, it does just highlight the difficulties and the issues of a left-right combo, and having, you know, the difference there, the issues it can create.
And it's just, if nothing else, it's frustrating for the fielders having to keep moving every couple of balls. As here comes Kopak again. That's straight and played nicely up to mid-off. It's fielded by Maqsood.
Essex hoping for their first victory of the season today, currently 0-3.
Kopak again bowling, that's driven but not timed. Fielded by Grace Scrivens at mid-on. Yeah, it has been a disappointing start for Essex. I think they would have liked, of course, to have at least one win, especially that Warwickshire game at this time last week when they had them, 20 for 5 and then just let it slip. I know it was a brilliant innings by Emily Arlett. 130 she scored, really battered Essex out of the game. So here's Kopak again, wide outside off stump and again driven nicely. Maqsood fields. Lamb looking good here, but maybe getting a bit frustrated that these shots are getting no reward.
That's the key though, as we've been talking about, just trying to contain these two and not let them score fluently. And make them make the mistake. If you can try and keep the run rate down, they're going to look to try and push on.
Absolutely. See if you can draw a false shot, as that's straight and just works around the corner.
Just a little inside edge there, I think. Yeah, again, another little half, not quite peel, but oohs and ahs around the Essex fielders.
And Jones takes the single. And that concludes the fourth over. Lancashire up to 24 without loss. Eva Gray going to continue from Sir Alistair Cook end. It looks like the sun's just about poking through the grey clouds here at Chelmsford. How was your journey in this morning, Toby?
Yeah, not bad to be fair. I mean, coming in from near Clapham Junction, it's not too bad actually. Early on in the morning, on the way back last week though, got stuck in the London Marathon traffic.
Oh, you drive here?
Drove here, yeah. Graying again now. Straight and turned into the leg side. Thoughts of two. They're going to set off at pace, but
yeah, not to
good
that
fielding.
Arm.
Yeah.
No two to Cordelia's arm. Definitely one of the best fielders in the women's game. Cordelia Griffith.
Yeah, it's a much easier journey for you by the sounds of it than myself.
Barely a 10-minute walk. Yeah. Very, very lucky.
And well, back on strike again. They've rotated the strike well so far, these two. Out straighter and down the leg side, and it evades the dive of Markar and will be a boundary down the leg side there. 4 wides it is.
I thought it looked like she might have got a bit of glove on it or something.
Yes,
but
perhaps.
it's gone through everything.
It's a tricky one there, and you can can see Eva Gray not best pleased with that result.
It does always feel harsh, that, doesn't it? The leg side wide rule, when it's missed the batter by that finer margin, and then it's that's costing five runs.
Driven, but almost manages to nip in and beat the inside edge of the bat there, but Lamb just about gets the bat inside on it.
That's the area she wants to stay, because if she gets any more movement, that could easily nip back through the gate. We saw her do it so well last week.
Straying on the pads that time, it's going to be tucked into the leg side just for one again, picked up by Schmale and thrown in. Yeah, well, I think it was the wicket of Abby Freeborn last week. I should sort of set her up with a few away swingers, then just got one to nip back in and just crashed into stumps between bat and pads. And I chatted to Eva Gray over the week for an article. And she said that's kind of really what she looks to try and do, sort of drag batters across and get the ball swinging away, and then just the wicket taking delivery angled back in at the stumps. As is that one. Attacking the stumps, Eve Jones stumps, but she defends.
Yeah, very intelligent cricketer, Eva Gray. Clearly thinks about her game and every delivery. And Darren Stevens here as a bowling consultant. No doubt he's been imparting some wisdom. I've seen him over the years here for Kent, ripping through the Essex middle order, so hopefully he can pass some of his expertise on.
Short and pulled away, and almost that keeps a fraction low. And Eve Jones looks to smash that one off the back foot through mid-wicket, but I think it was fraction too full to really try and play that shot to, and especially the way the pitch is kept low a little bit so far today with the odd delivery.
Wow.
Lucky escape.
Be careful. That will put a little seed of doubt in the back of Jones's mind.
Gray in again. That's Fuller and driven out towards extra cover, but another dot ball. It's good over in the end, other than that four wides, I think, for Eva Gray. She will be disappointed with. Just allows Lancashire, even if they're not scoring off the bat, to keep their run rate ticking over, more than nicely. 31 for naught after 5 overs.
Yes, solid start from the visitors, isn't it? They'll be very happy with that. I mean, these two put on 185 for their first wicket in the last match. So Essex will be hoping that they can nip one of them out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the scorecard, it's already been 10 wides in the first 5 overs. It's just a little loose again from Essex, unfortunately.
Here's Kopak starting her third over, bowls straight, and Lamb is forward defending that. Up to mid-on, where Sophia Schmale fields.
I'll double check what the game last week ended up with wides-wise. But yeah, I think you're right, in the 40s of extras. I think maybe 20 odd wides, quite a few from no balls too.
Got back again, bowling nice and straight. That's just nurdled to mid-wicket where Eva Gray does the fielding, no run. This is much better from Kopak. Just getting into her work here, bowling stump to stump, as she so often does.
Yeah, 32 wides, 41 extras in total last week. Compared to 9 offered from Warwickshire.
Oh, and that's just dug out by Lamb, slightly fuller in length from Kopak. Yeah, they were really disappointed with themselves after that. I was speaking to team director Andy Tennant after the game, and he said, if you want to be competitive and you want to win, then really that's too many extras, isn't it? I think they probably would have lost anyway without them in the end, but still you want to give yourself the best possible chance. Got back down the leg side. Oh, and Marikar with a half appeal, but umpire Jarvis says nothing coming. That's a wide ball.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Warren was on the stream with me for a little bit last week as well, and she was similar. She was commentating while it was all going on, and was discussing similarly that was the big thing that she was sort of the girls. You knew the girls would be disappointed with, and that she was disappointed with.
And that's short and a little bit wide, but Emma Lamb can only find the fielder who's just in front of point. No run. Yeah, I mean, they played some lovely shots, these two, this morning, but they might still be sort of kicking themselves a little bit that they haven't found the fence a few more times. Just been picking out the fielders.
Yeah, Jones found the boundary twice in the first over, and it's been 1-4 since.
Kopak short and outside off stump again, but and there's a slight misfield. From Flo Miller. Lets that through, and they scamper through for one.
It's a tricky one there. You could see that Miller was trying to get a little run out and was really attacked the ball there. And in the end, it didn't necessarily make a huge difference, other than could have been a run-out opportunity. I think it's likely Lamb.
But you'd rather
made it home safe.
Yeah, you'd rather see that in the field,
Yes.
though. Always attack the ball, and if you don't pick it up cleanly and they get an extra single, so be it. But at least you went and you're positive and you look to create the chance. Here's Kopak bowling to left-handed Jones now. Back of a length, straight and pushed back to the bowler by Jones, and that is the end of the over. Lancashire 33 without loss after 6 overs. 3 overs bowled by Eva Gray, 3 overs bowled by Kate Kopak, and Eva Gray is going to continue her spell.
Yeah, it'll be interesting again to see how Scrivens manages her attack. We saw last match here at Chelmsford that she basically just let them keep bowling till they're kind of the end of their natural end of their spell at the end of the power play. But actually, with the lack of a breakthrough this time compared to how well the Gray and Kopak were bowling last time, perhaps you might see an earlier change to just try and shake things up a bit and just a bit of discomfort to the batters. Full and straight and struck on the pads. Big appeal from behind the stumps, but I think tailing down the leg side.
Yeah, some nice shape there from Eva Gray.
Yeah, it looked like that one swung in a lot there.
Just doing too much.
Don't mind to see it. It was another one that's just caused a little bit of discomfort for the Lancashire batters. There's been a few so far today. Just be good to see from the Essex attack. Straight again and turned down towards fine leg just for an easy single. Looks to attack the stumps again, does Eva Gray. Is what we saw a lot last week. Kopak and Gray were very full and very attacking with their line and lengths, and it worked an absolute treat, getting Warwickshire 22 for 5 at one stage. And it looks like it could be pretty similar today, trying to attack the stumps again and force some errors from Jones and Lamb.
No slip now either.
Whistles past the outside edge. Lovely delivery from Gray. They angled in and just nips away a fraction. Yeah, you can see Jones there telling Emma Lamb that one jagged off a length. Great delivery. That's the first one we've really seen that's whistled past the outside edge today, and it's exciting stuff to see Eva Gray generate that opportunity.
Yeah, far too good on that occasion. Eva Gray got her tail up now.
Used a feet there this time from Jones to try and get to the pitch, and does well to smother that one. First time we've seen the batters use their feet, but it's clever from Jones. Just trying to, if you can get to the pitch, you can try and minimise the deviation off the pitch from the seam, and therefore just turn everything into a half volley if you're able to get up there. Now it could become a little bit of cat and mouse. We'll see if Eva Gray maybe drags her length back, or if she can hold her nerve and keep it pitched up. She does, and found the outside half of the bat there again. See Jones not quite happy with the way that she connected.
Yeah, it's good. I know that they have got off to a good start here, Lancashire, but they haven't punished some of the bad balls that Essex have been bowling, and now a little bit of pressure possibly starting to go, or at least some frustration. Not found the boundary from the bat for a couple of overs now.
full and straight and driven down the ground. Quick single here. Maksud picks up. Oh, and fires it in. Would have been close, I reckon. It's good running there from the Lancashire pair.
That just shows, doesn't it? You know, getting a little bit bogged down, a few good deliveries. They take a quick single, half chance for Essex. That's much better from the home team.
Yeah, I think it is just that pressure that generates it. It's 35 for naught now. The last couple overs have only gone for a few runs. Eve Jones 14 off 28. She's really slowed down, having been about 10 off 10. Emma Lamb similarly 9 off 14, having been striking it better than a run of ball after the first couple overs. And you can see the run rate slowly dipping. It was above sixes at a couple overs ago.
Kate Kopac's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end.
Perhaps coming round the wicket. Actually, no, she's just having a chat with... Oh no, she is coming
around the wicket. So a change of angle.
I like this. I think it's something that works so well when you have two seamers bowling to a left-hander, one coming round, one coming over. Just yet again offers that point of difference, similar to having a left-right combo with the bat.
Here comes Kopak around the wicket this time, and that is steered down to third man by Jones. They take a single. Yeah, it's just means the batters have to keep readjusting. And yeah, as you say, different angles pose different challenges, and I like that from Kate Kopak. Shows she's really thinking about how she can generate a chance, draw an error or a false shot. Coming into bowl to Lamb now. Kopak, that's nice and straight. Push to mid wicket, no run. But he fired into Amara Carr there by Eva Gray. A lot of these Essex players will have seen firsthand the sort of damage that Emma Lamb can do playing for the Sunrisers. Lamb was the first batter to hit a century in the Charlotte Edwards Cup back in 2021, 111, and that was against the Sunrisers. It's Kopak bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that'll be another wide. Well taken by Amara Carr. 13 of the 16 Essex players were formerly Sunrisers in the old regional setup. So good to have that continuity here at Chelmsford this season.
Yeah, it's something both Danny Warren and Eva Gray mentioned to me over the last week.
Well, you've been making friends with half
Everyone
the Essex dressing room.
That's the key.
Getting all the scoops.
Yeah, that's the plan. And break it live on the live stream.
Absolutely, you hear it here first. But you also had a good sit down with Paul Walter from the Essex.
I did, yeah, a week before. Who, yeah, also, similarly a lovely guy and really interesting character, opening the batting this year and doing so with a lot of success.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed your article in the cricket paper. Tall Paul opens up. Do you come up with your own headline to that, or just say, "Oh no"?
That was along the lines I was thinking of.
When I read it, I thought, "Oh, clever."
Should claim credit.
Yeah,
no one had ever known.
Sneak the pun in. No. Kopak bowls, and that's straight, but worked through mid wicket, where Eva Gray dives but can't stop it, and they come back for the second. Just a little too straight there from Kopak. Worked into the leg side for a couple. Somerset up to 39 without loss.
Essex have definitely stemmed the flow of runs in the last couple overs. I think they were 31 off about 5 overs. And it's been much tighter, which is good to see from these two.
He's Kopak, and that's on off stump and driven nicely into the offside, and Scrivens puts in a dive, but she can't stop it, going all the way to the fence from Emma Lamb. A really classy shot. I wouldn't say she middled it, but she did enough to beat the infield. And on this quick outfield at Chelmsford, once it gets past that inner circle, it's more often than not going to go to the fence.
Yeah, I might have to apologise there to Kate for commentator's curse. Just as I was praising them.
I wouldn't say it was a bad delivery, maybe slightly over-pitched. Got her playing the drive on the front foot, which is what you want if you're an Essex bowler, but it was put away, beat the infield, and that concludes the over. And Lancashire move up to 43 for naught, and Eva Gray is going to continue. So no bowling change as of yet. I think that's wise because Eva Gray last over really found a groove, didn't she?
Yeah, she bowled really, really well. And you could see, again, the pressure we were talking about. I think even as you mentioned that last delivery, perhaps, fraction full, fraction wide, just allowed Lamb to get her hands through it. But Jones facing up to Gray now. Feet again there and looks to force it through the offside, but well stopped by Smale there. Yeah, you've seen that a couple times, just using the feet. I think it's clever from Jones to do it early on in the over, because it means it will be going through Eva Gray's head for the next 5 deliveries, that if she's too full at all, Jones is going to get right to the pitch and look to hit that one hard down the ground.
Yeah, I think with mid on and mid off up, I think if she gets the pitch of the ball, she's going to look to send it over the top here towards us.
Oh, and looks to find that around the corner. Could be tight for a run out. The non-strikers. Good fielding from Amara Carr, but that was clever running. Well called through by Lamb there.
Yeah, half an appeal for an LBW, but probably one of the more optimistic ones I've ever seen from Eva Gray. I think that was pitching outside, going down and high.
Yes, unfortunately so. But it does bring the right-handed Lamb back on strike. Same fields yet again. Third man and fine leg out on the ropes. Everyone else inside the ring. One slip. That was onto the pads and turn around the corner. They're going to push for 2 here. It's a lot of intent running, but turned down from Lamb, and it's another great throw out there on the boundary. And there's no chance of a second. I think that might be Jodie Grewcock, is that? Or perhaps actually Flo Miller. Gray in again now. That was full and attacks the pads, attacks the stumps again, but just dabbed down the ground. Defensively strong there from Eve Jones.
Eve Jones, 16 off 32 balls, striking at 50. Emma Lamb, 16 off 20, going at just over 5 and over. So a very solid start from the team from the northwest.
Used to feet again and shorter this time from Gray. Not sure if she might have seen Jones looking to approach that time, or even just had a feeling that that was what was coming, and clever bowling to just drag the her length back a little bit there. As we've discussed, she's a very smart cricketer, thinks a lot about the game and the way she wants to go about it. Now change of field as well. I think she's noticed Jones wants to perhaps be a tad more aggressive and drops out Flo Miller to the rope and brings up the third man inside the ring. That was full and straight and matched by Eve Jones.
Yeah, it's really nice areas this from Eva Gray, and you can tell that she's bowling well because Eve Jones is, as you say, coming out of a crease, looking to change things up.
Yeah, really, really good stuff so far. In the last couple overs in particular, 45 for none after 9 overs. 1 over left in the power play, and we will see a change of bowling.
Number 16,
Sophia Smale coming into the attack. Bit of left arm spin.
Bit of left arm spin, yeah, interesting. I think, Kopak had bowled reasonably well. A few wides. But yeah, good to mix it up now. These two look to be just getting settled at the crease. And with 1 over left in the power play, spin coming on, as a batter you'd probably be looking to go after the bowler a little bit, capitalise whilst only 2 fielders are outside the inner circle. So then for Essex, from their point of view, might bring a chance of a catch or a false shot. So I like this from Grace Striven.
Yeah, the 2 fielders outside the ring for the final over of the power play are at deep square and quite a wide cow corner.
Schmal in bowling, that's down the leg side, and that's called wide, fielded on the 45 by Lissy McLeod.
Tricky start for Smale, but she's got to find a line length, settle into the rhythm. Just can attack the outside edge here of the right hand and the inside edge if it slides on.
Schmel to Lamb, that's on leg stump again and just worked to mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, she's not at the best of starts in the one-day cup. Sophia Schmel struggled for wickets, but she is a fine bowler. I'm sure she just needs that little bit of confidence, doesn't she? And I think getting one of these two out would really give her that boost that she needs.
Yeah, absolutely. She moves to come
She's coming
over the wicket now.
over the wicket, yeah.
Pretty similar fields. The two fielders out on the ropes remain at deep square and cow corner, just in front of the pavilion to our right.
Schmel bowling to Jones, and that's tossed up and played back to her. Oh, a little keepy-uppy there. Nicely done. No run. Schmel again bowls, and that's drilled back at her.
Does well to get behind that and stop it running away past her for 4.
Yes. Jones is looking to be positive now, isn't she?
I think she's worked out it could be a matchup.
Here's Schmel bowling, and that's drilled up to mid-off, well fielded.
This is really good nagging line and length so far from Schmel after that first delivery down the leg side.
No run, and you can just tell from Jones's body language, maybe she's getting it ever so slightly bogged down a little bit.
Oh, I like this. Really attacking move here. She's bringing up square leg, allowing the sweep, but having long on in play now as well on the boundary.
Yeah, Schmel sort of fires one in outside off stump, and that's drilled to Eva Gray at cover. No run. Excellent start this from Sophia Schmel. Just the 2 runs from the over so far. 1 ball left to come. That last one's really fired in. You can see there on the screen, just under 50 miles an hour. She darts another one in, but that's drilled through the mid-off region. Eve Jones does get her boundary in the end. A really nice shot, slightly over-pitched from Schmel. And that is a disappointing way to end what was otherwise a very good over. Lancashire, at the end of the power play then, 10 overs gone. They are 51 without loss. A really top start from these two, as you would have expected.
Absolutely. A lovely shot there from Eve Jones to ease a little bit of pressure and find that first boundary off the spinner. Brings up the 50 partnership as well. Another one for these two. There's another change of bowling. Looks like Skipper Scrivens.
Skipper's bringing herself on, yeah.
She obviously perhaps sees something that Schmel's been able to show and thinks a bit of spin could be on. She's bowled a little bit so far with some off spin. We'll see here. She can have a little bit more cover than Schmel did in that last over. Looks like she's got 2 out on the leg side. Similarly, both out for the sweep. Deep square, just behind square and a cow corner. But no one outside the ring otherwise. So very attacking field. Skipper obviously looking to try and contain and keep pressure on and not just allow some easy singles.
Yeah, she's saying, leave it to me.
Short and pulled away, but straight to the fielder. Out there on the rope. Flo Miller. To the left-hander, slight change in field. I think she's going to have 2 out on the leg side, and it's actually going to be the same fields. 2 out on the leg side again, and everyone inside the ring. 4 inside the ring on the off. 5 inside the ring. Even they're bringing around fine leg to third man.
Scrivens and Lamb know each other, of course, from their time in the England setup. They were down in New Zealand together.
Yeah, quite a few of the players today will all know each other very well from, as you say, times with England, either Lions or different camps, away tours. That one's a bit wider. Slashed away and it beats the 2 fielders. Lovely shot there from Eve Jones. 2 short and 2 wide from Scrivens. And Jones capitalises on that, finding the boundary.
She found a little bit of turn there, though, Scrivens, so it's something to hold on to.
It's Fuller this time and driven back at her, which does well to get down. I think that's a bit more of the line and length she'll be looking for. Try and get Jones on a front foot here. looking to drive. That was cut away off the outside, not quite the outside edge, cut away with a bit of control from Jones. Yeah, it's very flat here from Scrivens, looking to drive the ball into the pitch. Full big drive there, but straight to the fielder. Jodie Grucock in there at short extra cover. Might see some leg spin from her later, perhaps. I'm sure they might wait until we have two right-handers at the crease. This one's flat and cut away again, but there is cover out there on the boundary. So it will just be a single to end Scrivens' first over. 7 from it in the end.
Were you surprised to see Scrivens bring herself on this early, ahead of, as you say, Grucock and McSue?
Yeah, I was, actually. I mean, not in the way that she's the off-spinner, and in front of those two, perhaps, but actually, you do have a bit of off-spin in other places as well. Jodie Grucock, sorry, not Jodie Grucock, Jo Gardner, Campbell's off-spinner. We saw her bowl here last week, but I think Scrivens does fancy her own off-spin, and rightfully so. We saw that over. You know, she is more than capable. Perhaps she thinks there's something that she can bring more so than Gardner. We might see Gardner later on as well.
Schmal's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Left arm over the wicket. Bowling to Jones, who drills that up to mid-on. No run. A few other scores to run you through in the one-day cup around the country. After this ball, as Schmal is coming in again. So Jones, and Jones just advances slightly. Doesn't time that, clips it to mid-wicket. No run. Durham women against Somerset. Match start delayed, but Somerset have won the toss and will field first. Here's Schmal. Jones takes a step across onto her off stump and plays that to Eva Gray, who fires that in to Amara Carr. Surrey are 80 for 1 against Warwickshire, and Hampshire 46 for 1 against the Blaze. Schmal bowls again, and that's lofted through mid-wicket. Eve Jones hammers it to the fence, just floated up by Sophia Schmal, and Eve Jones says, "I'll have some of that."
Yeah, it does well. Gets to the pitch of that one and just, as you say, helps it on its way over mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot really there. Slightly
uppish. Yeah, I don't think Essex will mind that too much if Jones keeps looking to play this way. Eventually, one will come to hand. You take the chance when it does arrive.
Yeah, Grucock is lurking at short mid-wicket.
Here's Schmal again, and that is a full toss on leg stump, and that is punished by Eve Jones. She sweeps that to the boundary at sort of fine leg, deep square. That's consecutive 4s for the Lancashire batter. Not a great delivery from Schmal. Looked like she tried to bowl a leggy there, but just didn't get it to land. And that's full again, clipped through mid-wicket. Good piece of fielding by Grace Scrivens, and that's just a single, but a good over that for Lancashire. 9 runs from it. Started with 3 dot balls, but Schmal just let it slip the last 3 deliveries. So 66 for 0 now, the score for Lancashire after 12 overs.
Yeah, it's been tricky going so far for Essex. There have been a couple that have skipped past the bat and a few aerial shots, but no big chances to talk about as of yet. Scrivens to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That one's cut away nicely. Gonna think about 2, but just jog through for the easy single in the end.
Yeah, a bit too short again there from Scrivens. Just allowing them to rotate the strike, rock onto the back foot and pick your gap if you're Eve Jones there.
I'm trying to see if Emma Lamb perhaps looks to try and take down Scrivens, a bit more of a match-up and allow Eve Jones to have a go at Sophia Schmal a bit more. Use the feet, yeah, as perhaps thought from Lamb.
Yeah, mid on and mid off, both up. So if you're MLM, you probably are looking to target straight down the ground. Big gaps through the offside as well if you can beat the infield.
Oh, it's cut away, but no run there. Doesn't really get much. And it just almost looks to guide that one as much as anything else. Two fielders out on the leg sides. That one keeps it's a fraction low there, but defended well in the end from Emma Lamb. Very watchful.
It seems to be predominantly from this end, or where the batter standing at the Graham Gooch end is sort of having to deal with that variable bounce. I'm not 100% sure why.
Onto the front foot and just runs that one off the face of the bat, out towards backward point. Solid again from Lamb.
That's much better areas from Scrivens. Darted that one in.
That one's use of feet again there from Lamb, but can't get that one away. As you said, Scrivens has definitely found her line length towards the back end of that over. Just 2 from it at the end, 67 for naught after 13 overs.
Just the one from it.
Just 1 from it at the end.
Then we've got spin operating from both ends, so just getting through the overs a little bit quicker, which is good. You know, if you can just hurry through a couple of overs, where they get 1-2 runs, all of a sudden you've slowed things down, brought a bit of the control back as the fielding side. But from the start that Lancashire have had here, 67 for naught from 13 overs, we have a slight break in play for a field change. Oh, a bowling change, in fact. Abtaha Maqsood is coming on from the Graham Gooch end.
Some leg spin.
Bowled really well against Somerset on Thursday and took the wicket of Heather Knight, which I'm sure she'll be absolutely delighted with, and hopefully gives her a lot of confidence today.
Yeah, we were chatting about this before the day's play. We were wondering whether or not she might be given a game. There's a few options. They could have looked for some seam as well instead, but Maqsood on.
Maqsood bowls, and that's slightly short and rocked back on the back foot with Jones. Played that up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, I mean, getting the wicket of Heather Knight, that's pretty special, isn't it, in your first game of the competition. That's just on straying onto the leg side, slightly short, and see Jones looked to rock back and pull that away through deep square. She didn't connect, and that strikes from the pad.
Yeah, it's going to give you a lot of confidence getting the ex-England skipper out, one of the best batters in the world.
Pursued again, that's straight, played defensively into the leg side. Good again from Maqsood. 3 dot balls to start for her. Oh, and that takes the edge. Well bowled from Maqsood, but there's no slip in place. Not enough on it to go to the fence. They just hurry back for 2, but a little bit of grip, a little bit of turn there from the Scottish international.
You love to see it. It's really, really good bowling so far. 4 deliveries, just 2 from it. Finds the outside edge in that one. It's a lot of control. This is really, really impressive bowling so far from Maqsood.
She comes in again and bowls straight, rocked onto the back foot. Maqsood dives to try and stop that as it's just drilled down the ground, but will be fielded at long on.
Even that delivery was pretty much exactly where she'd want to have landed it, and Eve Jones almost has to force that one down the ground off the back foot to try and find some scoring areas and rotate the strike and get her partner Emma Lamb onto face.
Yeah, Maqsood, she's just slowed the bowling right down. You had Schmel and Scrivens who are both sort of firing it in at close to 50 miles an hour, and Maqsood's speeds are right down in the early 40s, as that is just down the leg side and called a wide by umpire Jarvis.
Yeah, just skipped on that one, didn't actually grip perhaps a top spinner or a bit of variation.
Holds again on the back foot, played on the back foot. Cushel, a bit of confusion here, the mix up, could have been a run out chance. Oh, Maqsood couldn't hold on to it, but I think Jones was back anyway. Panic in the ranks.
Yeah, that's really, really good. You could see the pressure that's just come on with Maqsood, and what she's generated has caused that little bit of confusion. I think Smell ended up throwing that to the wrong end. It's a tricky one. They were both sort of stood halfway down the wicket, looking at each other, the batters. unsure, what to do, where to go. And I think if they had looked across and get down the other end, it was the right end. But in the end, they just turned around. You can see here, they both get a few down. And then
she has to throw to Amara Carr,
Yeah.
surely. Lamb might have been in a bit of bother. But as you say, great start from Abtar Maqsood. Top over there.
hopefully the Scrivens can take a bit of positivity from that and find her line length. She does, up in the air. Oh, the beat comes off the knee there. Could be a little bit painful, but no, it's going to be 4. It's a tricky one there. Bounces just in front
Ouch.
of Joe Gardner, I think that is in front of us. And yeah,
Smacked her straight on the shin. I hope she got her shin pads on.
I think she was probably caught in 2 minds. Looked to maybe try and take a catch and then double guessed it. Landed too far just in front of her. And yeah, cannons into her shin. That's
Well, it's one of them. If you dive forward, you're risking getting that in the mouth.
flattering. Cut away, but straight to Smale. No run. Yeah, again, not really a full chance there. But there's definitely something coming. There's been a few aerial shots. That was dragged down and punched through the covers. Just for a single, though. There is a fielder out there on the ropes. And yet again, the right length from Scrivens, perhaps fraction wide. Maybe a fraction short too, but it's been good so far. She's settled in. Bowling to the right-hander now, Emma Lamb. That was pulled away this time in front of square, but there's cover out there.
Slightly uppish again. Essex will just want one of these half chances to go to hand, won't they?
I think so. Just need perhaps just a lapse in concentration or something from the 2 batters. Or a sort of moment of magic.
You've got to be ready to take it when it does come, when you haven't had a wicket for nearly 15 overs. Sort of not expecting a chance to come your way.
Driven down the ground, but straight to Gardner this time. Yeah, Gardner now moving out to the boundary for the final couple deliveries.
Happy to let Jones keep the strike.
That one's turned into the leg sides, but yet again no run, and that will be the end of the over. I think perhaps maybe more concerned that Jones would like to use her feet and get down the pitch to the ball. 77 for naught after 15 overs for Essex. Another good over there from Scrivens. She's really worked her way into the game now, and alongside Maqsood, they're starting to generate some pressure. It's not been easy out there for the 2 Lancashire batters the last couple overs. They're allowed a few freebies early on, but actually the number of wides has dropped massively since. I think the first 5 overs there were 10 or 11 runs just from wides alone, and it's now only at 14 still. Maqsood will continue.
Well, Lancashire batters have done well. They're still out there. 77 for naught as Maqsood comes in again, and advancing is Emma Lamb. A glorious stroke straight down the ground, lofted over mid-off's head. That's going to go to the fence for 4 runs. Great use of the feet there just to mitigate the spin. I mean, as a right-hander, I know many are reluctant to track a leggy because if you don't quite get it right, it's going to spin away from you and you're in real trouble. But she got right to the pitch of the ball there, did Lamb. She moves on to 23. So it comes in, a false start there.
Yeah, it was really brilliant shot, that last one from Lamb. Just textbook inside out over extra cover.
Tossed up again from Maqsood, and that's just driven to the fielder on the cover boundary. They take the single.
Yeah, they've just dropped a few extra fielders out to the boundary now. I think they've realised the Lancashire are looking to try and move the game forwards.
Yeah,
3 fielders out on the leg sides.
Flo Miller out at cover, and you've got a long on now as well. In deep cover. Deep mid wicket. Maqsood. That's driven straight again. Good fielding in there to prevent the run. 82 for naught now. Lancashire. Maqsood In again, fires that one in a little bit quicker. It's played off the back foot by Eve Jones into the leg side, and Cordilly Griffith is going to come round from the long on boundary to field. As we've got a big grey cloud hanging over our heads now. Toby looking slightly ominous. Hopefully no rain this afternoon, as that's strayed onto the leg side by McSood and turned around the corner by Jones for another single.
Yeah, it looks like there's about 10 or 20% chance of rain throughout most of the day.
We can live with that. We can live. We'll take our chances. McSood just at the top of the mark, giving the ball a good rip in her fingers, and that's well bowled, pitched up, and Eve Jones wasn't really sure whether to come forward or back to that, and sort of rock forward on her bat handle after she played that with a big grin on her face. And that's the end of another very solid McSood over, and a nice shot at the start from Lamb to take that boundary straight down the ground, but been an impressive first couple of overs, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. She's just come straight into the game. Sometimes with leg spin, because it's such a difficult skill, it can take an over or so to really find your line length, but she was on the money from ball one. Scrivens in now, and that was short and pulled away, helped round the corner, could go all the way, it does, that's another boundary there. Lovely shot from Emma Lamb, just helps it, you know, already angled down the leg side, just helps it on its way and rockets to the rope.
Yeah, too short, and Scrivens has been guilty of doing that a couple of times this morning. Maybe she's trying to bowl too quick. I mean, I'd quite like to see her toss it up a little bit more like McSood's doing.
That one's fired in again, but doesn't beat the fielder. Good dive there from Eva Gray at cover.
When you fire it in like that, you really are limiting the amount of spin that you're going to be able to get. But if you toss it up and give it a chance to just rip off the pitch.
Scrivens in now. That one's at the stumps, attacking again, but no run for it. Well defended from Emma Lamb.
Both of these two batters look fairly comfortable against Scrivens at the moment.
Feet there this time and out towards deep mid wicket, but well fielded there on the boundary from Flo Miller. Means they just get one from it in the end. It was chipped out there towards the boundary, but good fielding and a good covers a lot of ground to get right the way round. She's very square. Scrivens in now, wide, and that was cut away. Beats the two fielders there. Going to find the gap and gets all the way to the rope. It does. That's another boundary. Fraction wide this time from Scrivens, but guided perfectly from Jones and just perfectly bisects Lissy McLeod and Smale at point and backward point.
That was agonising for the two fielders, wasn't it? You thought it was neither there for either one of them to dive straight down the middle, just
That one
cut them in half.
Prodded out towards Smale at point. And that ends Grace Scrivens' fourth over. 93 for naught after 17. Lancashire looking in complete command at the moment. Eve Jones 48 not out off 66. Emma Lamb at the other end 30 not out off 36.
Eve Jones has harvested most of the strikes. She's faced 66 balls, compared to Emma Lamb's 36, but they're both going along at a good rate of knots. Run rate just under 5.5. Essex really need a breakthrough. Lancashire well in control at the moment, but as they always say, add 2 wickets to the score and it's a different game, isn't it?
Very much so.
McSood is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Over the wicket, draws a reverse sweep. Oh, and don't think there's any contact. Mara Gray fumbles. Dot ball.
Interesting shot that. It's the first time we've seen either of the batters unfurl a reverse sweep.
McSood again, or takes a step out of a crease, does Emma Lamb, and then plays that through extra cover for a single.
Yeah, it looked to almost come down the ground at first and then changed her mind, dropped back and pushed that one out through the offsides. McSood in again.
Really tosses that one up, and that's hit straight to mid-off. Oh, and it's put down. Gardner can't cling on, and then that runs away to the rope just to add salt to the wound. It's 4 runs for Eve Jones. What a chance that is for Essex, but it's been put down, and that, to add even more agony to the Essex fielders, will be 50 for Eve Jones. She's played really nicely. That's the first chance she's given, and Gardner can't hang on.
Yeah, agonising. 9 boundaries, that 50 includes. It's been pretty much just boundary hitting so far from Jones.
McSood again fires this one in a little bit flatter, and that's played on the back foot by Jones. Back to the bowler, and she had to hang on to that, didn't she, Toby? It was straight at her, hit with a bit of pace, but she'll take them all day long in practice as McSood bowls again, and just nurdling that round the corner is Eve Jones.
Yeah, Jo Gardner's going to be disappointed with that, I'm sure. And the fact she parried it over the rope as well for 4 runs.
She's a top fielder, Jo Gardner. She will be very frustrated, and Essex have worked hard. McSood in particular has worked hard the last few overs, and she would have deserved the wicket there. As Lamb just rocks back and cuts that to point. No run, and that's the end of the over. And now Essex are going to have to pick themselves up again and create another chance and make sure that that mistake doesn't come back to bite them. 99 without loss from 18 overs of Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a tricky position they're in right now. McSood had bowled so well. Scrivens from this end, the Sir Alice Cook end too, looks like she might be coming off, but she bowled very well, and they're just started to generate that bit of pressure. The run rate had dropped a little bit, or has been dropping for the last, about 10 overs now. It's been sort of on the way down, and a few boundaries there have just helped it up, and the drop catch would have been perfect, you'd think. We will see a change of bowling. Jodie Grucock, some more leg spin from this end. Obviously the success of McSood has given Scrivens a bit of confidence in other leggy.
If you're making any excuses for Jo Gardner there, possibly it moved in the air. A little bit of swaz on it from the batter.
Yeah, and above her head as well is always a tricky one.
She had to sort of do a little half jump, which can make it difficult.
Grucock in now. That one's trapped in front, could be tight, could be really close, but turned down by the umpire.
I think that's sneaking down. We've got a decent view of it up here, just down the leg side.
That's really good bowling there from Grucock straight away. You can see there. Yeah, it looks close, but as you say, down leg side. And similar to that one, into the pad again, and they're going to get through for a leg by.
Lancashire's 100.
And it brings 100 up. 18.2 overs they made it. 53 runs Eve Jones has contributed. Emma Lamb 31. And it's been a really good opening stand between these two to continue their brilliant opening stands that they've had in all the games so far. Only in their opening match have they not brought up a huge opening wicket partnership. Cut away by Lamb. Brilliant stop there at backward point though. They're going to get through for a single still. But that's great work from Kate Kopak.
Yeah, business as usual for these two. They go marching on. Can't stop scoring runs at the moment.
That's a little scoop there. Lovely. Great innovation there from Eve Jones. They're just going to get 2 from it, but very smart batting. Saw a big open expanse down there at fine leg and exploits it.
Oh, so clever, because it's a risk-free shot as long as you get some bat on it, because there's a huge gap there at fine leg.
Same again, this time with a bit more power, could go all the way to the rope. Very clever again, but doesn't quite. They're going to come back for 3rd. No, they're not. Good fielding out there on the boundary. Just cuts that down to 2 from Kate Kopak.
And that's given Scrivens something to think about. Yeah, she is moving a fielder to cut off that area, but then you'd say Eve Jones has probably done that on purpose, because now she's opened up a gap on the offside.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see her play some reverse sweeps or look to try and give her space and cut through the offside now. That's what she does there, but this time in front of square, straight at the captain. You can see the thinking, the thought process there from Eve Jones. Very, very smart. Just opening up gaps for her scoring. Just to ease it around the field. And she has done exactly that. That over. 105 after 19.
And if you're Joe Gardner now, you just stood there thinking, oh no, what have I done? Because every run that they get, the batter gets after you've put them down, it's just like another dagger in the heart.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start to Lancashire all season. 2 wins, just the 1 loss from their opening 3. They won by 8 wickets in the first, 7 in the second. Emma Lamb 130 not out on the opening day of the season. Eve Jones made 97, Lamb 52 in the second round of fixtures. Against Somerset, that one was.
Maqsood again. He's played on the back foot by Lamb and fielded well at point by Schmel. But Maqsood's bowled so well this morning, she'll back herself to fashion another chance from somewhere. She's in again, tosses that up. Down the track comes Lamb and she punches that through the offside, and that will just be a single. Good fielding from Griffith.
Yeah, a slight fumble, but she recovered really well, and could have maybe even been a run-out opportunity if they thought about the second there. It's what being such a good fielder does. It just puts a bit of doubt in the batter's minds about taking twos, taking singles.
Maqsood's just sent Griffith back to long on. There's a chance here on the boundary, and it's taken. And this time, Maqsood does get the wicket of Eve Jones. It was dragged down. Jones rocked onto the back foot and hooked it to the mid-wicket fence where the catch was taken. Flo Miller it is out there. Essex finally have the breakthrough. Lancashire 106 for 1.
Yeah, she never looked like dropping that. Settled under it really calmly, and just a good catch. Never easy when you're out on the boundary taking a high one. Eve Jones just threw her head back in disgust there. Disappointed with herself, I think, that she'd worked so hard to get where she had.
Well, it's probably, ironically, the worst ball Maqsood's bowled all day. And
sometimes that's what it takes, though. Just she'd bowled so tight that I think Eve Jones saw the drag down and thought, prime time, this is where I can go and try and put pressure back on Maqsood, and instead ends up back in the pavilion.
how do you think Joe Gardner will be feeling now?
Sigh of relief, definitely. Very happy to see the back of Eve Jones, I'm sure, and now it's just given that little bit of opportunity for Essex to regroup. You can see them all taking a drink, having a bit of a chat, and they've really got to try and keep this pressure going because they have been really, really good in the field generally so far today, and the last few overs in particular have been really, really tight and just trying to constrain and to constrict the Lancashire batters. Katie Mack coming out to face now.
Yeah, Maqsood, she really deserved that wicket. She bowled so well. Her worst ball, though, meaning that Eve Jones rocked back and hit it anywhere she liked, but she hit it straight into the hands of Flo Miller, took an excellent catch, steadied herself, took it well, low to the ground. Maqsood is going to bowl to the new batter, Mack, and that's floated up outside off stump and drilled to short cover. Grace Scrivens is fielding there. No run. Katie Mack, who is formerly of this parish. She was playing for Essex in 2012. The Australian from Sydney, 31 years old. Facing the Scottish international Abtaha Maqsood, and that's given a bit of airtime on leg stump, and that's swept nicely by Katie Mack to get off the mark, fielded at deep square. They take the single, and that is the end of the over. A very successful one for Essex, an over in which they got the breakthrough. The big wicket of Eve Jones, who batted really well, made 57, but picked out Flo Miller in the deep, and that will give the home team a real boost.
Yeah, and a big wicket as well. Eve Jones has scored over 800 runs since the start of 2024, at an average of about 50.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Second highest run scorer last season in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the one-day competition. And she's near the top of the table again this year. And that is very, very crucial. Just to get a new batter in, they can now look to try and target Mack.
We've very kindly just been given our food vouchers for lunch. It was a Bourguignon last week. I'm excited to see what we've got this afternoon.
Yeah, make sure you stay tuned. Not just for the cricket, but
Yeah,
James'
absolutely.
review of the food, I think.
Absolutely. Big Bourguignon was, it was easily 9 out of 10, wasn't it?
I think it was very, very good.
If not more.
That one's just tickled around the corner off the pad. Could be tight for a run out, but McLeod can't gather cleanly. And it will be a leg by. But Mac escaped strike.
This is the time for Essex to try and strike again. New batter at the crease, new partnership. Now Lamb's probably going to have to reset and go again as well. Can they get another one?
Floated up and just turned into the corner. Another quick single. This is clever running so far by Lancashire. Oh, could be an overthrow. No, well backed up. Well backed up by, I think, Kate Kopak. Slightly wayward throw from Gardner. Krewcock in again now. Good start to the over. Use of feet this time, but can't punch that one through the offsides.
Good. Essex looking to suffocate Mack here. Look, fielders in tight, stopping the one, in on catching cover, catching mid wicket as well.
And yeah, solid in defence this time though, but another dot ball. Just 2 runs from the over so far. Leg by and 1 off the bat for Lamb. Final delivery of the over to come here from Krewcock. Bit wider this time and looks to cut that one away, but doesn't connect as Mack, and a very, very good over.
I think that was the googly there. It's just come back, nipped back the other way.
109 for 1 after 20 overs now. That crucial wicket in the last over we saw that Maqsood managed to get. Eve Jones had just passed her 50.
What I like about this, Toby, is they just decided to completely take pace off the ball, and that is often the way to go here at Chelmsford when the boundaries are so small here. We said last week, one of the smallest grounds on the county circuit. Any pace on, even if you don't middle a shot, it often ends up at the fence. But the Essex bowlers just giving it some airtime here. Oh, that takes the outside edge of Emma Lamb's bat, and they're going to hurry through for a couple of runs, but again, just floated up outside off by Maqsood, drawing a false stroke from the set batter, Emma Lamb.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those off Maqsood. We saw one off the lefty, I think, just generated a bit extra bounce, and Jones looked to cut that one away, and that time a bit wider and fuller, and Lamb can't find the face of the bat.
And a bit of turn as well, as that one's on the leg stump now, and that's worked away into the gap for a single. Katie Mack will be on strike now, but I've been so impressed with Maqsood. She's just tossing it above the eye line, teasing the batters, and now can she get one to go the other way, perhaps through the gate? She is spinning it away from the right-handers at the moment, as that's straight, drilled up to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, you've already mentioned how well she bowled down at Taunton in Essex's last match.
So again, and that's just straight down the leg side. Katie Mack did take a step across onto off stump, which means that it goes past her leg stump, and Markar gathers well, but it's a wide ball. As that one's bowled a little bit flatter. Defended into the offside by Mack. No run, who is 1 off 10, so a little bit of early pressure. And the other thing about these two bowlers, Krewcock and Maqsood, is they're getting through their set so quickly, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that's something that can be underestimated about how important something like that can be, because it just means you fly through the overs, and before you know it, 5-6 overs have just ticked by, and you've only found the boundary once, and you've struggled to rotate the strike, and it just kind of keeps building and building the pressure.
Oh, down the track comes Mack. Works it up to long on for a single. And that'll be the end of the over. Another very good over. Just the 5 runs from it. From Maqsood. 22 gone here at Chelmsford. 114 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket, just a couple of overs now. We drinks in 3 overs as well, so Essex want to try and get one just before that break, you'd think. Around the grounds, Hampshire women are 83 for 2, taking on the Blaze at Trent Bridge. Durham have just kicked off down there after a bit of rain delayed their game, and Surrey 123 for 2. That one floated up and just driven nicely. Yeah, 123 for 2 down at Beckenham, not far from here.
Worth adding as well, Essex men, of course, playing down at Taunton. Essex are 228 for 4 in their second innings.
Flicked into the leg sides.
Jordan Cox is 97 not out, which Essex fans will be delighted to hear, and I'm also very pleased because I just brought him into my county championship fantasy team.
Most importantly.
Most importantly, for any other cricket badgers out there who, God, it's in half addictive, I'll tell you that. Constantly checking the scores all day.
Grewcock floats this one up and used to feet there from Lamb, finds the gap. No, brilliant dive there from Griffith.
Great stop.
Get through for a single, but that definitely saved the boundary. Would have flown away to the rope, you'd assume. Just contributing to the build and pressure. Use of feet again, this time from Mac. Doesn't connect though. Something that perhaps is a tactic from the whole team, or the team as a whole. We've seen a lot of use of feet. Fielder drops out to the rope. Eva Gray from cover.
Happy to give Mac the single.
I think it's a smart decision. She cuts that one away, but doesn't get it. Again, she's not been particularly fluent since coming to the crease, has Mac. You see, getting a little bit frustrated at times.
All of a sudden, she's 3 from 16, and that is pressure.
Feet again and goes down the ground. Come through for a single, could be tight. Scriven's happy to allow that and keep her on strike for the next over, which you assume Maqsood will be continuing.
Yeah, Essex will be happy with that, and Katie Mack, missed out there with the cut shot the ball before, decides to come down the track. The next ball, it's a telltale sign that she's sort of feeling it. Essex's bowling's been tight these last few overs. The two leg spinners.
Just a reminder, tickets are available for Essex's next home game. Not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday after, the 14th of May. Taking on Durham here at the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds.
Maqsood in again. On a little lap sweep attempted by Mac, but finds the outside edge of her bat.
She's got a long way outside off stump there. Smart to get her pad out the line of the stumps.
It's a difficult shot to play against a leg spinner. Maqsood again, a little bit flutter this time. That's drilled straight back at her. No run. Yeah, she's trying to fetch it from outside off stump with the ball turning away from her and just work it into this gap, which there is at fine leg, but couldn't execute. Maqsood again fancies that she could be. Oh, I was about to say she could be in to create another chance here, but Max come out of her crease and whacked that full toss to the fence at long on for 4. So apologies, Abdahar, I've just put the mockers on you. So that will relieve a little bit of the pressure which Katie Mack might have been feeling.
Yeah, you could see she'd been a bit disappointed to have not got one away so far, but that time she absolutely nailed that and it flew to the rope off the middle of the bat.
How can the bowler respond? That's driven up to mid-off, where Cordelia Griffith feels, but they come through for a single.
Another reminder as well, if you want to get in contact with James and I, we're available if you message into the live stream. We should be able to see some comments.
We were encouraging law-related puns last week, weren't we? We were talking about
Kate Kopak.
Kate Kopak and her legal career. You had a new one that you told me this morning.
A new one, yeah. It works either way, depending on how well she bowls. She could either be lawful, if it's awful, or she could be... What was my other one now?
Lawsome.
Lawsome. There we go.
If you can do better than that, please feel free to get in touch. Shouldn't take much.
No, I was going to say, it should be pretty easy.
As that is just defended into the leg side by Emma Lamb. And that is the end of the 24th over. 123 for 1. It's Lancashire's score. Only 1 wicket, and that is the wicket of Eve Jones. Bowled Maqsood, caught Miller. And we have 1 over to go until the drinks break. Decent crowd in here today at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground.
Yeah, it's been good. And last week as well, similarly, was very good to see a big crowd in. That was just dabbed into the offside for a single. I know they got almost 2,000 down at Somerset, I want to say, for one of the Lancashire, I think the Lancashire game against Somerset.
Brilliant to see. I mean, last week probably you had the weather for it.
That was cut away. I think another googling beats the fielder out there. Going to go all the way.
I think Eva Gray should
Oh, it's
hopefully
not,
cut that
yeah.
off. She's done well to get there.
It's a long way out to the far corner. They're going to come back for a third. It looked like that one flew off the bat for Katie Mack, but just died in the outfield. I think up the hill over to that far corner away from us. We'll get a 3 from it though, and Lamb comes back onto strike.
Yeah, so we haven't quite got 2,000 in here today, but definitely 100, 200?
I'd say a few hundred, yeah.
A few hundred, yeah. Mainly populating the Dug In Soul Pavilion where the members tend to sit. A few next to us in the Tom Pearce upper as well.
Probably a few below in the lower as well, you'd have thought.
Absolutely. Sun just peeking through the clouds now. Warmed up a little bit. It was freezing on my way in.
That one's down the leg side. Good take behind the stumps again from Amarikar.
But again, that does feel harsh, doesn't it? Because Katie Mack has moved outside her off stump. And I feel like if she hadn't, that would have struck her on the pad. But
that was wider this time from Grucock, and going to come through for 1 out to Eva Gray, who launches that one in from the boundary. Out there on the deep cover. You also have fielders spattered around the leg sides on the rope too. As that one pushed into the off. Quick single. Good running again from Katie Mack. She's very quick between the wickets we've seen so far today. These two have rotated the strike really well. And it's just helped ease the little bit of pressure that had been starting to build. Feet again from Mack, but defends it this time. Yeah, just leading up to the wicket, the pressure was starting to build, and then once the wicket fell and Mack came in, she struggled to score a little bit. As drinks are coming onto the field, 131 for 1 after 25 overs. Katie Mack 13 not out of 24. Emma Lamb 42 off 50. The only wicket to fall, as mentioned, Eve Jones fell for 57 to the bowling of McSood's. Caught out in the deep. So a bit of a drag down, but picked out Flo Miller perfectly at cow corner.
so how would you assess that start overall then, Toby, for Essex?
It was a little bit loose really early on, but then they grew into the game really well, and as I was saying, managed to build up a lot of pressure kind of in the middle of this sort of first session, as you could call it, I guess.
Yeah, big credit to the two leggies, Jodie Grucock and Abdullah Maqsood. They've really tightened things up, haven't they? Stemmed the flow of runs, not so many boundaries coming. When the boundaries are coming, it's because the batters have generally had to take a bit of a risk, come out of their crease, and we don't mind that. You don't mind seeing that as a bowling side.
No, not at all. I think Lancashire will be the happier of the sides at the moment, really laying a platform with the two openers, and now Katie Mack as she's come in. I think Essex will still feel that there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of hope for them, though. If they can get a quick wicket or two, then they'll end up in a really good position, you'd think, and can maybe try and cut Lancashire off at the knees later on with, as I say, a few quick wickets.
Yeah, I mean, Lancashire will probably be eyeing up 300, won't they, with the foundation that they've set. But, I mean, if Essex can come out and take a couple of quick ones after drinks, which stranger things have happened, then they'll be looking to restrict them to maybe 250, 260, give themselves a chance if they can have a fast start in their batting innings.
Yeah, there's only been one boundary in the last 7 overs. That last over did go for quite a few, almost a boundary. Managed to run 3 in the end. That's a few
It
singles.
was that full toss from McSood, wasn't it? But it was, she's only bowled 2 bad balls. One of them's got her a wicket, and the other one
Put away, yeah.
was put away.
But yeah, it's been really good so far, as you say. I think the spinners in particular, you can see how well they've bowled, and actually Eva Gray and Kate Kopak a little bit loose early on, few too many wides, which we were worried could be the trend that we saw last week as well continue.
No, really tightened up after that. You can understand that. Your first few overs often can be a little bit wayward, but they put that right immediately. And I guess now the good thing is Eva Gray and Kate Kopak have got a lot of overs left to bowl.
Yeah.
And I think that will come in handy at the end of the fielding innings for Essex.
I think that's perhaps something to consider as well. We saw Sophie Munro playing last time here, which meant that you could bowl Gray and Kopak a little bit more early on, because Munro is very good through the middle and towards the death as well. Whereas actually they're the only 2 seamers in Essex's side at the moment. So it could leave them a little bit short if either were to have been bowled, a few too many overs now, then you'd really have to hold them back to the death. Or be very, very smart when you did bring them on. Whereas actually, as much as Sophia Smale, would probably be a little bit disappointed with her 2 overs going at, 15, going for 15, off those 12 deliveries. It meant that actually Kate Kopak has got 6 overs still to bowl. Eva Gray still got another 5. So you can bring them in and try and just get that little bit of impact. As I think we might actually be seeing Kopak coming back into the attack now.
I think so. It looks that way, which is a surprise because McSood's bowled exceptionally well from that end, as we've been saying from the Graham Gooch end. But
I think they probably want to hold her a few overs back as
yeah,
well.
just hold it back. That's
because she's bowled 6 on the
understandable.
bounce.
Yeah,
But very impressively, as you say, a very good 6 on the bounce.
6. Yeah, gosh, she does get through the overs really quickly, didn't she? As their players are back out on the field now, Kopak just
Change of bowling
amending
at the Graham
her
Gooch
field.
end. Back on number 11, Kate Kopak.
4 overs, number 22. Her figures from her first spell. She'll be hoping she can add something in the wickets column now. In bowling to Emma Lamb, and that is on leg stump and just clipped with a flick of the wrists from Lamb into the square leg region. They come through for a single. I meant to say to you, Toby, Lancashire have been in the news this week, haven't they, with Freddie Flintoff's Field of Dreams. Did you watch that? The young lad Adnan, the Afghan refugee who made his second 11 debut for Lancashire.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's
I
brilliant.
know.
It's absolutely brilliant. I'd highly recommend it.
I've been meaning to, but just never quite got around to it.
Got back in, bowling again. That's fallen outside off stump, and that's just run down through backward point for a single from Katie Mack. Just opened the face at the last moment there. Nice shot. If you haven't seen it, then go back and watch it. I mean, the first season, basically, Freddie up in Preston, where he's from, pulls together a team of cricketers, of lads who sort of would never have considered playing cricket, and then it's all about their journey, and there's obviously a lot of ups and a lot of downs. Kopak's in again, bowls, and that's played defensively, fielded at mid-on, and then the second season, I don't want to give you any spoilers, but he takes them on tour to India, and that is just an unbelievable watch, and they do so well. Lads that have never played cricket before, really. And it actually had me in tears by the end of it.
There's also Freddie Flintoff documentary that's just come out
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Got back in, and that's the top edge. Sharp in the end. Cordelia Griffiths under it, and she takes the catch. And Essex have their second wicket. It's a breakthrough for Kate Kopak. And Emma Lamb has to depart. The well set Emma Lamb.
Yeah, big breakthrough there. That's fantastic bowling. Back into the attack after the drinks break, Kate Kopak, and with immediate effect, just angled in here. And you can see Lamb looks to turn it into the leg side, but just catches the leading edge. Perhaps nips away a fraction off the pitch. And a simple catch. A well taken one, though, for Cordelia Griffith.
Oh, she was never going to drop that. Never going to drop that. Safe pair of hands, Cordelia Griffith. And now Essex, having a little team huddle now, will feel that they're right in amongst things. 2 new batters at the crease. Such an important wicket. They've now dismissed Eve Jones
New batter,
and
Lancashire, number 47,
Emma Lamb in quick succession.
Smale.
And now they can set about the Lancashire middle order, who, in truth, haven't had too many opportunities to bat this season because the openers have been scoring all the runs.
Yeah, very much so. I think as well, something you have to praise Essex for in particular, the fact that they've kept the run rate down. It's just over 5s at the moment, but it's meant that Lancashire haven't run away with it at the moment already. You know, with 25 overs in, if they were at 100, 170, 180 and were absolutely flying, it would leave Essex in a really tricky position just with the 2 wickets. But actually, they can really continue to squeeze. Another new batter at the crease. Katie Max found a couple boundaries and a couple runs, but hasn't been massively fluent. So there's an opportunity here for Essex.
No, it hasn't been fully convincing, actually. As Kopak's in again, looking for another one that's straight and worked up to mid-on for no run. And now Essex is a little bit more of a buzz about the place now, isn't there? And even just the body language of the fielders seems a bit more positive. And that is the first time in this competition, I believe, that Emma Lamb hasn't made it to 50.
It is, which is it's not the worst thing in the world for her that she's only failed to reach 50 once, but she will be disappointed.
Yeah, so I've made it out like that's oh, that's strikes Smale on the pad and it's been given. The finger goes up and that's 2 and an over for Kate Kopak. Essex now well back into this game. 133 for 3 at Lancashire. Top stuff from Kate Kopak.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal spell. Just 6 balls in, but she's managed to take 2 big wickets, and Lancashire have fallen 2 massive wickets, and they'll be disappointed to have gone from 1 down to 3 down in the space of just a couple deliveries.
God, I'll tell you what, looking at that on the replay, that looked like that might have been angling down the leg side, but don't have the view that the umpire has. So Essex will be more than happy with that. An excellent over. And that's it. 2 wickets off the drinks. What do we say? Add 2 wickets and Essex have gone and done exactly that. So the dream start after the break for the Eagles. 133 for 3. Lancashire. And
for Lancashire, number 31, Fee Morris.
as Fee Morris comes out to the middle, she's got a little bit of work to do now.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't have even had her pads on at drinks, you'd have thought, and perhaps a bit of a scramble in the dressing room now. Just keeps building the pressure. We will see another change of bowling here. Sophia Schmale back in. Some left arm spin.
So we're not going to have Schmale to bowling to Schmale. Not in this innings anyway.
No, maybe next, but I have a feeling it's unlikely considering Sarah Schmale, I think, is almost exclusively a batter and part-time keeper too.
Yeah, in that case, probably very unlikely.
But we can dream, James, we can dream.
You never know, she might turn the arm over.
2 fielders out on the rope on the leg sides. Everyone else inside the ring. This is a good attacking field here from Scrivens. I really wanted to keep the pressure on.
Are you surprised to see Schmale giving the ball again?
Not a little bit, I guess. But she comes in now for a first one. Cut away. Missed, actually. Very good start from Schmale.
Yeah, that's answered that one. We just see the LBW again now. Just jagged back a little bit. I don't think the batter's helped herself there because after it's hit her on the pad, she stepped across onto the.
She kind of toppled forward a little bit.
Forward, yeah, but I think that might have been sneaking down. What about you?
Possibly just clipping, but
Yeah,
Schmale in there. That one's flicked round the corner.
We'll go with that. Yeah, just clipping. Benefit of the doubt.
Either way, it's what Essex needed. You sometimes need that little bit of luck. They've been a bit unlucky. A few aerial shots have just evaded fielders. Run out opportunity, throw it and go to the right end. Just a bit unlucky again in to a certain respect.
Well, I think they absolutely deserve that. I think, and the way the spinners have bowled have massively deserved wickets, and
a few edges that haven't gone to hand. No slip in there as well, for example.
Absolutely, and Kate Kopak doing what she does so well, just bowling stump to stump.
Driven this time from Mac, but yet again Griffith in there at short extra, fielding well. And yeah, looking to just fly through this over, I think. That was Fee Morris's first delivery on strike. She drives again, but To no avail. Another dot ball.
Yeah, give it a good bit of air there, just outside the off stump, bringing the batter forward.
That was dragged down a bit, but looked to work that one through the offside, and Morris doesn't connect. And a very, very good over back into the attack from Sophia Smale. Just one run from it. 134 for 3. Been a really, really promising last 10 overs now for Lancashire. Just 2 boundaries in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, really, really top work, and that's just galvanised the team, hasn't it? And they're going to be feeling like they're in control of things at the moment. Essex, can they get rid of Mack and bring in 2 batters on naught? Mack, who's 15 off 29, is going to be facing up to Kate Kopak, charging in from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls not straight again, driven to Grace Scrivens at mid-off. No
Yeah.
run.
Good to see her attacking the stumps again. We've seen how successful she can be when she gets the ball right up there and on target. Something that her and Eva Gray have looked to work on and be ultra aggressive with the ball where they can.
And that's a full toss on the leg stump, and that's worked away. And there's a slight misfield out in the deep, which means they're going to come back for the second. Gardner it is out there again. She's not had her most memorable day in the field, has she?
No, unfortunately not. But that can change in an instant. All it'll take is
Absolutely.
a good catch, something out there, clean pickup and a run out opportunity, and then she'll be feeling really good about it again.
There's Kopak bowling, driven nicely outside off stump, and that's a great diving stop at point by Sophia Schmale, bowling at one end, throwing herself about in the field in between. Great to see. No run.
Yeah, really, really good dive there. Just body behind it, body on the line, and almost caused a bit of a mix-up. I think Mac eager to rotate the strike, as we've seen her do so far today.
And that's worked really well into the leg side up, and there's a chase here for long on. Going to cut it off, but they'll hurry back for... Oh, looks like they'll come back for 3.
Super quick between the wickets, Mac. That's another 3. They've already had one there a few overs ago, down towards that far corner away from us.
No, that was a great shot. She just waited for the ball there and just timed it through the leg side. And she looks like she's found a groove. She's struggled for fluency in the first couple of overs that she faced, but getting into her stride now is Katie Mack, and it's not what Essex will want to see. She does average 39 in women's List A cricket. Here's Kopak again bowling, and that's pushed into the offside, and there's going to be a single taken. 140 up for Lancashire.
Yeah, brings Mac back on strike. Yeah, high score of 44 this season. It's passed 30 twice in the 3 games we've seen.
Well, that's dragged down a bit short, and Katie Mack swivels on that and hooks it to sort of deep backward square, or fine leg, where McSood does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. 28 gone. Lancashire 141 for 3. Mack on 21. Morris, who's only just got out there, on 1 run. 22 overs remaining. Run rate just ever so slightly over 5. So game in the balance, or Lancashire still on top because of the start that they set?
I think Lancashire's still on top. It's a lot closer than it was a couple overs ago. But that's what a couple wickets can do. Give them a bit more confidence as well to Essex. That was cut out to the boundary. Max sets off in thought of 2, but content with just the single in the end. Yeah, I think it's this is quite a big partnership now. Essex can get an early breakthrough, and they really bring themselves right back into the game. And I'm sure Wasp would show that as well.
Yeah, we haven't got the Wasp predictor up at the moment,
No run there.
but I imagine it would probably be saying
I thought 60-40.
Yeah, 65,
Yeah.
35, 60-40.
That was cut out again to the boundary. And yet again, just a single. I think Essex are definitely on top, but as we've seen, one or two quick wickets. Essex are still very much in the game. That was trapped in front, but sliding down. Perhaps a fraction high.
Yeah,
Katie Mack doesn't look the tallest though.
definitely going down. Possibly just clipping the bails if it had been on target height wise. Run rate comes below 5 for the first time in a long time.
Hit and run there, and pretty comfortable single in the end. I think possibly the first time of the game.
Yeah,
It was up at sixes in the power
right
play.
at the start. Yeah. So that just shows how well Essex have done to sort of claw things back, doesn't it?
Used the feet there from Morris, just to dab it down the ground for a single.
I have to say, Lancashire batters have used their feet very well to the spinners.
And
Small.
the over, 29 overs gone, 145 for 3. Katie Mack and Fee Morris at the crease. Run rate bang on 5 now. 21 overs to go in their innings.
We have a bit of blue sky, Toby.
We do, the sun is out here down in Chelmsford.
Basking in sunny old Chelmsford. Well, Essex is one of the warmest counties in England. I think certainly the driest county.
I know Essex, Kent, Suffolk all kind of fight for that title.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure depending on measures, you
Coming
can
on at the Graham
tell the
Goodson.
story in whichever way you want. But
I think one year, a few years back now, I heard that Southend had a drier year than a couple of countries in the Middle East. There
not
you
a
go.
bad effort.
Sunny old Southend.
Change of bowling. Eva Gray back into the attack now.
Eva Gray from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Morris. That's played on the back foot. It's a short cover where Griffith fields. So yeah, change of ends for Eva Gray. I've not seen her bowl at the Graham Gooch end yet this season.
Yeah, it was interesting when I was chatting to Eva. She was saying that actually in previous games she's bowled from the Graham Gooch end and Kate Kopak has bowled from Sir Alistair Cook end.
Changing things up.
Yeah, I think
And that doesn't really get up that delivery and played on the back foot, but not timed at all by Morris. She's just having a bit of a laugh and a joke with Amara Carr behind the stumps, who is standing up. She's got a lid on.
I think though with the success they had last week, probably going to stay at the ends that they've been at today for quite a while, with the odd switch perhaps.
Here's Gray again, bowling in that straight and worked up to middle. And they're going to hurry through for a quick single shot at the stumps. Oh, just in. Here's
Would've been
Morris.
very
That would have been
close.
mighty tight.
I think she just about made it home safe, but
Fee Morris set off fast out the traps. Made it home in time. This is good pressure from Essex, forcing these quick singles from the Lancashire batters. So Eva Gray reaches the top of her mark again. Puffs her cheeks out, runs in, bowls, and again that's played defensively on the back foot by Mack, not timed. Inside half of the bat up to mid-on, no run. I did have the pleasure of meeting Eva Gray in pre-season, not soon after she moved to the county.
a couple of years ago now, was that?
No, at the start of this season, yeah.
This season,
and
sure.
she was volunteering at a local homeless shelter with a couple of the other Essex women's players. So that's driven through to mid-off. Scrivens fields Owen, has a shot at the stumps and hits the stumps, but batter safely home. Quick single. Yeah, she was helping out in the kitchen at the Sanctus charity here in Chelmsford, cooking some curry for some of the locals.
Very nice.
Had a nice chat with her, and this was obviously pre-season, but she was saying how excited she was to be here to come and play for Essex. As she's in again, bowling to Morris. That's played in the front foot, not timed again. Straight to the fielder, no run, and that is 30 overs on the board. Now Lancashire 147 for 3, Mac 24, Fee Morris with 4. And yeah, well, considering how quickly Lancashire came out of the traps, as we've been saying, Essex have really clawed things back here. The run rate's dropped down to 4.9, and Sophia Schmeier is going to continue with her left arm orthodox from the surroundings to cook him.
Use of feet driven down the ground, but turns down the single, straight to Scrivens in the end there. No run from it, 147 for 3. And yeah, 30 overs gone, 30.1 now. Sophia Schmeier on strike. Or bowling up, sorry. Use of feet again. Finds the gap, not quite, but they're going to come through for the single. Done a lot of that hit and run today from Katie Mack. She's been very, very busy, as you'd expect.
You'd think eventually one of the Lancashire batters are going to run past one. They're using their feet every other ball, but they've done so well up to now.
Morris slices that one out to backward point. No run.
I can confirm that Jordan Cox did make it to his 100 for Essex down at Taunton, playing Somerset, but he had to retire hurt on 103. So we'll have to wait to hear what's happened to Jordan.
Dot ball.
Nothing serious, we hope. Noah Fain and Simon Harmer at the crease of Essex, 252 for 5, leading Somerset by 313 runs on a very green wicket down at Taunton, so looking good.
Plays that one around her front pads.
For the Essex men.
After the other one, you tell us about some of the other games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Absolutely.
Use of feet again from Morris, but well stopped by Schmale, and that ends the over. Just one run from it. Another really, really tight over. She went for 15 from her first 2. And the next 3, she's gone for just 6 runs.
That's fantastic. She's just giving it a bit more flight, throwing it above the eye line. Excellent line, excellent length. She's been very consistent these last couple of overs, Sophia Schmale. And I'd have to give credit to Grace Scrivens as well. Good captaincy, resting her bowlers. She pulled Schmale off and Kopak early and then brought them back on. And they've caused Lancashire a few problems. A few other scores from around the country. Durham against Somerset's only just got underway as Eva Gray comes in to bowl again, and that's played to point, no run. And Durham are a 0 for 1 off 0.3 overs, but
I think they're back off for rain.
they're back off for rain, so they managed 3 balls and then they're back off the pitch. Surrey 178 for 3 against Warwickshire, and Hampshire 117 for 5 against the Blaze, so Hampshire struggling in that one. So here's Gray again, bowls, and that's slightly back of a length, pulled to deep square. It's fielded on the boundary, it'll just be a single. Not Eva Gray's best delivery of the day so far, but no harm done.
Well watched out there again from Joe Gardner. She's had a tricky day in the field, but that was a good stop. It bounced a couple times and one just in front of her. So watched it very well. Down at Beckenham, Bryony Smith made 78 off 72.
Oh, quick fire. See Eva Gray again, and that's straight and worked into the leg side, and there's a good dive in there from Jodie Grucock. I think she might have just got a finger on it. And then it was fielded at mid-on, no run. Fee Morris 4 off 16 now. So still getting her iron, trying to work out what the pitch is doing. Gray getting on. That's a tight line, tight length. Fee Morris just fends it back to her.
And then up at Trent Bridge, you already mentioned Hampshire went 117 for 5. But Ella McCoffin made 57. Opening the batting, she's been in very good form. I think second leading run scorer, just overtaken Eve Jones perhaps today, or in and around. And Sarah Glenn's taken 3 from her 10 overs.
And that's driven straight really nicely by Morris, but it's going to be cut off. Fielder from long off just scampers around. That was dead straight from Morris. Glorious stroke, but just a single. And this is good from an Essex point of view. Lancashire just dealing in 1s and 2s more than anything else. Essex have completely dried up the boundaries for the time being. 150 for 3 as Eva Gray gets set to bowl the last ball of the over. Run rate is falling every over at the moment. Gray again on off stump, and that's run down to backward point where Schmale fields and then walks around where she's going to get set to bowl from the surrounds to Cook end.
Yeah, another really, really good over for Essex. As you mentioned, the run rate's just on the way down consistently. In the last 15 overs now almost, it's just been slowly working its way down from the mid-5s to the mid-4s, which is brilliant. It's basically what's been keeping Essex in this game so far. They've not torn through Lancashire, but...
And it is unfamiliar territory for Lancashire, as we said earlier, who've been used to just watching their openers go big.
Yeah, the most... Oh, it could be a stumping opportunity. Put down, I think it hits.
I don't think it came through to Amara Carr in the end. I think it just a fortunate bounce off Fee Morris's thigh pad. Or did it? I'm not sure.
I think it's supposed to be here on the chest. Use of feet again, you already mentioned, possibly running past one as that one's worked out into the leg sides.
Would have been very tough.
Would have been a tricky opportunity. See the replay again here.
Possibly, yeah.
I think it hits either the top of the gloves or on the chest or something. Use of feet again there, this time from Macken. Just beats a big dive from Grucock, but just a single. Fielded by Maqsood.
Very difficult reacting to deflections like that when you stood up to the stumps.
Feet again from Morris, but this time connects and down the ground for a single. Starting to rotate the strike a bit, these two. Oh, at the end of the over, I'll ask you where you think Lancashire might get to from their 50, James. Have a think about that. That one defended by Katie Mack.
Well, bear in mind, whatever I say today will be probably completely wrong, but I'll give it my best calculated guess.
Final delivery of the over here. Sophia Smale. Feet again from Mack, and it just funny half of the back could be run out. Oh, would have been really close. Well round there from Jodie Grucock. It's just putting a lot of pressure both on the fielders, but also the batters. If they're slightly off their pace, there could be a run out at some point. 154 for 3, 33 overs gone. James, yeah, where do you think Lancashire will be hoping to get to? Where do you think Essex wants to try and restrict them to?
I think Lancashire will still be eyeing up 300.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
And I think if these two stay there, they've got a good chance of getting there. Essex will probably be looking to restrict them to 275, I would imagine, and they'd back themselves to give that a go. If they can keep it to anything less than that, that's a bonus. And I think it really does depend on if they can dislodge Katie Mack sooner rather than later. But yeah, I think Lancashire will be eyeing up 300. Eva Gray in again, and that's played to short cover. Dilly Griffith does the fielding, no run. I reckon, you want me to guess what Lancashire will end up on? I think they will make it to 283.
I was going to say 282.
Oh, there you go.
So we can do higher or lower.
We can do higher or lower. Yeah, leave your comments. Leave your comments in the chat.
But I think you're right. I think 300 will be what they're eyeing up, trying to get to that milestone.
Eva Gray again bowling at the stumps, and that's just pushed into the leg side. Oh, thought about coming back for a second, but it definitely wasn't on. And Fee Morris sends her partner back.
Yeah, I think that's where the sort of the busyness we've seen almost turns into freneticness, and just can cause a little bit of confusion. Katie Mack is super quick between the wickets, but it means she also wants to try and take singles perhaps where other batters aren't as confident. Got to be a little bit careful.
Essex have been very tight with their fielding. Eva Gray bowls again at the stumps, and they're going to scamper through for one. And then Essex won't mind them just dealing in ones and twos with the odd dot ball here and there, you know, as long as they're drying up the boundaries for now. Hopefully they can just continue to pile up that pressure and draw a false stroke.
Yeah, I think they've got to probably score near 8s and over to try and get to 300s to Lancashire. So up the rate a little bit.
Again, that's just worked into the leg side for a single. I mean, if they are just working ones every ball, then that keeps them at 6s, and that will frustrate the bowlers. But I think Essex would much rather that than the boundaries flowing.
Well, yeah, 6s would put them at 270-ish.
But possibly Lancashire be happy with that as well. It's
I think
difficult to say. Runs on the board, it always plays a factor. And Eva Gray again, and that's drilled up to fielder who's gone from mid-on back to long-on.
Yeah, I think Lancashire should be disappointed with 270 from the fact that they were 100 and a bit without loss, and that they were in a very commanding position before a couple quick wickets.
I guess it's just, well, they'll be thinking, well, can Essex actually get up to 270 from the 3 games we've seen so far? Possibly.
That is it. I think they'd be happy to defend 270.
Again, just back of a length. Nipping back in, and that's played nicely. Steered into the offside on the back foot for a single. That's the end of the over. 159 for 3 after 34. Mac moves on to 31. Fee Morris at the other end is on 9. 16 overs remaining. And it is going to be Sophia Schmel to continue from the end where we're sat in the press box.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Lancashire do go about constructing their total. I think with 170 odds is about the max total, 180 Essex have made. Don't think they've passed 200 as that one's pulled away down for 4. That's the first boundary in a long time. Katie Mack just swivels and pulls that one. Sort of almost half pull, half sweeps it out to the ropes for 4.
Just a drag down from Schmel, just a slight lapse in concentration perhaps, but she bowled so well up to this point.
Drops back and quick single. Good running again by Lancashire.
Fast between the wickets, this pair.
I think that was probably Schmel's first poor delivery of this new spell she has been bowling. He's only gone for 15 from the 4.5 overs, 4.2 overs, which is really impressive. And 4 of those have come from that one boundary, ticked into the leg side for a single. Just rotating strike nicely again, these two.
An experienced pair, aren't they? Both 31, both been playing cricket for a number of years now.
That one's into the offsides this time for another single.
They seem quite content to just be ticking the scoreboard along, working the gaps, working the ones.
But yeah, I think especially with the boundary off the first delivery of an over, kind of does just release a lot of pressure, and any extra singles they can get on top of it almost boost them a little bit. So that one's tickled around the corner. Thoughts of a single, but no run in the end. I think that's straight to Lissy McLeod's. Yeah, it's interesting seeing how all of the different women's teams have constructed their squads. There's often a lot of experience with some exciting talent kind of sprinkled in. It's quite similar between Lancashire and Essex with the way that the squads are constructed. Smell in. That one grips and spins past the outside edge.
Well bowled.
Fee Morris just looks to power that one through the offside, but doesn't get a bat on it. And
Arm ball, I think there, just on with the arm. Straight through to the wicket keeper.
166 for 3, 35 overs gone, 15 overs to bowl. 15 overs remaining in this innings. Run rate 4.74, still under 5s, as we will see another change. Some more leg spin from the Graham Gooch end. Maqsood will return to the attack.
This is a positive change from Grace Scrivens. Maqsood, who's looked the most likely to take wickets. Excellent first spell. She bowled, dislodged Jones. She'll be looking to send Katie Mack back. rhyming. Bowles, that's just worked into the leg side. They're going to think about two. Very quick between the wickets. These two, they're going to make it. Yes, they are. Excellent running. 2 runs taken off the first ball of Maqsood's new spell from the Graham Gooch end. Mac moves up to 39 or 55. And she started very slowly, but she's really caught up with her scoring rate. Now it's tossed up outside off stump in the air. Should be taken, is taken. Sophia Schmel then boots the ball back towards the umpire in celebration, and that is the breakthrough. Abtaha Maqsood with her 2nd wicket, and it's the big wicket of Katie Mack. 168 for 4 Lancashire now.
Yeah, crucial wicket. Maqsood's come in. She got the big breakthrough early on as well. Eve Jones, and now she's got this one. Katie Mack had looked really, really good after a slow start. She goes for 39. She'll be disappointed. Just slices that one up in the air towards Smale, who takes a good catch above her head. Would have been spinning in her hands, I'm sure, as she tried to grasp onto it.
It's really, really clever bowling. She's just tossed it up outside the off stump, and you know, as a batter, your eyes light up and you think, oh, I've got to hit this. Can't let this go, because essentially it was a half volley, but she just didn't quite connect with it, and there were so many revs on the ball that it's gone off the outside half of her bat, straight to the hands of Sophia Schmel, who, yeah, as I said, she booted it back towards the umpire. Make sure she didn't got a broken foot after that. So, a couple of times she's used her feet this afternoon. Was she a football player as well? So 2 new batters at the crease now. Collins strides out to the middle. Danny Collins, the 24-year-old from Bury, on the outskirts of Manchester. Maqsood bowling to the left-handed Bury, who just prods that into the offside, slightly upish. Really good again from Maqsood, whose figures are 2 for 32 now in her 7th over. Oh, and that's turned around the corner, straight up in the air. Oh, and it just falls short, and it's going to spin away, and I think it might go to the fence. No, it's good fielding down there on the boundary. Lizzie McLeod sweeps up and throws in. Oh, and that was a false stroke from Danny Collins. Bit of a top edge, ballooned up in the air, but evaded everyone. Maqsood tosses it up again, and that's hit on the full to fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed not to put that one away, I'm sure. A rare, poor ball from Maqsood.
Well, it should have gone really, but lucky she was bowling at a batter who's only faced 2 deliveries. Maqsood again a bit flatter this time, played on the back foot, looking to set off for a single, but sent back by Morris is Danny Collins. Excellent work from Maqsood. A wicket taking over the 36th. Lancashire 170 for 4. Maqsood picking up the wicket of Katie Mack in that over, caught by Sophia Schmale. And now what would you have Wasp win predictor at, Toby? Still 60-40?
No, I reckon it's definitely getting in towards Essex's favour. I think Lancashire's still just favourites. I reckon it's probably 55 for Lancashire, maybe even getting nearer 50-50.
I guess it's just the number of runs they've got on the board, and as you say, Essex have sort of struggled to get much more than 117. They've still got 14 overs, have the Red Roses.
Yeah, another change of bowling. Jodie Grewcock, some more leg spin. They bowled well in tandem earlier today, and we'll see if they can come back together and keep the pressure that's being built on Lancashire. Was dragged down a fraction, but cut round the corner, going to push for 2, I think. Could be tight here, could be really close. She just makes it home in the end there. Slightly strong to throw, and I think it would have had Fee Morris in a little bit of trouble. She turned blind and went back straight away, just on the call of Collins. But good behind the stumps again from Amarikar. Grewcock to continue. But straight to this time, and Looks to push that one into the offside.
Wrong in there.
She likes her wrong-uns and her toppies. Does Grucock. It's quite flat, she bowls, and another one there targeting the stumps, targeting the pads. We'll get a single for it though. Rotate the strike, brings Collins, the new batter, on to face the lefty. This is perhaps where Grucock will look to bring out some more googlies, try and get the outside edge involved, beat the bat.
Grace Scrivens just having a word with her bowler here. Clearly got a plan for Danny Collins.
That's a big sweep there. Looked like it might have tickled the pad, but no wide given.
Possibly they are trying to set her up to play that big slog sweep, aren't they? Two fielders out on the leg side boundary. Fielder on the 45 for the top edge.
Struck on the pad, but impact outside, going down perhaps as well. Collins disappointed not to be able to put that away. Floated up and just tickled into the leg sides. Just drops it at her feet.
Who's just back from Australia, Jodie Grucock, ahead of this tournament. Been out with the England A in Australia.
That was pulled away nicely, but they'll only get one for it.
Putting her skills to good use, I'm sure she learnt over there. It's another tidy over. Just the 5 runs from it.
175 for 4. 37 overs gone now. More good bowling. Restrictive bowling.
Yeah, just tried up the boundaries, haven't they? And it's the pace off that is working a charm for Essex at the moment. Both McSood and Grucock bowling about 42 miles an hour, and really only your bad balls are getting punished at that pace. McSood continuing from the Graham Gooch end. That's on the leg side, turn around the corner, but to the fielder about 45, but they do hurry through for a quick single. Lissy McLeod throwing to the bowler's end.
Yeah, Grucock played in the test and the 3 ODIs. Made 32 and 12 in the test. A good 22 in one of the T20s as well. Bowled a little bit too.
McSood gives it a bit of air outside off stump, and that was an almost identical delivery to the one that Katie Mack fell for. You can see what she's looking to do, McSood. She darts that one in a bit flatter, and it's hooked in the egg. Will the catch be taken? No! Dropped out in the deep. It was a tough chance running forward from the boundary.
Joe
Gardner again, and that's the second one she's put down. And she'll be bitterly disappointed. It wasn't an easy chance, not like the first one she put down. But again, another opportunity for Essex. McSood, and that's chipped up in the air. Oh, and twice in quick succession, Essex felt they could have a wicket, but that just evades everyone. Yeah, I mean, Garner did well to set off on the boundary and attack it. She did get there, but that would have been a blinder of a catch, in fairness. McSood floats it again, and that one's up in the air, and just wide of Grace Scrivens at mid-on. The Lancashire batters really riding their luck now. But this is fantastic bowling from Abtaha McSood. She's creating chaos out there in the middle.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. There's opportunities coming. There's chances created. This is the time. If Essex can get another wicket now, they're in a really good position for the final 10 overs.
That's just worked into the gap in the offside. They're going to come through for just the one. And that ends the 38th over. Lancashire 179 for 4, but they could well have been 179 for 5, Toby.
Yeah, really, really tricky catch out there for Joe Gardner. She did get there, did well to get there. I think was perhaps caught in two minds at first. She was hit earlier on the leg after not diving forwards for one, which could have been nasty, and then similar for that one. Got a hand to it though, and just unable to keep control of it.
It's one of them, isn't it? When it's not your day in the field, and it happens to everyone, doesn't it? Sometimes it's just not your day, and then the ball just seems to follow you around. And you know, she's had a couple of difficult chances as well as the one which she probably felt she should have caught, but you just feel like you can't escape from it.
Grucock to continue.
Take the next one. That's the key.
Yeah, forget about those ones that she put down and get ready for another. That one skips on again. Another top spinner, perhaps. From Grucock.
Feel Lancashire possibly looking at putting the foot down slightly?
Yeah, I think they'll have to start thinking about it soon. Getting to the final 10 overs. That one, use of feet there and flicked into the leg side, but all well fielded. Slight clash between bat and keep there.
Essex have got through the overs really quickly. I mean, we're only at 1/4, and we're into the 39th over here, and it's the spinners have just been relentless from either end, just not wasting any time.
Grucock here. Dragged down, use of feet again, flicked into the leg side. Almost beats the inside, her on the inside edge there, Fee Morris, but gets through for a single. I think Esme McGregor is on the field in there at catching mid-wicket, so...
Trying to work out who's gone off.
Yeah, it's tricky to work out.
Is it Cordelia Griffith?
I was just about to say, yeah. Perhaps just to grab a drink or take a minute. We'll have to see, I guess. Pulled up in the air, and that's gone. There it is. Another one. Simple caught and bowled there for Jodie Grucock, but she'll be pleased with that. She's bowled really, really well and finally gets a wicket. Her first of the day. I think just does Collins off the pitch with another one that I think skips on. Perhaps a googly or a toppy again, which we've seen a lot of variations from Grucock today. She's bowled really, really well, really smart with the way she's bowled and helped restrict along with the other spinners and the quicks today as well. It's been a very impressive bowling performance from Essex all round.
Yeah, that one just held in the pitch like, didn't it? But it was a very soft dismissal. Danny Collins will be so disappointed because it was slightly short, rocked onto the back foot, and she just spooned it up in the air. She would have been willing to smash that into the leg side, but stuck in the wicket. And Essex have Lancashire 5 down now as Ellie Threlkeld strolls out to the middle.
Yeah, the skipper.
Lancashire captain, yeah, so she's going to have to try and steady the ship now, but also at the same time think about pushing her team onto a defendable target, which you'd imagine they'll be aiming now for 250.
I was thinking, yeah, 70 from the final 11 and a bit overs, trying to go at sevens. You know, a boundary and over and the odd singles, trying to take advantage if there are any loose ones, which they have missed in on, cashing in on a couple. Got to get through these first 2 balls, the final 2 balls of the over first though. Grucock in. Outside off stump and left alone there by Threlkeld. And yeah, it's interesting to see how she can lead her side from the middle now to a big total. Drive this time. Almost beats the inside edge, but defended. And that ends the over. 180 for 5 after 39. Just 11 overs remaining in the innings. And a big wicket there for Jodie Grucock. Her first of the day. Bowled really, really well so far.
Yeah, and when you think back to right at the start of this match when you worried if Essex would ever dismiss Jones and Lamb, and now they have them 5 down. Just since drinks, the momentum's completely shifted, and that's full credit to Essex. And Maqsood is going to continue into her 9th over now. She's been fantastic. 2 wickets already for her. Let's go with the 2 she took at Somerset the other day, and that is drilled straight back to her by Fee Morris. Does well to get a hand on that. No run. Sue bowls on leg stump, and that's swept round the corner. And McLeod is going to do the fielding, preventing the 2. So you got long on back, you got a fielder at deep square, deep mid wicket is also on the boundary, and there is a deep cover. Is there a fielder at third man? I'm not sure.
No, there won't be.
No, we've got 11 in front of us, haven't we? Our view is obscured slightly down on the boundary below us as Threlkeld rocks onto the back foot and plays that to cover for no run. Eddie Threlkeld, the 26-year-old from Merseyside. So that's all just chipped through mid-wicket. Threlkeld gets off the mark.
Yeah, good fielding out there from Flo Miller.
She's a big Liverpool fan, is Eddie Threlkeld. And I saw a video on social media of her and the Lancs team celebrating beating Somerset and Liverpool winning the league last week. Oh, that was hit straight up in the air. Fielder coming underneath it, takes the catch. And Fee Morris has to depart. It's another wicket for Abtaher Maqsood. Held on the boundary by Cordelia Griffiths. Lancashire 182 for 6 in a spot of bother.
Yeah, no, big wicket again. Her third of the day. Really, really well deserved. We were saying Jodie Grucock deserved one as well last over, but between them, the 2 leg spinners have been fantastic. Alongside Serensvale, alongside the rest of the attack. And that leaves Lancashire in slightly teetering position now. 6 down. But they're also going to be trying to look to push on and expand where they can. 182 for 6. 10 overs to play now. So they're going to have to really be smart in the way they balance being aggressive and trying to push on the run rate, but also not just toppling over and not even getting to 200 or 250. They'll probably be looking to try and get to if they can. They at least have Kate Cross coming out, England international, very experienced. A good batter as well. A very good number 8 lower order batter to have coming out.
Yeah, not bad, is it, when you're in a spot of bother, to have someone with the experience of Kate Cross striding out to the middle. It's what you're happy to see if you're a Lancashire fan. Just a cool head out there. The skipper and the England international, Kate Cross. Oh, that was very well bowled by Maqsood. Strikes cross on the pad, but I think that's going down the leg side. Yeah, not out, says umpire Jarvis. But a fantastic over from the Essex bowlers. 3 for Maqsood has now. Picking up another wicket in that over. 40 now gone. Lancashire 182 for 6. 2 new batters at the crease. The run rate has come down considerably to 4.5 and over. 10 left.
Yeah, you can see when that first wicket fell, just before the 20th over, 106 runs are on the board. They've lost about 75 runs. They've lost all 6 wickets here at Lancashire. Attacking the stumps again from Grucock. We'll get through for 1.
And Lancs will have to go at 7 and over if they do want to get to that score of 250, which will certainly take some doing. We haven't seen many boundaries coming at all in the last few overs. Essex have been incredibly tight, both with the ball and fielding.
Pushed out into the offside for another single. Yeah, in the last 15 overs, just 1 boundary from it. That one dropped out. I think Katie Mack, perhaps that was her sort of swivel out, I want to say, or say down to fine leg. Grucock in again now. That one looks to give herself some room to Threlkeld and just dabs it out for a single. I think that's been a big difference. You saw how many boundaries and how freely boundaries came with that opening partnership. Eve Jones scored 9 boundaries, 4 for Emma Lamb. So that one's into the pads and nothing from it.
Well, I think Fee Morris was just trying to get a move on there, wasn't she? And trying to go big over the top. It's a small boundary straight down the ground.
Driven there, but can't beat Keiko back at mid-off.
Another good over, just 3 runs from it.
185 for 6, 41 overs gone now. You can see there on the screen the big partnership early on, 106 runs for their opening stand. Emma Lamb and Eve Jones that was, and then only one of the partnership has risen above 30. That would have been Mack and Morris.
And Maqsood, who's got 1 over left, currently has figures of 3 for 40. He's going to be bowling to Ellie Threlkeld. Threlkeld got onto the back foot, tries to cut it. Doesn't make contact. Taken by Amara Carr. Good start to the over. Tossed up straight, that's worked into the leg side. Diving effort at sort of wide mid-on, short wide mid-on. Or rather a straight mid-wicket. Go through for a single, so Kate Cross on strike. Drilled to mid-off, no run. Kate Cross, 33 years of age. She was the first woman in the Lancashire Academy back in 2006.
Yeah, it's great to see how much women's cricket has grown since then. She's seen it firsthand.
Tossed up again, and that's hit to that fielder at sort of catching mid-wicket. It's quite straight.
Yeah, Jodie Grucock, I think that is.
Jodie Grucock in there. Maqsood again. And that last ball, just seeing it on the speed gun, was 38 miles an hour, so taking all the pace off it. So to clear the boundary with the ball going that slowly requires a lot of force, and I like this from Essex.
Yeah, smart bowling, which we've seen all day from Maqsood.
Oh, false start. Just trying to get in Kate Cross's head, maybe. Cut away by Cross to the fielder at the cover boundary to take the single. That's the end of the over and the end of Abtaher Maqsood's spell, which has been absolutely fantastic. 10 overs, 3 for 42 she finishes with figures of. That accompanies the 2 for 56 she took on Thursday against Somerset. So an excellent couple of days.
Yeah, considering she missed out on the opening 2 games of the season, I think in the squad, but just not selected. It's been really impressive to see her, when given an opportunity, she's taken it with both hands and been crucial in Essex's chances today, hopefully getting their first win on the boards.
I think possibly part of the reason she hasn't been playing is because she's been out with Scotland in the Cricket World Cup qualifiers.
Down the leg side, off the pads. No run there, though.
She's been with Scotland in the T20 World Cup qualifiers, and she was part of the Scottish team that beat Pakistan. Unfortunately, Scotland didn't make it through in the end, but great experience.
Grucock in there. Almost skips that one through, but cut away nicely.
Played that really late, Kate Cross, but executed well.
Yeah, it was a really thrilling final few days, I think, of that competition, trying to work out who was going to make it through.
Yeah, Abtaher Maqsood from Glasgow, plays club cricket at Pollock Cricket Club in South Glasgow.
Skips on again, no run there though.
I'd love to go and watch a cricket match in Scotland. Sure, it would be very picturesque.
Yeah, it would be some great grounds out there, I'm sure. That one skips on again. Threlkeld this time looking to try and force it through the offsides.
I imagine they have a lot of rain up there and a lot of games abandoned, would be my guess.
I can very much imagine. You can see in Durham it's still raining, I think. That one's driven out too long on. Yeah, Durham about as close as you can get in the UK to Scotland, and I think it's match still delayed up there. They've only managed 3 balls before the rain came back again. That one's timed really nicely out by Kate Cross, just for a single though.
we've been very lucky, haven't we? The sun's been out for most of this innings, and looking at the forecast this morning when I woke up, I thought, oh dear, it's going to be cloudy and a bit on the cold side, but we've been lucky.
190 for 6. 7 overs remaining in Lancashire's innings here. Only got 4 wickets of those, so these two, Kate Cross and Eddie Threlkeld, are going to have to be very smart with the way they manage setting up the total.
Kate Kopak is coming back to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. She's still got 4 overs. Already has figures of 2 for 31 from her first 6 overs. I said on the live stream last week, has played international cricket for Peru, which I find... So she's not Peruvian, she's made guest appearances for Peru. It's brilliant that to have on your CV. As Kopak comes in and bowls, and that's slightly back of a length, and that is whipped off a hit by Kate Cross into the leg side. Fielder runs round from deep mid wicket and throws it back to Kopak. They pick up 2 runs. The Lancashire 192 for 6 now.
Yeah, final 7 overs. I think it'll be Kopak and Gray, you'd assume. They've got exactly the right number each. But actually, the spinners have bowled unbelievably tight. It could be tempting to keep them on.
Absolutely. Oh, and that is a plan to miss from Kate Cross.
But not when Kate Kopak bowls exactly like that.
Yeah,
Nipped away a fraction, perhaps.
that's where she wants to be.
Cross just sort of dangling her hands out there and seeing if she can lay anything on it, but instead it's whistles past her outside edge.
Kopak in again, bowling just outside of something that's driven gloriously through the covers. I think that'll go all the way to the fence. It does. Kate Cross showing her class there, picking up a much needed boundary for Lancashire. They move on to 196 for 6, and that was a bit of a half volley from Kate Kopak just outside off stump, and allowed Kate Cross to just throw her hands through it.
Just a fraction full. And Kate Cross proving why she is more than capable lower order batter.
In again, Cross, and that's short this time, and that's clubbed away to deep mid wicket, but it will just be a single. So Kate Cross has come out, and she's middling them quite nicely, as you'd expect with someone of her class.
Yeah, really, really nice shot there. Just the sound echoing around the ground here.
Yeah, she's obviously got a fantastic bat.
Yeah, you'd hope so with England professional.
Lovely acoustic sound that made as Kopak is in again, and that's short, and that's pulled round the corner, but Maqsood is down here at fine leg, so it'd just be a single again. Have you ever held a professional's bat, Toby, or someone, an England international?
Not that I can think of right now. Have you?
I've held Tom Wesley's bat.
Ooh, very nice.
I've held Tom Wesley's
nice
bat,
one?
of his old ones. I just could not get over how light it is, but it's obviously got a massive edge. This Kopak bowls again. That's drilled straight down the ground to mid on, just the single. So I played cricket with Sam Cook's younger brother. And when we were younger, obviously Sam had just started playing in the senior side, and he'd obviously got his hands on one of Tom Wesley's old bats.
Yeah.
One he wasn't using anymore. He'd given it to.
Yeah. This isn't good enough for me, Sam. You have
Yeah,
this one.
you have this one. And he'd given it, and then Sam would pass it on to his younger brother, Jack, and then he brought it along to training, and he was like, "Oh, have a go with this, lads." And I thought, oh my life, it was unbelievable. I think his first game with it, he hit about 120.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it really was a real difference. It's
Krukok in there, and another one backed away there by Threlkeld to give her some space to put it into the offsides.
yeah, but I'd hate to think about how much they cost. I mean, I'm sure the players get them from their sponsors, but
Oh yeah, they get the cream of the crop bats, I'm sure. So that one's looked to turn that one into the offside, does Kate Cross, but another dot ball.
and I was sort of thinking, cool, if this is one that isn't being used, what's the one like he is using, yeah.
Floated up and just prodded back to the bowler. Yeah, but when you hear them, I mean, you've heard a few today, but any professional bat really, when they nail it, it just echoes so clean. That one's worked into the offside again.
Yeah, Kate Cross has done really well since she's come out to the middle just to accumulate. She's up to 12 now.
Lancashire's 200 comes
And
in,
200 up
coming
for Lancashire.
45th
200 for 6 comes up after 44.4 overs. And it's been brilliant bowling from Essex to keep them down to this so far. So that one's just guided out to the offsides.
Yeah, Essex, well, we said 250, didn't we? We said if Essex could keep Lancs to 250, they've done really well. And now I'd say you're looking more at 225 perhaps,
Yeah.
and then Essex can give that a real go.
That one's pulled round the corner.
She's missed out there, Kate Cross.
Disappointed. 201 for 6, 45 overs. Final 5 overs now for Essex. Kate Kopak, you assume, is going to continue from the game, which I know. Sophia Smell has her cap
Schmel,
off
Yeah.
and mixing it up again.
Well, I think spin has been the way this afternoon, hasn't it? The spinners have been so tight, and again, we saw from that Grewcock over just 3 runs coming from it. They've dried all the boundary options up. So I think this is a good move from Grace Scrivens. Sophia Schmel without a wicket, but has been economical. 7 overs, none for 32.
Yeah, been a little bit unlucky to come away wicketless so far. She will have final 3 overs if she bowls to the end to perhaps pick up another one. But yeah, she has been very impressive. She struggled a little bit this time last week and hasn't had the greatest start to the season with the ball, but perhaps she'll be able to use this as a platform to boost herself up again.
In comes Schmel, darts that one in at the pads of Ellie Thelkeld, and she works that to short mid wicket, no run. And that's a full toss, but not punished. It'll just be a single fielded on the cover boundary. Slight fumble from Gardner, who's probably quite looking forward to the interval. It hasn't been the most comfortable day out there for Jo Gardner, but she'll be determined to put things right with the bat. Schmel fires that one in again, and that's swept around the corner up in the air, but it won't quite carry to the fielder, who comes in off the deep square boundary and keeps it down to just a single.
Yeah, we've mainly seen Gardner used at the top of the order, but there's talk that perhaps she might be slowing down to number 5 or 6 today, with Missy McLeod moving up to the top.
Yeah, well, she hasn't had a great start, Gardner, with the bat, so she might be a little bit low of confidence and just trying to mix things up a little bit and bring in her experience. Perhaps if there is a top order collapse, then it'd be good to have Gardner coming in lower down to steady the ship, as that is worked up to long on by Ellie Threlkeld for a single. Ellie Threlkeld, who's a trainee sports psychologist. That's what she gets up to in her spare time. Oh, that's drilled straight back to Sophia Schmel, who holds on to it and does get another wicket for Essex. It's her first of the match. Kate Cross, England's Kate Cross, has to depart, and Lancashire now in all sorts of problems. 204 for 7.
Kate Cross, Cook, Bob Smale,
Essex on top here.
14.
Yes, you can see the thrill that's given her, the happiness. She
New batter for Lancashire,
lobs the ball up in the air and
Tara Norris.
screams out in delight.
She really deserves that, Sophia Schmel. I mean, the first 3 matches of the season, she probably hasn't been bowling at her best. I'm sure she'd be the first to admit that, but today she's been absolutely fantastic and she really deserves that. And what a wicket to get as well. Great for the CV. England's Kate Cross.
Yeah, it brings Tara Norris out to join Lancashire skipper Ellie Threlkeld at the crease. Just one delivery left in the over for her to see out. And then we'll be into the final 4 overs. Run rate yet again dropping now. 4.5 it's at. I think it could be tricky to, as you say, make it even up to 230 at this rate, 225.
Yeah, I think 225 would be the aim here for Lancashire. Ellie Threlkeld will be looking to farm the strike probably as much as possible. But again, credit to Grace Scrivens, the captain, because she could quite easily have kept Kate Kopak bowling, who was bowling well, but the spin's been king today at Chelmsford, and she gave the ball back to Schmale, and she's rewarded her skipper with a wicket.
Yeah, we're likely going to have to see at least one more over of seam, though. Because Schmale will bowl, you'd think, the final 2 overs from the Graham Gooch ends. But Jodie Grewcock's only got 1 over left. So she'll bowl here
Unless
now.
Scrivens has a go.
That's the thing, unless Scrivens wants to bring herself back on, you'll either see the return of Eva Gray or Kate Kopak, who each have a few overs to go to. I guess you can see perhaps how Grewcock's feeling and how this over goes. If Grewcock's taken down, perhaps you go to seam.
Just had a notification saying the Snooker World Championship finals getting underway. Mark Williams against Zhao Jingtong. Are you a snooker fan, Toby?
I'm not a big snooker fan, I'm afraid. I love a game of pool in the bar or a bit of snooker in the bar, but I've huge respect for professional snooker players. It's an absolutely massive table. That one's defended. Yeah, I don't think I could even hit a ball half the time on a snooker table.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about players getting a 147, the maximum break. I'd be happy with one, let alone if I put a 2.
Oh, tickle down the leg side? No, wide. There's a big appeal there. There must have been a sound perhaps, but maybe it was just a foot scraping or bat on pads sounds.
Yeah, it was close, certainly close.
Use of feet, but just defended in the ends. Just drops her bat on it. That one's turned into the leg sides. And Norris moves on to 2.
Again, there's no pace to work with at all, is there? And Grewcock's bowling stump to stump, really tight line. 40 miles an hour, that last delivery.
What would you be thinking of Scrivens for the next over from this end then? Grewcock in again now though. Use of feet, hit down the grounds, no run. It bounces off and slightly gingerly there from Kate Kopak. Sort of rebounds off her. I think she's okay though.
Yeah, possibly I would be throwing the ball to Kate Kopak just for
1 over.
just for 1 over, and let spin do the rest.
Grewcock here. Quick single. They're going to run through for that. Well run there. Good shout from Ellie Threlkeld.
That's fine for Essex. There's still no boundaries coming. You know, they'll let Lancashire have ones all day long. Especially as we're in the last 3 overs.
Flighted up again and inside edge. Yeah, it's gone. There's the wicket. Another one for Jodie Grewcock. That's 2 now for her. 2 for 36 from her 10 overs. That brings it to a close as well. And that's the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, gone. Looking to give herself some room, back away and cut through the offside, but instead a feather of a top edge.
Ellie Threlkeld, caught
And a big wicket. 209 for 8, 47 overs gone now.
Yeah, and that ball really wasn't there to cut, was it? It was far too straight for that. Threlkeld tried to give herself a bit of room, but couldn't execute. And now Essex, well, they'll be looking to bowl Lancashire out here. If possible, get things wrapped up a couple of overs early. And they've done superbly well to claw it back. Since drinks, it's been a different game.
New batter for Lancashire, number 9, Grace Potts.
And you couldn't really say that Lancashire have batted poorly. I mean, a few soft dismissals that I'm sure they'll be disappointed with, but Essex have just bowled so well.
Yeah, it's been a big difference in the final 25 overs. There'll have only been 2 boundaries hit if there's not another one hit in the final couple overs now.
That's remarkable, absolutely remarkable.
You compare to the first 20 overs when it was up in double digits. Eve Jones just herself hit 9 boundaries. Emma Lamb was pretty fluent. Katie Mack struggled a little bit when she first came in, but actually then managed to get going, hit a couple boundaries herself. And then, yeah, Kate Cross, the only batter from 4 and down who's managed to find the boundary, and she did hit a glorious cover drive.
And striding out to the middle to join Norris is Grace Potts. And Eva Gray is going to be bowling from the Graham Gooch end. So not Kate Kopak as we suspected it might be. Eva Gray, who's bowled 8.1 overs, none for 31. So very economical. Grace Potts, the 22-year-old, who was previously playing for the Central Sparks in the old regional setup. She was the joint leading wicket taker in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy for her team last season. Now she's got a job to do with the bat as Eva Gray bowls, and that's just defended back to her by Norris, who's on strike. 209 for 8. If you're Lancashire now, 2 tail enders out there, are you thinking 225 or 220?
I think 225. You still got to be hopeful. There's 2.5 overs to go. You think odd boundary here or there, perhaps. That one's just dabbed out to the offsides for a single. Yeah, it's tricky. I think you've got to take it as it comes, really. Don't even really focus on the target. If you're out there, just see ball, hit ball kind of thing. You know, if it's in your areas and you're feeling confident, take a swing at it. Try and be positive where you can. There are a lot of gaps around the field, particularly on the offside, actually.
Yeah, I was just going to say, looking at the fielders who are out in the deep, they've got a fine leg on the boundary, got a deep mid wicket, but there's mid on and mid off, both inside the circle. Fielder on the cover boundary.
Kate Kopak coming into mid wicket now. She
Yeah.
was out there.
So you've got a mid wicket and then a fielder moving around to more of a deep square, just in front of square. So straight down the ground or through the covers is probably the way to go if you're a batter here. As Eva Gray bowls straight, and it is played down the ground, but to mid on. Yeah, you really want to try and be lifting it over the top of the infield now if you can, straight or in the offside. It will race away for 4. Or if you have a big hoik over a cow, you could probably get away with it.
Yeah, if you've got to get enough on it, it's quite tricky to get Eva Gray away. Even the top order batters struggle at times.
That's pushed to short cover, no run. Good stuff this from Eva Gray. 5 balls gone in the over. She's only gone for 1 run in the 48th over. It's brilliant stuff from Essex. And then Essex will have the momentum as they come out to bat, and that should give them a bit of confidence, which is something they're probably short of going into this match against Lancashire side, who are second in the table. So they should be well up for this, the home team. Eva Gray bowls again, just back of a length, and that is defended. Potts looking to rock onto the front foot, but Eva Gray dragged the length back, and batter couldn't score from that delivery, and that is the end of the 48th over. 210 for 8, Lancashire are.
Yeah, phenomenal from Gray. Just 1 run conceded in the 48th over.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
They've shuffled around their bowlers a bit. We obviously noticed that Eva Gray bowled rather than Sophia Schmale from the Graham Gooch end last over, but Schmale now coming into the attack at the end. She bowled out for a large part in the middle of the innings. The Sir Alistair Cook ends. This will be her last over of the day and the penultimate for Essex. She managed to pick up her wicket. Last over she bowled though. She'll be thrilled about. Coming round over the wicket, to the left-hander though. Attacks the stumps there and it's chipped down the grounds. Just for 1 there. Thoughts of 2. But no, good fielding.
Yeah, Essex's groundwork today has been outstanding again. But I mean, bar those 2 chances for Gardner, one of those was almost harsh to call a chance. Essex have barely put a foot wrong.
Yeah, I don't think I can really think of any opportunities, other than those two. I think even, that second one, I think, would have been a stunning take. She would have hoped to, I'm sure, but she can't beat herself up about that one. The first one, she definitely would be really disappointed to drop, I'm sure. And other than that, I don't think there have been any drop catches. I don't think there have been any other opportunities missed. So that one's turned around the corner, which perhaps, I guess, was something you could say. There weren't many chances generated in the first 20 overs, which did allow Lancashire into the game with that big opening partnership. But actually, the way that they've bowled and contained and been just on the field generally in the last 30 overs has been phenomenal. 25 overs since that drinks break. They got 2 quick wickets after that, Kate Kopak, and then have just gone from strength to strength here, Essex, looking for their first win of the season. Attacking the stumps again, slightly uppish. They're going to come through for a single, though. Well fielded and well bowled by Schmale.
Yeah, really well bowled again. For Schmale, taking a bit of pace off that time, and as we've seen a few times today, it has held in the pitch slightly.
It's down the ground, up in the air. Could be the first boundary for a long time. It is. Doesn't quite get everything there, but does more than enough to chip that one over mid-wicket and out to the ropes. For just the 3rd boundary since the drinks break, 25 overs in.
And they have to play those shots now, don't they? It's a bit of a hoik across the line, but with just 8 balls left of the match, Lancashire have got to try and go some if they can.
Yeah, good from Grace Potts. Sure she'll look to go again. Driven down the ground, hit and run there, and they will get through for the single. Scrivens comes round to get that. And I think they do have to just try and take the ultra-aggressive route now. There's only a couple overs to go. If they're going to go at any point, it's now, really.
Can't play for the average. All or nothing now.
Shorter and quicker this time from Smale. Just sort of flicked round the corner for a single, ending Schmale's innings with the ball. She bowled very, very well. First 2 overs went for 15 runs. But since then, she's really clawed it back and been very impressive, going for 45 runs in the end. 1 wicket, economy 5s. And has been crucial to Essex through that middle over, part of the spin trivecta, her and the 2 leg spinners, Abtar Maksud and Jodie Grucock.
And it is going to be Eva Gray to bowl the final over of the innings. 9 overs so far, none for 32. Started from the Sir Alistair Cook end, but finishing from the Graham Gooch end. She's just tweaking her field at the moment. What's she doing? She's just switched the mid-on and mid-off fielders. So, 1 out on the offside boundary. Great in bowls, and that's drilled to mid-off. Good diving stop from Grace Scrivens, who'd just been moved there by her bowler. The captain putting her body on the line. So there's also the fielder out at deep mid-wicket for the right-hander. Points coming up from the boundaries. Still a 3rd man and someone on the cover boundary, as it looks like Lissy McLeod, who was at 3rd man, who was at fine leg for the left-hander, is coming up to short 3rd for the right-hander. There's now a long on. Grace Scrivens has come to mid-off as here comes Eva Gray charging in, bowling, and that's hammered. 2 long on. They take the single, 221 for 8. 4 balls remaining in this innings. Essex were looking to keep Lancashire under 225. That would be some effort. I mean, at one point, Toby, we were talking about 300 for Lancashire, weren't we? So Essex be more than pleased with their work this morning.
Yeah, as they should be. I'm going to keep saying how impressive they've been with the ball.
Eva Gray, a little shuffle on. The ramp shot comes out down to fine leg. They're going to hurry back for 2. A bit of creativity there from Norris. McLeod does the fielding. Getting the old Joss Butler ramp shot out.
I mean, it's where the space is. It's pretty safe, really, as a shot and a good way to rotate the strike and run between the wickets, get a few extra runs in there.
I guess the only thing I'd say to that is that shot was never really going to bring a boundary because there's a fielder down there. As Eva Gray drops it short, and that is hammered through mid-wicket. Has that gone all the way? I think it might have done. No, one bounce, 4. But a good shot from Norris, finding the fence. So that's 6 runs off 2 balls. She just picked that up on her hip.
Yeah,
just dispatched it into
that.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
dispatched it to where the boxes are, the hospitality boxes here at Essex, and they're going to have a look for the balls. It's gone over the advertising boards. But as I was saying, the shot before, that little scoop, they picked up 2, and you can't knock that. But I guess in the last over, what you'd really like to see is a batter trying to find the fence, as she has done the next ball.
You could perhaps say that actually, though, that the cleverness of what she did the ball before kind of helped generate, because it meant that Eva Gray pitched it up a little bit fuller. That next delivery targeting the stumps, and actually just kind of playing on Eva Gray's mind and on the bowler's minds with a scoop.
Eva Gray again bowling, and that's played through the covers. That's just going to be a single as it's fielded out there by Flo Miller. Yeah, you're more charitable than me, Toby. I was being cynical. 1 ball left then in this Lancashire innings. They're 228 for 8. A little flurry here at the end from Norris. Her teammates will be grateful. 15 from 15 she is, but it's Grace Potts on strike for the last ball, which Eva Gray is going to bowl. In she comes, and that is straight and hit up in the air. Catching chance. Oh, and dropped. Will it go over the rope? No, it doesn't. It's clawed back, and it's Cordelia Griffith out there on the boundary. You'd have bet your house that she was going to take that. So Potts survives the last ball. Eva Gray goes wicketless. But that is the end of the Lancashire innings. They finish on 230 for 8 from their 50 overs. At one point you thought they were dead set to make it to 300 when Jones and Lamb were going well at the start, but Essex, after drinks, just looked like a different team. Came flying out from the break and did really well to restrict Lancashire to 230.
Yeah, I don't know what was said at that drinks break, but
Well, I don't know what they had to drink.
it was amazing. As we said, wickets immediately. Kate Kopak came back onto the attack and took a brace in her first over, and then it just kind of spiralled from there in a brilliant way. Eve Jones, though, pick of the batters, 57 she made. Her and Emma Lamb at the top, both in brilliant form. But actually below them, Katie Mack looked busy and looked good for her 39. And then it just sort of slowly faded out in the innings. Only 3 boundaries in the final 25 overs. I think that kind of sums it up, really. Bowling-wise, Abtaha Maqsood's phenomenal. She was brilliant. Just barely missed her mark, took 3 for 42 in the end. And alongside her, the other leg spinner, Jodie Grucock, 2 for 36. Going at economy of just 3.6. Brilliant. And generally, the whole Essex performance was fantastic.
Yeah, none of the bowlers have gone up more than, 5.5 and over, which is a really top effort. They fielded well, Essex. Just a couple of drop catches, one on the last ball there, but hopefully for Essex that wouldn't be too costly come the end of the match. And I think they'll be more than pleased with their morning's work there. The Eagles restrict Lancashire, who are in excellent form coming into this one, second in the league, had all the confidence, but getting rid of those openers when they did was the key, wasn't it, Toby?
Pretty much, yeah. That was absolutely crucial in restricting Lancashire to more than gettable total. And it'll be down to Essex to really put together a few partnerships and hopefully pull off a big chase and get their first win of the season. 231 required for Essex. We'll be back in about 25 minutes for the second innings. We'll see you then.
And here come the Essex opening batters, number 29, Grace Scrivens, and number 44, Lissy McLeod. Opening proceedings from the Sir Alistair Cook end, number 24, Tara Norris.
Hello and welcome back to the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds for Essex against Lancashire. Lancashire have already batted and set a good total of 230. They started off fantastically, a 100-run opening stand between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb before a mini collapse has left them perhaps a bit shorter than they hoped for. 230 for 8 they made, leaving Essex requiring a target 231. Tara Norris set to take the new ball, bowling to Grace Scrivens, the Essex skipper. And at the non-strikers end, Lissy McLeod has been shifted up the order. Bit of swing early on there, but put away straight away from Grace Scrivens. Lovely shot to get the Essex team underway. Boundary first up. Just guided that one out to the ropes. Just simple, really. Let it run off the face of the bat. And just timed it. Echoing round the ground, the sounds.
The perfect start for Essex. Welcome back, listeners.
It's James Patient
Viewers.
alongside me, Toby Reynolds.
It's just run back from the gents, hence why I'm slightly out of breath.
You can turn your mic down unless the listeners want to keep the ASMR going.
Oh.
That one defended by Scrivens.
And Toby, you've got half your lunch
Got a little
still
bit to go,
sat
yeah.
next to you.
Little bit of chicken, some veg and potatoes in a nice little jus. It was very nice.
I thought it was delicious.
It was very, very good. Norrison again now. That time driven again by Scrivens. Thoughts of a single, but picked up at mid-off by Grace Potts.
What a shot that was by Grace Scrivens to get off the mark. Just imperious stroke, wasn't it? Don't bowl there.
You can't bowl short and wide to someone of Grace Scrivens' quality. And she made sure to punish Norris for that. But she has been on the money since. That's driven slightly uppish off the edge of the bat, but going to make it down the other end for a single. And brings Lissy McLeod onto strike for her first ball as an opener this season.
Yeah, change of scenery for Lissy McLeod up the top of the order. The experienced Lissy McLeod and
Yeah, between them, I think they're going to need, you'd hope, to put on a good partnership.
yeah, just giving Jo Gardner a bit of a break. Struggled with the first 3 games, so see how she gets on. Coming in a bit lower down the order. Do we think she'll come in about number 6?
Yeah, it looks like it. I think they'll probably keep Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock and Flo Miller, who are back 3, 4 and 5. She might say the same. They could perhaps shift Flo Miller down to 6. She's not had the easiest start to the season either. Norrison again now. Tickled off her legs there. Does Lissy McLeod, just to rotate the strike nicely and get underway herself with her first runs of the day.
Important for Essex to set a good platform, build a base from which the middle order and the lower order can build on as you get towards the end of this innings. And Scrivens has been coming out and starting things well for Essex, but just hasn't been able to convert her starts. So she'll be looking for a big one this afternoon.
Full and straight and dug out by Scrivens. Does well there to keep it off her stumps. 6 for 0 off the first over. Good start for Essex. Scrivens 5 not out. McLeod on 1. And exactly what they'd have hoped for as they look to chase down the target of 231. 225 currently required. Slowly ticking down.
Have you done a rundown of the other schools elsewhere in the
I
country?
haven't, no. Feel free to talk us through them, James.
I'll talk you through them, Toby. You crack on with your meat and 2 veg. So Durham 124 for 5 at home to Somerset, and that's only 24 overs in because there's been rain delays up in the north east. Surrey 313 for 7 off their 50 overs against Warwickshire, and the Blaze 10 for 0 in pursuit of 189 for 7 as Cross comes in to start her first over, and that is cut away sumptuously by McLeod. 4 runs from her first ball, or should I say her second ball in fact. Lovely stroke, just waited for that one, opened the face slightly, runs it to the point boundary to a ripple of applause in the members area.
Yeah, fraction short, fraction wide, but not too far off for Kate Cross, and McLeod still makes her pay though.
Kate Cross in again, bowls, and that's much better from Cross as you'd expect. She's not going to bowl you 2 freebies in a row. Right on the money that time. Kate Cross, 33 years of age, from Manchester, playing for her local side. It's great to see, and it's great to have such a big name playing in this competition as she comes in again, bowling to McLeod. McLeod just plays that respectfully. Defensively, no run. Essex 10 for 0. Are you enjoying that, Toby?
I am. It's very, very good. Yeah, would recommend.
Absolutely.
To all listen out there, come down to the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds and get yourself into the pavilion and have some food. It's very, very good.
Always
good price as well down here as well, actually.
Good price. Always do a great job. Did a catering team of which I was once a part. Cross in again, bowls, and that's cut to point. No run again. A bit loose from Cross. A bit wide there. Just trying to find her areas at the start of her spell. Yeah, spent a couple of happy years working here over the summer. Watching the cricket, eating the leftovers.
I was going to say, that's the best part about working in service. You get a lot of food and drink freebies.
Brilliant job. In the pavilion watching Alistair Cook back in the day. Jimmy Anderson, I was here when working when Jimmy was bowling at Sir Alistair Cook when it was Lancashire, Essex. That was pretty special. So that just catches the inside half of McLeod's bat.
Probably didn't actually happen that often where they actually played against each other, because it's one of those where actually they spent most of their time playing for England.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the crosses in bowling again, and that's punched nicely up the pitch to mid-off for no run. That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you obviously want your county players as a fan to go and do well and be successful at a high level, but then the flip side of that is then you lose out on having them playing for your team, and I think maybe that's something that some Essex fans are talking about in the men's team. Anyway, with Sam Cook and Jordan Cox both been called up, and I know we're over the moon that they're getting the chance, but what impact will that have on the teams going forwards?
Yeah. It's an interesting one though, actually, because the way that the men's season is kind of spread out kind of means you actually don't lose your international players for the Red Bull stuff that often, unless there's tests going into the back end of September, or sort of early September, sorry. As Norris comes in to bowl at Scrivens again now. That one's short and just guided really nicely by Scrivens. Smart cricket there, just leans on that one and runs it down to third man, short third man for a single. And yeah, it kind of means that actually you don't really lose your Red Bull players, but you might lose them in the T20 Blast. You definitely lose them in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, the men's competition, because the 100's on at the same time, so you're losing a lot of players for that if you're producing a lot.
Yeah.
That one's flicks off her legs, and that was keeps a fraction low again. We saw it a lot early on actually in Essex's bowling innings, that it kept a bit low, but it kind of, we didn't really see much of that as the innings went on, really.
No, but it's always from, seems to be with the bowlers bowling from this end.
I think perhaps it's slightly uphill. So actually it's maybe just dying in the pitch. I'm not too sure. It's full again and off the pads. Big ooh from Tara Norris. She thinks it was some millimetres. She thinks probably it was going to be close to an LBW.
Oh, Oh, and there's a catcher in now, isn't there? For the right-handed McLeod, a catcher at short mid-wicket. So Lancashire looking to be positive from the get-go. They know that Essex are probably short on confidence in the batting department.
Yeah, 5 fielders all in the ring on the offside here. That one's pushed out to backward point.
She's so accurate, it's Norris, and she has that movement away from the left-hander. She's just going to back herself to keep it on off stump or just outside. And I mean, there's plenty of gaps on the leg side if Scrivens can find them, but I think she'll do very well too.
Yeah, just the 2 fielders outside the ring, inside the power play. The first 10 overs, that is. At the moment, Lancashire have opted for a fine leg and a third man, both out there on the rope. That's full and straight again, just swinging away a fraction from Norris. It's really, really good bowling from her.
It's a 25-yard circle we've got here as well, little yellow dots, not a 30-yard circle.
Just keeps the pressure on that a little bit more. You can see as well, yeah, as I mentioned, 5 players inside the ring on the offside. You've got a backward point, a point and a cover point, all within a few yards of each other, just trying to stop Scrivens' strength of cutting that away through the offside. She does that one though nicely well, yet again running it off the face. She's done that a few times now, down to third man. And just mixes it up and brings the right-handed Lissy McLeod down to the other end, but it is the end of the over.
She's done quite a bit of travelling about as Tara Norris. Born in Philadelphia in the United States. Spent her early years in Spain before moving to England at the age of 8. And she played for Horsham Cricket Club, which is in Sussex, I believe. You've ever been to Horsham?
I don't think I have.
I've been there once.
Oh.
Been there once or twice, actually.
Nice.
I have a friend who lives not too far from there. Lovely part of the world.
And as you mentioned as well, born in the USA. Sorry, Bruce Springsteen there. But she does also play for the national team.
Get out. Get out. Switch your mic off.
I'll just sit here and be quiet and eat.
Yeah, I think that's for the best. Although I'll give you're very sharp. I'll give you very sharp. Coming out the blocks well after the break.
Yeah. I try my best.
That's what Essex will be hoping to do here as Scrivens faces up to cross. That's down the leg side, called wide by umpire Jarvis. So Essex 14 for 0 into the 4th over. It's just about building partnerships, and that's something Essex have struggled with. You know, having 2 batters going well together. It's often been in drips and drabs spread throughout the innings, or just relying on one person. We saw against Somerset, Amara Carr with an outstanding innings, but just had no real support. And against Warwickshire this time last week, it was Cordelia Griffith who was sort of trying to do it on her own. Ran out of partners ultimately. So there's a lot of pressure on Grace Scrivens, the skipper.
Yeah, you mentioned the game here last week against Warwickshire, and you did see when Scrivens and Griffith going well together that actually it looked pretty comfortable. So that is the key.
Crossbar to Scrivens are on that straight and played well on the front foot. Defensively into the offside by Scrivens, no run.
Yeah, I think if they can string some partnerships together, it's a more than chaseable total. It's higher than they've made all season though, 230. But there have been a lot of glimpses of the success that this side can have and had last year, winning the whole Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a team like made up of individuals who do know how to win. They've got that winning experience now and they can draw on that. It's been a difficult start, but they can certainly turn it round, and the best way to do that is to win here.
Yeah, get their first win of the season. Currently 3 losses. Lost to Durham first up, then to Warwickshire here last weekend, and on Thursday to Somerset.
Crossing again, and that's driven by Scrivens, and she's nailed that, but she's nailed it straight to short cover. That'll be no run. And there's a little shy at the stumps there. Just was McLeod backing up. They thought there was a half a chance. Your Lancashire, you can just tell, just sitting here, they're really buzzing. They're very vocal in the field, and you have to be when you haven't got a big total on the board to defend. It's Kate Cross. You got one slip in place, a couple of fielders in close, catching in the ring, and that's down the leg side, and it's not gathered cleanly by Ellie Thelkeld behind the stumps. It's a wide ball, and they hurry through for an extra run. McLeod is going to be on strike, just taking guard. As umpire James Middlebrook wanders across the square. So Essex also with a left-hand, right-hand opening combination, as was the case for Lancashire with Jones and Lamb. Here comes Cross bounding in, really attacks the crease, and that's straight defended up towards mid-on by Scrivens for no run. Yeah, Kate Cross, first woman in the Lancashire Academy back in 2006, made her England under-21 debut in 2007. 2013 she made her England ODI debut against the West Indies, and her Test debut came in 2014 against Australia, so she's got so much experience. That's well bowled. Good line, good length, just in that corridor uncertainty, but Lizzie McLeod does well to leave it alone, and that is the end of Cross's over. 4 overs gone, Essex going at 4s. 16 without loss, Scrivens on 7, McLeod on 6. The target, 231 runs to win.
Yeah, as
for
you
Essex.
say, a lot of experience with Kate Cross. She's just 2 games shy of 100 international matches in total. I'm sure she'll pick that up at some point this summer. England obviously hosting India in what could be quite a big series, looking to bounce back after a tricky Ashes down under with a new leadership team. So straight and attacking stumps again from Norris, just drifting away from Scrivens, or technically back into Scrivens that time, but looking dangerous. Yeah, with the recent announcement, I think since the last time we were here, that Nat Sciver-Brunt is taking over as England captain.
We did suspect that might be the case. She was the obvious candidate, wasn't she, with Heather Knight?
Defensive again, solid in defence.
Heather Knight giving up the role. But yeah, when we did talk about this last week, the amount of opportunities that there are going to be for new faces to break into that England squad, and lots of these players on the field today, I'm sure, will be eager to impress. And the England women's team looking to have a bit of a reset and a rebuild after that tough Ashes loss.
Slightly uppish from Scrivens, but controls that one in the end, keeps it down. Perhaps pushing her hands slightly at Norris's delivery there. And yeah, I think, as you mentioned, it's really, really good how strong this competition is. In the first few weeks, it's been great cricket, basically in every single game. We've had some ties, we've had a lot of absolute thrillers. Norris in again.
It's been very hard to predict results, hasn't it, as well?
Yeah, I think that actually is almost credit, or gives a lot more credit to this competition. The fact that it's been pretty close, a lot of the games, and pretty exciting stuff. So actually, if you're making runs in what is obviously a very high level of cricket, perhaps higher even than the regional stuff that we've had over the last few years. I think there's a few more international players floating about this year. The man Jade Wellington has been very good down in Somerset so far. Driven again from Scrivens, beats the first fielder but can't beat Potts behind her.
Yeah, a lot of exciting young talent as well. Grace Scrivens included in that. Looking to make a name for themselves with their county sides and then hopefully break into the international scene.
Norris and again for the final delivery of her over, and Scrivens tucks that one off her pad but can't find a scoring run, and that is a maiden for Norris.
Yeah, really well bowled. And just speaking of youngsters, did you see the 14-year-old for the Rajasthan Royals, Vaibhav Suryavanshi,
Crazy.
out in India, who hit, was it the second fastest?
35 ball,
35
100.
100 in the IPL.
Yeah. Only Chris Gale.
And he did it in what, 34 balls.
Yeah.
What were you doing when you were 14, Toby?
Not much, really. I think. I think I was sort of probably making 25 runs and thinking I was God's gift, you know.
The next Brian Lara.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. One to watch for the future, certainly, as Cross comes in again, bowling a third over. That's worked into the offside, and that's going to race away to the boundary, unless there's a good bit of fielding out there. No, it does just trickle over the boundary rope. 3 fielders in pursuit, can't get there. Lizzie McLeod finds the fence. She moves on to 10. A little bit short and a little bit wide from Cross, but when the bowler does give you a chance, you've got to take it as a batter. Watching the replay, it's a really nice stroke. She just opened the face last minute.
It's a little bit of a shame there was a good bit of pressure built up over the last couple overs.
Yeah,
And
just 4 off the first ball, and now
makes it
McLeod
easy
can
for Essex.
relax a little bit and try and work it about. Back on the money, Kate Cross. I said she's not going to bowl you 2 of them back to back. And this is good. Essex don't need to rush. They've moved on nicely, 20-0. Just put away your bad balls. Respect the good balls. There are going to be a lot of good balls, especially when you have Kate Cross bowling at you with an overcast sky, as it is now. Sun's just hidden behind some grey cloud here at Chelmsford. Cross comes steaming in. That's played nicely back straight, but Cross gets a right hand on it. You can just see when the cameras zoom in on her, the determination, steely determination and intent in Cross's eyes. She's been here, done it all before, knows every trick in the book. See McLeod just working that one from outside off stump into the leg side, bat just twisting in her hand slightly. No run. A few West Ham fans might be watching the live stream at the moment. Plenty of West Ham fans here in Essex. Kate Cross's dad, David, won the FA Cup with the Hammers in 1980. There you go, a bit of trivia for you. As Cross bowls to McLeod, who works that, digs it out, very full in length up to mid-on. No run. 1 ball left in this over, just the 4 from the first delivery. Cross bowled. Fielder out on the fence at fine leg. And possibly at third man, although I can't quite see from where we are. As that's clipped through mid-wicket. Really well timed by Lizzie McLeod, and that'll race away to the fence. 4 runs, so a 4 to start and a 4 to finish the over. Lizzie McLeod having no problems at the moment against England international. Essex move on to 24 without loss from 6 overs. Positive start for the Eagles.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot from Lizzie McLeod. You know, we're yet to have seen that this season. She's not made a notable score as of yet, but at the top of the order, she's perhaps given that a little bit more freedom. And there's only 2 fielders outside the ring, and she's making the most of it so far with some brilliant striking. That last one just flew to the rope. She cut away a couple as well, and looking in very good touch at the moment alongside her skipper, Grace Scrivens. Norris again now though, back to Scrivens. Yet again, keeps doing that. It's a very straight bowling, but Scrivens, quite smartly so, isn't looking to turn it too square where there is a vacant area, knowing that if she misses it could be a pretty simple decision for the umpire to raise the finger.
Yeah, not got many runs. The 2 matches Lizzie McLeod has played, 4 in the first games, and just 2 in the second. But she's a much better bat than those scores suggest.
Defended again from Scrivens. Yeah, I think even just from seeing some of her strikes today and the way she's been batting, you can tell how good and how dangerous she can be generally. .24 for naught Essex on. That one's pulled away nicely by Scrivens. Just for the single though. Finds the fielder out there on the fine leg boundary. Seren Smale, I think that is.
Fielder's all going to have to shuffle round here.
Just a bit annoying as much as anything else, isn't it, having a left-right combo? Talking about it in the last innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a bowler, you know, you might bowl 4 balls at a right-hander, get into your rhythm, and then the left-hander's on strike all of a sudden, and you've got to do something different.
Yeah, keeper up to the stumps now, trying to keep Lissy McLeod in the crease. She drives that one down the ground nicely, but doesn't quite get everything on it.
She really is tailing it back into the right-hander, isn't she?
I think that's probably the plan, isn't it? Try and get, really target Lissy McLeod stumps, really tail it back in, and they get the odd one, perhaps a fraction shorter, a fraction wider, and just get Lissy McLeod to maybe topple out the crease, kind of reaching for it. And then the keeper could be there to take a stumping. It's angled back in at the stumps again. But solid in defence was McLeod.
Fee Morris is in there catching at short mid wicket. She'll feel like she's definitely in the game. If one just isn't timed properly, it will just spoon up into her hands. That's certainly Lancashire's plan.
Driven nicely there, beats the fielder, and it's going to go all the way to the rope. No, it won't. Just loses all its pace in that outfield out there. They'll get back for a second. Didn't quite get a hold of it. But a lovely looking shot from McLeod to win that over. Just 3 from it. Norris has been very economical so far. 27 for naught after 7.
And the Essex batters there, Scrivens and McLeod, have been so positive, and that's exactly what we said they needed to be, isn't it? Against a really top bowling attack, you don't want to hang about when it's overcast like this. Against the new ball, you don't want to die wandering. You want to come out and play your strokes, and that's certainly what they've done. Been positive, they've ran well, picked off the bad balls, and just kept it simple more than anything else.
That's all that was needed, really. Just got to lay the platform, use the power play to their advantage, which is a couple fielders out, which they have done so far. A couple boundaries each. Scrivens.
Kate Cross is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Scrivens, bowling straight, and that's driven down the ground. Another good hand from Cross, fielding off her own bowling. Another positive stroke from the Essex skipper. She's finding the middle of the bat quite nicely in this opening passage of play. Essex won't be worried about the run rate now. It's just over 3.5 they're going at. But what's more important is that the wickets column is blank. As Cross is in again, all false starts, just pulls out at the last moment. Not happy with something in a run-up. And umpire Jarvis just waves her hands in front of her to signal that it's a dead ball. Cross will go back to her mark and reset. Top athlete, Cross, keen golfer as well. Are you into your golf, Toby?
I swing occasionally.
Oh, that just takes the outside half of Scrivens' bat. She's sort of turned inside out a little bit there. And fortunately for her, that just runs down along the ground to fielder at third man. They come through for a single.
Yeah, play the odd rounds. Not very successfully generally. Quite a few shots, but it just means I'm getting more bang for my buck,
Where'd you play? Must have some decent courses near you in Clapham?
Yeah, there's a couple around there. I used to play. There's one in Earlsfield that has unfortunately shut down since. some into the Roehampton way as well.
Oh, lovely. Perfect time of the year for it. That's just worked off McLeod's hip to find leg for a single.
Yeah, with the sun out, definitely have to try and get in a few rounds. Do you play golf?
Very, very, very poorly. Yeah.
We can go and have a very
We
bad round together.
We could have a very
at one
bad
point if
round
you want.
together, yeah. That'd be very nice. And there's some nice courses around here, to be fair. Not that I've played on any of them. I tend to stick to the cheaper ones where people who've never played before go. But crossing again, bowling all on again. That takes an inside edge. Just
Hoops in that one from cross.
Yeah, a bit of movement there from cross, bit of late movement, and that goes down to fine leg. But another single. The scoreboard keeps ticking along for Essex.
Yeah. On the replay here, it just tails in, and Scrivens does well to just get something on it. Otherwise, I think she'd probably be making her way back to the pavilion right now.
She did well. You just steer that round the corner. Here's cross again, bowling straight, just pops up off the pitch that one and worked into the leg side for no run. It was interesting. I saw Mark Wood responding to some of the criticism about the England men's team about that they're sort of too focused on golf rather than cricket. 'Cause I know they love their golf, and yeah, it's interesting. He was saying that they sort of don't want to be, associated as a golf team. They want to be a cricket known as a cricket team. It's cross, and that's defended by McLeod. But I always wonder if, do you think playing golf or being good at golf translate to cricket? Do you think there must be fairly transferable skills?
No, I want to say.
No?
I'm not really sure.
Have a good swing, clean, pure swing.
But I'd say cricket's probably got a little bit more to it than just a clean swing.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at someone like Jimmy Anderson, who has an incredibly low golf handicap, but also has an incredibly low batting average.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I think you can see where, and actually, I think it was, I can't remember if it was him and Alistair Cook were playing around a golf together, and he plays golf right-handed, Jimmy Anderson, but he bats left-handed. I think one of them suggested, or it might have been Graham Swan or someone, said to him, "Oh, why don't you have a go batting, batting right-handed like you play golf?" Apparently, it was even worse than his left-handed.
Oh, Jimmy. He's played some glorious innings in his.
Played about one.
It is so.
Hannah Jones on now, some slow left arm. That one's defended off the back foot.
Well,
by Scrivens.
I'd always find with Jimmy that he'd come out and he would always love to get out the reverse sweep. So maybe he could have a crack as a right hander. I was surprised he might.
And what, just only normal sweep?
Yeah, just a normal sweep. But
Used to feet here from Scrivens, down the ground.
Oh, what a shot.
Lovely. That's a brilliant shot there from Scrivens. Just gets to the pitch, the little dance down the pitch, and fires that one back past Hannah Jones for a boundary.
Oh, shot of the day that for me. Love to see that. All along the floor, use of the feet, drilled straight back past the bowler. You can't stop that.
No, that was fantastic from Scrivens. That was a bit shorter and just turned into the leg sides.
That's what happens when the batter comes out their crease and gets right to the pitch of the ball off, and the next ball is just dragged down a bit, so already you've thrown the bowler off their length.
That one's defended out to mid-wicket again. Two fielders out on the boundaries at the moment. One sweeping on the leg side, one on the off. Both pretty much on square, just in front. Use of feet again from Scrivens. This time skids on and takes the outside half of the bat, but she escapes down the other ends. And that will close her participation in this over. One ball to come. Hannah Jones will look to attack the right hander now. Good matchup for her against Lissy McLeod. Slight change to the field, but pretty similar. Thoughts of a slip, but instead they opt for a short fine leg. Listen, McLeod giving herself a lot of space. Use her feet straight away and down the ground. Can't quite beat the fielder at mid-off.
Kate Cross diving to her right. Does very well there.
35 for none after 9 overs. Just one more to come inside the opening power play. Grace Scrivens looking good on 15 off 30. Lissy McLeod similarly 17 off 24. It's been a very solid start for them.
Yeah, really positive start for the home team. And I think if they can just get through the next, 5-10 overs also without losing a wicket, then these two need to stay here as long as possible. That'd be an excellent base for Essex to build on. No need to worry about the runs too much. Get yourself in, take time to get yourself in, and then capitalise when you're set. Change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end. It is going to be Grace Potts.
Very exciting. Young bowler, just 22 years old, down with the Lions for a little bit this winter.
Yeah, definitely one who'll have full-time England ambitions on her mind, as Grace Scrivens just plays that defensively into the offside.
Just moved in a fraction, that one.
No Mahika Gore today. Do we know why she's available, just being rested?
I think so. Perhaps she's on one of the fast bowling contracts for England, so perhaps they had a say.
Managing her workload possibly. As here comes Potts again, the tall Potts who bowls that down the leg side. That will be a wide. Yeah, Essex did start off poorly in that regard in terms of how many extras they were giving away, but they quickly tightened things up, and it was much better than when they played Warwickshire this time last week. 42 extras they gave away. I imagine it was far less this afternoon. Potts, that's played late by Scrivens. Watch that right underneath her eyes and just opens the face, running it down to third man, rotates the strike.
Yeah, just 21 extras today for Essex. 18 wides. So I'm still sure there's still a few more than they'd have hoped for. I think we're meant to have Danny Warren join us again at some point today, so we can continue chatting with her.
Excellent. Potts again, and that is just clipped through mid-wicket, slightly uppish from McLeod, but it evades the fielder and runs to all the way to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, really nice shot that from McLeod. Just uses her feet a little bit to get down the pitch and an outside off stump, and can basically turn what would be a good length ball outside off into an almost half volley that's pretty straight at her, and allows her to just use her wrists and use her bottom hand to flick that one.
She just had a little shimmy there, didn't she? That's good. She committed to the stroke, so although it was uppish, she had enough power on it to lift it over the infield all the way for 4. Potts looking to respond now. And McLeod comes out of crease again and walks straight past that one, but that's a really good nut from Potts. Just nipped away from the right-hander off the pitch.
Yeah, another really, really good ball from Potts. She's had a great start to the over, and you can tell that just by the fact McLeod's wanting to get to the pitch. And we also see Threlkeld come up to the stumps again here, trying to keep Lissy McLeod in her crease. She's been using her feet well so far today.
Potts bowling, that's short and wide outside off stump, and that's hit into the gap. Might not have the legs to go all the way to the fence, but it will certainly be 2 runs for Lissy McLeod. Didn't quite time it. Hit the inside half of her bat, but they do hurry back for a second. 2 more to the total. 2 more for Lissy McLeod, who moves on to 23. The score for Essex, 43 now.
Yeah, that was almost too wide for McLeod to actually get a good connection with. She kind of had to reach for that, but did well to pick the gap. Adds a couple to the total.
Again short and again wide, and this time Lissy McLeod takes full advantage and sends her to the fence. 4 runs, so that's an expensive over for Lancashire. I think 11 runs coming off it. And Grace Potts, not the best of starts there.
Of the first
12 in fact, because there was a wide in there, and that is the end of the power play. Essex have had a very successful first 10 overs, 47 have outlost. Scrivens on 16. McLeod has raced on to 27 from 28 balls, and there's a bit of discussion going on amongst some of the Lancashire players now, involving Ellie Thelkeld and a couple of her bowlers.
Yeah, it was tricky, that one for Potts. She started well, I thought, in the over. And they just gifted a couple boundaries and a few short ones. I think perhaps McLeod used to the feet.
It just threw her off her length, didn't she? And then she tried to hang it out a bit wider. And McLeod said, thanks very much, and helped herself.
Yeah, pretty similar positions, the two teams, after the ends of the power play. Jones will continue here with the left arm. Scrivens defends. Yeah, Lancashire were 51 for none after 10 overs. Essex 47, so just 4 runs shy. But a crucial opening stand between these two so far. Use of feet again from Scrivens, drives nicely. Could find the gap. It does indeed. Glorious drive there from Scrivens. Uses her feet, dances down the pitch, and just places that one expertly between extra cover and cover, and brings up the 50 partnership as well. Off 10.2 overs, 41 minutes. And with a fair few boundaries in there too.
Essex off to a flyer here, and I'll tell you, Grace Scrivens did really well there, because she came down the track, and I thought for a moment she was going to try and hoik that over sort of long on, but she had looked like she adjusted at the last minute and instead opened up and played it through the covers. Great stuff.
Short again and pulled away nicely from Scrivens, but there is a fielder out there on the boundary.
But this is it now for Essex, and Scrivens in particular. She's got starts in all of the games she's played in so far, but hasn't been able to capitalise. Now she's got herself in. She needs to build and try and go as big as she can. Easier said than done.
Yeah, 8 boundaries from that opening 51 run stand currently. Defended again, this time from McLeod. Yeah, McLeod has been more of the aggressor. She's managed to hit 5 boundaries, striking it almost a runnable. Scriven's been a little bit more watchful. That's driven, kind of forced down to long on, just for a single though. Nice little flick. And just to turn the strike over again. Yeah, Scriven's been a little bit more watchful, which I think is pretty sensible. Allowing Lissy McLeod to go about it down the other end.
I guess the key for the run chase here is just breaking it down into manageable chunks, isn't it? Not getting overwhelmed by the total as a whole. Take that 230, 231 out of your head and go, right, can we get to 75? And can we get to 100, you know? These two want to stay here together for as long as possible to give Essex the best chance of winning the match. You know, Jonathan Trott always used to say, I think he broke it down into just 5 runs even, or 10 runs. Can I be here in 10 runs? Where's my next 10 runs coming from? And then, I mean, you know, his record speaks for itself, so clearly there's something in his approach. As that is just edged down to third man by McLeod.
Another really dangerous ball from Potts. We've seen a few of those now. Angled in, just nips away a fraction.
Yeah,
Finds the outside edge of McLeod's bat.
that's where you want to be. But she played it with quite soft hands, did McLeod. There's no slip in place as well, so it's safe if the bowler does find the edge like she did there. As Potts is in, bowling to Scrivens this time. That's slightly back of a length, and Scrivens opens the face, runs it down to third man. They're going to think about 2. Scrivens turns and says, no, wait there. Just the 1 run. It's good. Essex are just in between hitting these boundaries. They're just rotating the strike, ticking things along, making Lancashire think about where they can plug the gaps and then finding new gaps. And it's a really good start from Essex. Here's Potts again. That's short, that's wide, and that's drilled straight down the ground. Will that beat the fielder? It does, and that's going to go all the way to the fence for 4 runs. A sliding effort from the fielder at mid-off, but it isn't enough to prevent Lissy McLeod from picking up yet another boundary. She races into the 30s. That was another poor delivery from Potts, wasn't it?
Yeah, too short that time, and it looked like McLeod was going to try and slash that one through the covers, but in the end it kind of, I think, maybe moved back in a fraction, and she hit it straight back down the ground with quite an unorthodox looking shot.
Short again, worked off her hip for a single. So a boundary and then 1 run from McLeod. Yeah, that certainly wasn't, I don't think, was she originally planned to hit the ball. But she got it to the rope, and that's all that matters. Scrivens will have strike now, so Potts has already gone for 7 in this, her second over. She's been expensive, struggling for a bit of consistency. Needs to try and pitch it up if she can. That's much better. Tight to off stump there, just back of a length. Forcing Scrivens to play defensively.
Yeah, that's the one she needs to bowl, really. Just top of off, bang on. She's been a little bit too short, a little bit too full at times, a little bit too wide. She's just allowing some easy scoring.
Oh, and Scrivens has done it again. She's just played with soft hands, run it down to third man for a single. That ball didn't really get up much either. But Scrivens, what she's done well in this innings is she's played the ball really late. She's playing with the ball right underneath her eye line. She'll keep the strike for the next over.
To be fair, those final 2 deliveries from Grace Potts were bang on. Even though Scrivens managed to get a single off the last one, it was more down to clever batting than to a poor ball. And so it's good to see a little bit more consistency from Potts, and Scrivens will, I'm sure, continue to try and score where possible, even off the good balls. And McLeod has looked to be a lot more aggressive and try and hit bowlers off their lengths. Hannah Jones into her 3rd over now, and Scrivens used his feet, but just sends it towards extra cover.
Hannah Jones, I saw someone describe her action as fuss-free, which I quite liked. I thought that was quite a nice description.
It's a very good description. It is very fuss-free. It's very simple. So it jogs up, and there's not limbs going everywhere like there are with some actions.
Dan Lawrence's springs to mind.
That's a very, very good call.
Frog in a blender, he's been described as.
Feet again from Scriven, slightly uppish, but to the right of that catching fielder in extra cover.
Yeah, didn't have a head over the ball that time, just playing away from her body there, hence it's gone up in the air. She'll be annoyed at herself there, Scrivens, but she gets the single.
That one's cut away. Going to just about beat the fielder at backward point. Just for a simple single. And yet again turning over the strike. See a few fielders warming up in and around. Jones in again, and Scrivens just defends it this time. That was Fee Morris in there at backward point, just practicing her action a little bit. I'm sure we'll see Emma Lamb as well, who's been in good form with the ball too. Reverse sweep comes out uppish, and it's almost a spectacular take, too far in the end. And another fantastic shot from Grace Scrivens. Pulls out the reverse. There's a lot of space either side of Fee Morris at backward point, and that's exactly what Scrivens picks out.
Oh, touch of class there from the Essex skipper. Quick wrists, and she just pummels that to the fence. Would have been a spectacular catch had it gone to the fielder, but she hit it with such conviction that it evaded the fielder there at point. 4 runs, that will give her some more confidence. Scrivens 67 for naught now. Essex off 13 overs. They're off to a flyer here.
And yeah, we will see Fee Morris come into the attack for a little bit of off spin.
New bowler for Lancashire.
Fee Morris,
number
who
31, Fee
she
Morris.
set the record for the best 100 figures, didn't she? Was that 2023? I think.
Possibly even 2022, but yeah, it was
Possibly she took five
couple of years
for
ago.
7, and I'm not sure it's been matched. has
No.
it? In either the men's or the women's 100 competition. She comes into bowl to McLeod. McLeod just plays that up to long on and takes a single.
Was the first fiver of the women's game as well, the women's 100.
For the Manchester Originals. A lot of these Lancashire players playing for the Manchester Originals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's much movement over the coming years. You know, with the counties perhaps having a bit more liberty to get involved, and players are perhaps much more likely to move location. So, you know, with the change in ownership, there's probably more money coming into the game too.
Almost a wide ball, just thrown down the leg side by Fee Morris. Is that going to go to the boundary? No, it's not. Holds up, but they do hurry through for a couple of runs as well. So bonus runs for Essex. They'll take those all day long. And Fee Morris has enjoyed success against quite a few of these Essex players, playing against the Sunrisers. Took a fifer back in 2020. Or was this a top edge from Grace Scrivens, who's playing a sweep shot, but that's going to land safe. No one there at the fielding at 45. So another 2 to the total. Scrivens moves on to 30.
Gets away a little bit with that one there, but a fairly safe shot actually, with only one fielder out there right on the boundary, on square.
Comes Morris again, bowling round the wicket. That's down the leg side. Not a great delivery, and Scrivens, I feel she's missed out there because that was a bit of a free hit. Umpire Jarvis puts her arms out. Wide ball. So 6 runs already off this over. Only 2 legal deliveries have been bowled. Scrivens just flicks that from outside off into the leg side and takes the single. Fee Morris in again, bowling to McLeod, and that's defender. Think about a single. There's a bit of a stop-start from Scrivens. Oh, and wicket-keeper just gets that caught up in her hands. Ellie Threlkeld was going to have a shot at the stumps, but didn't quite get that right. Another good quick single taken.
Yeah, good running in the end. There was as you say, not quite a mix-up, but a little fraction of a hesitation between the two of them. But once they got going, it was safe home in the end.
Morris to Scrivens. That's a full toss, and that is hammered, but it's hammered straight to a fielder, and it'll just be 1 run. Not a great ball, but those are often the balls that gets wickets because you think, oh, I've got to hit this out of the park, and then you end up spooning it straight to the fielder. So Scrivens has done well to roll her wrists and keep that down. So the last ball of the over is just defended by Lizzie McLeod. 14 overs gone at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford. Essex are 77 without loss.
Yeah, a brilliant start so far for the home sides, but Lancashire are never going to be far away from fighting back into this game, especially with the challenges Essex have had with the bat so far this season. But also, Lancashire were well on top at one stage with the bat. They were made 106 for their first wicket partnership. Jones in again now, continues. That one's just prodded into the offside. 4th over now for Hannah Jones. Bowled the penultimate over inside the power play and has continued on since. And reverse out again. Missed it, and there's the wicket. Scrivens smashed it for 4 last over, but this time can't connect. And it's a big breakthrough. The England under-19 captain ends up back in the pavilion. She makes 32 or 48 in the end. And Essex find themselves on 77 for 1.
Did she need to do that, Toby?
It's a tricky one. It was, it can be a very productive shot for her.
Bowled by Hannah Jones.
Probably just a fraction straight to be trying to play that shot too, but
I also feel it was a possibly. There's always a risk involved in playing a shot like that, and obviously she nailed it the over before. But I think as she's walking off there, she'll be thinking, why did I not just play that with a straight bat? Because it was very full.
yeah, you can see it right up there and just misses it. She'll be very disappointed, as you say, with it. But it brings Cordelia Griffith to the crease, coming off the back of a brilliant innings here at Chelmsford. This time last week, made 72. Final wicket to fall, batted for best part of 40 overs.
Yeah, didn't have as successful a day out in the last match against Somerset, but we know what Cordelia Griffith can do with the bat, and Essex will need her today now that they've lost their skipper. Cordelia Griffith brings a lot of experience out to the middle with her.
Defended first up for Griffith.
And
You just feel a little bit of a change in tide perhaps now.
yeah, Lancashire's just woken up after that. And again, it's another start for Scrivens, and another start she's not really been able to capitalise on. So I imagine she'll be set up there, kicking herself.
Defended again from Griffith. Yeah, she was probably the most important player last year for the Sunrisers in their trophy victory. Defended again from Griffith, and thoughts of a quick single, but another dot, and that ends up being a wicket maiden there for Hannah Jones. When we look back at the end of the game, that could be critical if Lancashire end up winning this game.
Well, it's her first reaction. Toby, it's come to the fore again. She just does the basics really well, and she just grinds batsmen down, just hits her areas, hits her lines and lengths.
Yeah, when you look back to last season, Grace Scrivens made 104 50s from the 16 matches she played, averaged 50 bang on with the bat, and she's just lacked that a little bit this year so far. There's a lot of starts, as you mentioned. I'm sure she'll find form again soon.
As Fee Morris continues from the Graham Gooch end, that's bowled short and outside of stump, but played defensively by Lizzie McLeod, who's going at a runner ball, 37 off 37. Oh, just has a go at that one outside off stump, and it's well taken by Ellie Felkeld. No run. You can hear the Lancashire fielders now, can't you? A little bit more chat out there. Oh, and McLeod plays across the line. A bit of a hoik. Oh, and there's a misfield out in the deep, and that is a bonus for Essex. Really tame piece of fielding by Schmal out there at deep mid-wicket. Her bowler won't be very pleased with her. I shouldn't imagine that's a bonus. Lizzie McLeod moves on to 41. That's worked for mid-wicket again. Oh, brilliant piece of fielding.
Eve Jones, that is fantastic. She made 57 with the bat and still out there throwing herself around.
Yeah, diving away, one-handed.
Probably stopping another boundary.
Yeah, gathered really well. Here's Morris again. Fires that one in. That's short, and that's turned around the corner. And that might have the legs to go all the way to the rope. No, it won't. There's two fielders converging, and it's Hannah Jones who's going to do the fielding. But they do get back for a couple.
Yeah, really smart that from McLeod. She realised that it was a bit of a drag down, or at least bowled into the pitch, and managed to pivot and roll her wrists on top of it, and it just kind of started to run away there.
Oh, and that's played through the cover point region by McLeod, and she's going to keep the strike for the next over. So 16 overs gone here. Essex 84 for 1. Griffith new to the crease on naught. McLeod 43 or 44 now after that single of 43 balls, so striking it more than a run of ball. Essex B then happy with the two sides?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're in a reasonably similar position to where Lancashire were at the same stage, actually, though. And you could kind of see how Lancashire started to struggle as wickets fell, and with the spin kind of dominating through the middle overs for Essex. So there's still a lot for Essex to do with the bat. That's floated up and, beats everything there. Big booming drive from McLeod, and it don't know how that misses everything. It's a good take by Threlkel behind the stumps.
Yeah, very good take.
Jones in again. Another big drive, slightly chipped back, but straight into the pitch, I think.
Oh, the move to the top of the order has worked well so far for Lissy McLeod.
She punishes that one down the ground. Going to set off a quick single. Could be tight, but the non-strikers, but Cordelia Griffiths was quick there. I think he probably should have gone there. Tara Norris should have gone for the bowler's end, probably. McLeod looked a little bit slow once she got underway. And Cordelia Griffith covered a lot of ground in a short space of time. Quick between the wickets she is. Yeah, and very strong forward defensive there from Griffith. Shorter and cut away nicely there to get down the other end. Just sort of rocks back and uses her wrists to guide that one out to the fielder on the cover boundary.
Off the mark, Griffith. Always nice as a batter, especially when you got naught the game before. Get yourself off the mark.
That's hit up in the air. It's going to be gone. It is. That's another crucial wicket. Both openers now end up back in the pavilion. Floated up by Hannah Jones, and McLeod's lulled into the false sense of security, looking to go over the top, but doesn't connect, and instead offers a simple catch to Tara Norris.
Well, that's disappointing from Lissy McLeod. She'd done so well to get herself into the 40s, and I think Essex had sent her up the top of the order to have a go and be positive, and she'd done exactly that. And I'm just gutted for her that she's not going to be able to get to 50, because I say she certainly deserved it. And yeah, really clever piece of bowling by Hannah Jones, just tossed it up there, and McLeod fell for the trap.
Yeah, very much so. 45 or 47 in the end, though. A very good innings. A very useful innings for Essex. She's making sure the run rate's well above the required run rate. It's currently 5.06 required, just down at 4.4, but we know how quickly that run rate can dip outside the power play if wickets continue to fall.
Yes, it feels like it's Lancashire who are probably in the driving seat now, because we've seen that Essex middle order collapse a couple of times already, and they're going to have to dig in and be strong here now. The home team, both openers back in the hut. Again, getting in and getting out. And Griffith and Grucock, the two new batters at the crease, have some work to do. Fee Morris with the ball in hand. Bowling to Griffith, who just pushes that into the offside, and it's hit and run. Steals a quick single. Good running between the wickets. Just a slight adjustment of the field for the new batter, Jodie Grucock. Deep square leg is going to come up. Inside the ring. For the left-handed Jodie Grucock, so she's got a deep cover, deep square and a deep mid-wicket. I said 2 fielders there are, in fact, out on the leg side. 1 out on the offside. Morris bowling. Around the wicket, that's clipped into the leg side to the vacant mid-wicket region. They come through for a single. Jodie Grucock is off the mark. That's all about resetting, isn't it? Going again, just getting yourself in. They've still got so much time. Essex, they've got 32 and a half overs, in which they only need 140 odd, 143. Again, a cheeky single taken by Cordelia Griffith, just turns it round the corner into the leg side, hurries through for 1.
It's exactly what's needed, though. I remember the partnership between Katie Mack and Fee Morris that they put on about 54, just under. 35, I think it only was actually in the end, but they just kept easing through for quick singles. And actually, if you can't find the boundary, it doesn't matter if you're scoring 4 or 5 singles and over, and then the odd boundary, every 3 overs.
Absolutely, here's Fee Morris again, bowling, and that's smacked away on the back foot on the pull, and is that going to go for 4? No. Thought it might be a catch even for the fielder running round on the boundary edge, just bounces short, and a single is taken. Grucock saw it dragged down short by the bowler and took it on. So at the end of the 18th, Essex are 90 for 2. And it is going to be Hannah Jones to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Excited to say that Danny Warren will be joining us at the end of this over. Can talk everything Essex. And Jones into bowl now. Cut away nicely from Grucock. Just for a single though. Out through the covers again. Give herself a little bit of room. The ball turning back into her. That one's guided really, really delicately. Lovely shot there from Griffiths. She can get back for a second in the end, but smart cricket as much as anything else, just to run the ball off the face. No risk at all. And just picks up 2 easy runs.
Yeah, really smart cricket shot that, and Essex don't have to worry too much about the run rate. They're going at over 5s, thanks to the strong start made by the opening pair.
Defended this time from Griffith though.
So they're well up with what's required, so these two have got a chance to bat themselves in, take a bit of time.
Floated up from Jones, full toss. Just sent out for a single in the end. But a very safe one at that.
She's done well to roll her wrists and keep it down with those ones. You've got to go all the way up and back yourself to hit it into the stands or keep it on the floor. Don't get caught in between.
Solid again from Grucock. Jones in for the final ball of her 6th over now. Currently got figures of 2 for 23. Both big wickets she's managed. Shorter this time and pulled nicely from Grucock. She's not got a hold of everything there, but I think about 2, just the 1 in the end. Fielder out in the deep. Katie Mack picks up and sends that one back in. 95 for 2, Essex are.
And I will make way for Danny Warren, Essex's performance director.
$19 overs gone. Still a little bit of time. A long time, sorry, still to go in this game for Essex. Danny, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. We said a little bit of time. I thought I drifted off for a few overs there. We're closing in towards the 20th over here. So nice game playing out in front of us.
In comes Fee Morris again and defended. Just a simple defensive shot there from Grewcock. I'm sure Morris is going to try and fly through these overs again. That one's turned around the corner nicely, just for a single. What was the feeling after the first innings then? I'm sure the girls were thrilled with how they managed to fight back into it.
Yeah, it was a typical football match, wasn't it? It was a game of two halves, that first innings. Really came out of the blocks quickly. It looked like there was hardly anything there for the bowlers in the first 25. Plodded away as Fee Morris comes in, played back to her by Cordelia Griffith. And I guess the drinks break brought its magic. I think 131 for one at drinks, and you're thinking this is a Chelmsford pitch without a huge amount in it. They've given us another belter, and we're going to be chasing a bit of leather, but really sticking there. A couple of quick wickets from Kate Coppack after the break, and look, it was I think 99 for 7 again. Just played down the ground by Cordelia Griffith there, through for a single, and they to pull them back to be chasing 131 is a great effort, and credit to all the bowlers. I think Abdahar Maksud coming in, having played our first game on Thursday down in Somerset, and to come back in and sort of back that one up with 3 wickets today was brilliant to see.
In comes Morris again and just defended from Grewcock.
But really all of the batters did, and what we saw there was when you do get the spin comes on after the ball gets a bit older, it becomes a tiny bit tougher to score runs than it might do at the beginning of the game. And there's going to be some tests between now and the end of this innings. As you were just saying a second ago, there's plenty of time. We've got off to a good start. We've built a partnership. We've built a platform. There's no need to rush our way through here, but we've got to be wary that you don't want to chase the game. So we want to try and stay ahead of it for as long as we can, and give ourselves a chance to be doing it in those sort of singles rather than looking for anything more. So an interesting period of play coming up, I think, Toby.
Absolutely. What did Grace say something in particular then during that drinks break? Because it was almost, as you say, game of 2 halves, and just almost like a new Essex team came out.
If she did, I probably can't repeat it on air for many reasons. But look, I think the girls know the game changes quickly. We all know that from a cricket perspective. So whatever they said was just keep going. Hannah Jones is back on here at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Played down to extra cover by Jodie Grewcock, and whatever they said, I'm sure it was, stick to your process, keep believing in yourself. 1 wicket brings another, and it's the old adage, if you add 2 on, it looks very different, doesn't it? So a similar conversation, I'm sure, took place as these guys were moving between overs, as the first innings partnership, or first wicket partnership, was building. Get one, you might get that second. So now the scoreboard looks a little bit more in the balance than it might have done before they got that first wicket.
Defended again from Grewcock. 98 for 2, 20 and a bit overs in.
And the overs do go quickly when you've got 2 spinners working in tandem. So it's got to be careful not to let that scoreboard get away from you.
Hit back down the ground from Grewcock, but can't beat Hannah Jones, who is into her 7th over now. They only have 3 more to go after this one. We just need to see whether she might just bowl 10 straight. That was defended down the ground, but no run. Good fielding there from Eve Jones. Cuts that across nicely for that one.
Yeah, Lancashire have got a number of spin options in their lineup today, so I'm sure they'll be working out how to juggle those. So your left arm spinner is someone that you just played out to deep cover there by Jodie Grewcock to pick up a single off the last ball. Counting to 6 very nicely there, Jodie. Well done. They've got a number of options, whether they choose to build on the momentum that Hannah Jones has created here and continue bowling her. There'll be more to come once they're done. So,
Speaking of spinners, how impressed were you with the sort of the trifecta plus script Grace, I guess, but the 3 spinners who bowled quite a lot in the end. Sophia Smale struggled on the first 2 overs, went for 15, but then fought back really well. And alongside of the 2 leggies, Maksud and Grewcock, both very economical and picked up a couple wickets each as well.
Yeah, like we obviously had a feeling it was going to be a bit more of a batter's wicket going in with just the two frontline seamers for this game. So there was a lot of pressure on them, and I think that the first and foremost they handled that pressure brilliantly because they knew that there was quite a lot riding on their partnership and their contribution to the game. I think, in fairness to Sophia Smale, she was asked to bowl her first over in the last over of the power play, which is never an easy job as a spinner.
Cut away there for Grewcock. Change of bowling Emma Lamb, and that is the 100 up as well for Essex. Good way to get there. Griffith and Grewcock going well. Both on 7 at the moment.
Yeah, so the downside of having that two-pronged pace attack, if you like, is that someone's probably going to have to come on and bowl within the power play from your spin unit. So Sophia took that one on. It's never easy, especially when you've got a relatively short boundary, as we have got one side here today. So from that perspective, her figures probably got ruined slightly, as she didn't get that chance to get into the game that you might do if you had your four fielders out. But again, they all bowled brilliantly. They stuck to their task. They kept believing that they had the opportunity to take wickets. They created opportunities. As Cordelia Griffiths just works again out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. The opportunities kept coming. We didn't grab every single one of them, but we kept believing, and ultimately, they gave us inroads, didn't they? Those two.
I'm in again now, and Grewcock pushes that one out through the covers for a single. Yeah, you mentioned the fielding. Obviously, Jo dropped a couple. One really, really tricky one, and one I'm sure she would have hoped to have caught herself. But the fielding otherwise, I thought was sort of top notch, and it's been something that struck me with the 2 games I've been here for Essex. It's been just a very, very high standard.
There's Emma Lamb just bowls Cordelia Griffith, and it's played there to mid wicket, no run. I think this standard across the board is brilliant, isn't it? Like we're now seeing it can change games. Some fielding, and again, final ball of the over, dot ball just to finish. I think the standard, it changes games at times. Those wickets or something in the field, like we saw a couple of stops in the ring that saved a run. That means that a different batter's on strike. Look at Flo Miller, Cordelia Griffith, Jo Gardner herself were absolutely phenomenal out on the boundary. Like from where we're sitting, our left-hand side is an incredibly large bit of space. There's some very big pockets out there. There were some big chases on. So, I think everyone knows that it's an area of the game that you've got to back each other up on. You've got to make sure that you're there for your mate. And again, the girls work really, really hard at making sure that they are in the best position and give themselves the best chance to take those opportunities. Whether they're easy or hard, you're always disappointed when they don't stick. But when they do, it's deserved credit.
Straight down the wicket there for Jodie Grewcock.
Hannah Jones continues to bowl. She's into her 8th over, which I'm sure has been noted by the batters sitting on the balcony.
That's full toss and slapped out through the covers. Yeah, you'd assume she'll just finish off her set now, and then that'll be her done. Other spin you mentioned, you've already seen Emma Lamb has come on at the other ends. There's also seam option of Danielle Collins if they need to. That one's smashed over mid-wicket. It's going to be 4 runs. Brilliant shot from Cordelia Griffith, just latching onto that and sending that with complete confidence over mid-wicket. Just easing any pressure that might have been being built anyway. Brilliant shot.
You've got to be patient. You wait for those balls. She saw the opportunity to go over the extra cover line and to a pretty accessible pocket down there, so eases the pressure slightly by getting that boundary. It's been a few balls since we've managed to hit one of those, and it's always nice to get one over the ropes.
Jones in again. Defended this time from Griffith. Jones back on the money, so sensible from the batter. That was a bit shorter and pulled away again. Could be in the gap. No, it's just out to the fielder. Over on the boundary out there, Fee Morris. Thought perhaps it might have been able to pierce that gap, the 2 fielders out there. Final ball of the over for Hannah Jones. Defended from Grewcock. 108 for 2, 23 overs gone now. run rate just dipping a fraction the last couple overs. Been tight bowling from Lancashire. There's still a long time to go, not even at the drinks break yet. A couple more overs for that. I assume that's got to be the plan for these two, just to keep batting and bat deep. And the big partnership is when the partnerships have been built. That's really when it seemingly the batting's become easier.
Yeah, and I think any match you play in any conditions you're in are slightly overcast, so you're never out of it as a bowler. The longer you're there, the easier it is to get the pace of the pitch, to understand the game plan. So like you guys were saying when I first walked into the box, that you don't have to do anything too extravagant right now. We've set a platform, both with the second half of the first innings with the ball, that has allowed us to not be going after the game in a way that means you have to take risks. So yeah, accumulators is the key here. Make sure that you're the person that does the job. You're the spark that takes the team home. And look, if these two can continue to bat together, wait for those balls that give them the opportunity to get over the rope, but also. And speaking of that, Jodie Grewcock's picked up one behind square, but it's just been cut off on the boundary. If you can't do that, where's your single options? If you go in at 4, 5 and over, then you're well in touch and you're going to get the opportunities to score bigger on occasion as well.
No, definitely in. Again for Lamb. That was cut away nicely by Griffith, just rotating the strike. 3 runs from the first 4 balls of this over. That's all that's needed really, just to slowly tick along these two, as we've been talking about. It's currently for Jodie Grewcock, 2 fielders out on the leg side, both pretty square. And a sweeper out on the off too, just in front on the covers. That's driven down the ground, got straight back to the bowler in the end. Lamb unable to bowl at all last season. She had surgery on her back at the beginning of 2024, but she's back in the wickets already this year. Defended again. Equal 4th on the wicket takers list with 6 at the moment.
And she must be right up there with the bat as well. She's got out of the blocks this season, which is, look, she's a quality cricketer who you want to be firing. You want her to be putting her hand up and showing Charlotte Edwards, the New England head coach, that she's got more in the tank, because she probably feels that she has unspent business up at England level. So that we obviously don't wish her too well on occasions when we're on the opposition, but you want to see the best cricketers out there playing their best cricket. That's what the women's game in this country needs, to regularly have that competition and to have players shouting for their attention of the selectors. So yeah, again, hope she's not too successful. We managed to snaffle her just before she got 2 in with the bat earlier on, but yeah, she'll be desperate to play a part. She's a Lancashire through and through, isn't she? So she'll really want to be trying to do something to help her team.
Cross in again, back into the attack, driven down the ground nicely. That'll be something that'll be interesting to see how Lancashire do try to balance it. They do have 3 frontline spinners with Lamb, Jones and also Fee Morris, who have all bowled so far today, but they also have 3 seamers who they'll likely want to rotate through as well, with Cross back into the attack. Defended solid again from Griffith.
I wonder if there's a little bit in Ellie Threlkell's mind about the success that Kate Koppak had, just coming back and bowling a couple overs in the middle, followed up by Eva Gray at the same end, if I remember rightly. So I wonder if there's a little bit there that the spinners had started to do the job, but to make sure that you don't let the batters settle. Let's keep the seams coming round, and they've got a pretty balanced attack.
Oh, big slash there from Griffith, and just evades the stumps off the inside edge, straight into the ground, and I think it just bounces enough to go over the top. You get through for a single, but we know how much she loves to try and be aggressive through the offside in particular, often very successfully. But it can be her downfall from occasion as well. Cross in, the England seamer. Big drive from Grewcock, but straight to extra cover. They're going to scamper through for a single. Slight misfield there from Fee Morris in extra cover. And yeah, on the spinners, 3 wickets for Abtaha Maqsood. How impressed were you with her? She's been phenomenal the 2 games she's played for you guys.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, and I'm so pleased for her. She's bided her time. She was away with Scotland at the beginning of this season, which meant that her pre-season was slightly curtailed. She was due to join the squad for the first game up in Durham, and came back with what you sometimes come back from Pakistan with, as some of the other Scotland girls did. So was unwell for a couple of days, and yeah, she's been patient for her opportunity. We love watching her go and play for Scotland. Putting on her national shirt is what every player wants to do. So when she gets that opportunity, we're more than happy for her to go away and do that.
And turn into the leg sides.
And the great thing this year is obviously coming back, having just played 50 over cricket in some really challenging conditions. Having done well, she performed brilliantly during that tournament. At times it was very difficult for the bowlers to get anything in those games, but she certainly showed us that she was ready and raring to go. So I'm always pleased when any of the players are being successful, but someone like Abtaha has really she's been patient, and she's earned the opportunity, and she wants to contribute to the team doing well. She's a great team player, whether she's in the team or not. So yeah, three wickets today to back up the ones that she took on Thursday, albeit in a losing cause. Is brilliant to see, but she'll also want to be the one that contributed 3 wickets in a winning cause. So hopefully the batters can do that job for her.
Yeah. And also you mentioned the fact that there were only 2 seamers. She came in for, originally Lissy McLeod and last game, and then this game Esme McGregor misses out, and we saw when we were in Chelmsford this time last week, Sophie Monroe was playing. So you have a lot of different options within the squad. How are you sort of balancing the fact that you want to obviously try and give everyone games where possible and try and keep everyone within the group sort of happy with their game time as well?
Yeah, I think it's when you're a winning team, it's hard to change the formula. When you're looking for that spark, then sometimes you might need to look to do something different. Sophie, unfortunately, is ruled out with injury for the period at the moment, so we're not going to see her available to play in the near future. But look, she's a massive part of our squad. But we haven't even had Kelly Castle on the park yet, but she's taken a lot of wickets in her professional career over the last few years with Sunrisers. So there's a lot of options for Andy to play. There's the question marks that any coach would ask is, how do you want to juggle your batters, your bowlers? And it's nice when you've got players in the top order that will also bring you some bowling options, because it allows you to get more balance further down the order. But we've got a very capable batters coming in at 8, 9 and even 10. So it's a challenge. Thankfully, I don't have that challenge. That's why that's why Andy's in charge of that side of things, because it's a difficult call to make. And you could sit here on a different day where we had toiled in the field and you're going, why didn't we pick a third seamer? But ultimately, from a bowling perspective, it worked for him today. And I'm sure he'll be looking at the pitch and going, when we head up to Loughborough, what's the right balance for here? We know that we've got options to come in. We didn't even I don't think we saw Jo Gardner bowl today. We only saw Grace Scrivens bowl 3 overs, if I remember rightly. So we've got some off-spin options that we didn't need to call on today. And that's absolutely brilliant for Grace as a captain, but also for Andy and the coaching staff to be able to juggle when they do their selection.
And I guess once they have made that selection, they kind of have to just stick with it and know that there was the right thought process behind it. And as long as there's that, even if the payoff doesn't come, they can still be happy with their choices. And that's something that you really need to just focus on, I guess, as a team.
Yeah, it's the same for anyone, isn't it? When you make a decision with the best intentions, you do it for the right reason. And then, look, our job is to prepare these players to go out there and then trust them to do their job. So ultimately, I guess my job is to work with the support staff, and the decision they make, I trust, is a decision that they believe is the right one to do for any given match. We're always trying to find the formula that will win every match that we go out and play. So yeah, there's method behind the madness, I suppose, and hope that it pays off more often than it doesn't.
Absolutely. 114 for 2 currently drinks. The players are just getting back to their positions to keep going. It's a good partnership so far between these two. About 30 they've put on the 2 of them. Cordelia Griffiths 17 off 27. Jodie Grewcock 12 off 27, just ticking along slowly. Emma Lamb to continue. Solid in defence again from Griffiths, sorry. Run rate and required run rate pretty even at the moment, but we've seen that you can expand with wickets in hand later on in the innings if you need to. That was pushed into the offside nicely. Doesn't beat the dive though, at extra cover of Fee Morris.
Yeah, with all the information that's available now, I'm never really sure if required run rate and run rate in the smaller size chases are actually as relevant as we sometimes make them out to be. All things being equal, you're looking to go along at more than 4.5 and over anyway. So starting to panic, and there's one that's gone through, but they haven't managed to get through for an overthrow. All things being equal, you probably want to be going along at 5 and over, 6 and over at certain phases of the game. So getting caught up on whether you're above or below 4 and 4.7 as a required rate probably isn't the most important stat that's out there. Just caught the edge there as one runs away down towards third man. Grace Potts in chase, and it's just a single to Cordelia Griffith. I tend to look more at the DLS score as that kind of, whether it's 100% accurate to women's cricket or not, it at least gives you an idea of how you may accelerate or may be hindered given the wickets that have fallen. So at the moment we're a little bit ahead of that. If it starts to creep too close, you might start to worry.
Yeah, it is interesting because I do always think, even you look back to the last game and the way that Arlett managed to just explode at the back ends, and actually it was at a stage where Essex and you guys were going along very well. Lamb in again, cut nicely by Grucock, but can't get it away. And I think the required run rate was up at 8s or something, and Essex were going along nicely at 6s, 6.5s with I think Griffiths and Grace Scrivens at the crease. And actually, although the rate required run rate was quite high, you kind of thought that the way that Arlett managed to explode at the back end, and the way that that a lot of these batters are able to as well, that scoring at 7s in the final 10 overs isn't actually, isn't anywhere near impossible, particularly nowadays with the power that the number of batters have. You don't need to worry so much, as you were saying, with required run rate and staying within a distance.
Yeah, and wickets in hand often make that massive difference, don't they? As you were saying, Toby, like you take last week, okay, they lost a lot of wickets early, but built a partnership that allowed them to go into that last 10 overs with 4 in hand and 2 pretty set batters, as Kate Cross continues from this end, just played out to deep cover by Cordelia Griffith for a single. And the fact that they had 2 set batters, possibly with a small amount of help from ourselves, they scored 100 in the last 10. And that went from being a run chase of 250 to a run chase of 280 plus. Now, today, they went for less than 50 in the last 10. So wickets hampered, wickets brought in newer batters. They weren't able to score as quickly. And we did, in fairness to the girls, bowl as we would have wanted to bowl today. So another single.
Single. Tight there. I think Grucock thought she might have been safe for a second and then realised that it was going to be close, but made it home in the end.
Yeah, I think she was just getting herself down to the other end and then suddenly realised that she had stopped it and picked it up and was able to throw it in. So I think, as you say, the wickets in hand and the element of that within the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern calculation probably does give you a slightly better guide as to where you want to be.
Just dropped out to mid-off. No single. 119, halfway through the 27th over here. 119 runs for 2. Griffith moving into the 20s. It's starting to get a little bit darker here at Chelmsford. Oh, that could be close. Big appeal, but just trickling down. I think impact on leg and following on that same line to miss the stumps. It's kind of a big appeal without perhaps the huge noise that can occur when you know that it's going to be a wicket.
Yeah, I think you sometimes want to remind people that you're there. It did look like it was sliding down, didn't it? And you'd be disappointed as a batter if that's given. But again, a good decision by the umpire.
Oh, lovely shot. Unfortunately, there's a fielder down there, so it's just me one, but just guides that one off the face of the bat, does Cordelia Griffith.
My obsession with DLS wasn't because of the weather, but you're right. It has clouded over this afternoon. We've had a brighter start to the weather today. It was sort of patchy cloud this morning when the blue sky and the sun was out. It was pretty pleasant out there, but it's out into a very average May day at the moment out there.
Lovely shot there from Jodie Grucock. Just to retain strike for the following over. I think Cordelia Griffith signalling for perhaps some water or taking a jumper off. Just as we're saying, it's looking nippy out there. Obviously, there's a lot of running between the wickets these two are doing.
If you're doing the work, you probably do get warm. Kelly Castle's just run on to grab it for her, and she's wearing the big winter coat. So I won't be surprised if you see some woolly hats if you if we hang around for another hour or so. It might start to get a bit chillier, but. Yeah, this is the kind of conditions we expect to play cricket in April and May. The weather we've had for the last week or so, where we've been trying to work out hydration strategies and ensure that people are well fueled for almost 30-degree days, isn't the way that you normally start a cricket season in England, is it?
Nicely played again there. Just using her wrists to flick that one through the covers. Is Jodie Grucock. To continue as well. Fourth over she's on, and that's driven nicely again from Cordelia Griffith. Just these two happy to keep ticking along with the singles. Going more than comfortable at this rate. Swept nicely, but just straight to Hannah Jones at fine leg. Halfway through Lamb's over now. On Emma Lamb, we're obviously talking about earlier how impressive she's been, and Eve Jones as well. Once that sort of breakthrough came, was there that little bit of a thought within the dressing room and with the girls that driven but no run, that actually that was going to be the crucial wicket kind of the whole way through leading up into this week, because both were in such good form, both sort of averaging about 100 almost, it seems.
I know, and you can throw Katie back in there as well, because she's a quality cricketer who's just, Jodie Grucock just tickles that away. Fielded on the ring by Hannah Jones. That she's a quality cricketer, so their top three are ones that you are going to be very, very wary of, aren't you? When you get the chance to take the ball first up, you don't really want to be watching 100-odd opening partnership, do you? But they played really well. They hardly gave a chance. They made batting look easy. You just got to stick in there, and you always think that if you're creating chances, you're in the game. So you've just got to keep going back to bowl it in your area, stick to your plans, and look, every batter is going to give you an opportunity at some point. You've just got to be ready to take it. So, yes, as you said, it was a innings of two halves this morning, wasn't it? With those two going out and putting on the opening partnership that they did, and then Emma Lamb continuing to develop it with Katie Mack. But yeah, you're probably right. Most people will feel once you get through those three, you've got a chance. But that said, like, the batting keeps coming. You've still got quality, and Seren Smell scored plenty of runs at this level now. Ellie Threlkel's a great cricketer. So there's a lot of people in there that Fee Morris obviously put some runs on and sort of held them together in the middle overs. So you can't really be too complacent, and it's probably a lesson we learnt last week, that when you do have number 8 come in, you know what number 8 can do.
Yes,
and look, we do it ourselves. Amara Carr coming in at a 7 or 8 on Thursday was our top scorer with a brilliant 67 that she put together at Taunton Vale. So teams bat very deep, so you don't think the game is over, but you certainly are happier when they're sat in the pavilion.
Quick single here. Jodie Grucock will make it home safe, but had to get her skates on. Yeah, that's something that's got to be a big positive for Essex and for you guys. The fact that you do have someone like Amara Carr coming in at 8 who had a brilliant knockdown at Somerset 66. I think she made. And the fact that even below her, Eva Gray, more than capable batter, that you do have a long enough tail to kind of warrant pushed away there. That if either there is an early collapse or even you kind of just as a top order batter, it's always nice knowing you have a long tail below you. It gives you a bit more freedom.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the joys of, I guess, having developed as a white ball predominantly sport, women's cricket, you do have a lot of players that will contribute in more than one aspect of the game. So,
Big swing there from Jodie Grucock.
so possibly less so than you would see in the men's game, where they've grown up playing red ball cricket, and you've got some pretty distinct roles. You've got your all-rounders that sit in the middle, but your batters can sit in for days and play a big part in the game. You have to look quite hard to find someone that doesn't have a second skill in the women's game, and that's great. It does mean that you're adding depth, but it also means a lot of players are probably not getting the opportunity that they deserve. Like Amara Carr batting at 8 is almost embarrassing because she's opened the batting. She's a top 5 batter. She's got a top score of 99 as a professional cricketer in List A cricket. So she's no mug, but she's coming in at 8, and it's not a one-off. She's coming in at 8 most weeks because there's too many players above her. So we're incredibly lucky to have that. But I think most teams do have that, and you've got to be wary that because there's just a lot of good cricketers out there that the depth is now growing.
Just flicked around the corner. And also, Lissy McLeod's moved up to open today with Joe Gardner sliding it down. Was that just to try and shake things up a little bit and maybe see if a bit of a change could have a good impact on both of them?
Yeah, I think as I said earlier, like Andy will have, sometimes him and the coaching staff will just have a gut feel about things, but they'll also look at the pitch, they'll look at the statistics, they'll look at where each player is at. And look, Joe's played a brilliant role when we've asked her to move up to the top of the order. She developed as a cricketer playing that middle order role, so it's something she's really comfortable doing. Similarly, Lissy has done it the other way around as well. She's spent a lot of her career batting in the top 3. She's opened the batting for us. When I say us, I mean Sunrisers or Essex as we are now. But she's had that opportunity, and she's taken it today. I think 45 was her score, so it was great to see her go out there and sort of play with some confidence, get over.
Oh, what a take.
A grab.
Absolutely stunning. Brilliant there. Emma Lamb gets a wicket. 128 for 2. That is a phenomenal one-handed grab. Cordelia Griffiths looks to go over the top there, gets to the pitch and seemingly has enough, and then out of nowhere, just left hand stuck out. Tara Norris. Phenomenal.
You could hear me just urging it to go over, and I thought she got away with it, but I think they've picked out the naturally left-handed Tara Norris there, who stuck her left hand up, and it just stuck. You wonder if a right-hander being there, it might not have been quite so easy to have taken, but those moments are ones that you've just got to be wary of in games. Now we've got to get our head back down and keep doing the job that we were doing, as we've said before. Like, we wanted to build a partnership. Now Flo comes out, Flo Miller comes out to join Jodie Grucock, and hopefully that can build a platform again to keep going, because the wickets do change the game, and on this occasion it's one for us to just be wary of how we react to something like that, because that's a moment.
I might use this wicket, see if James wants to come back in and take over commentary from me, and we'll keep going and see how the game progresses.
Thank you, Toby. Yeah, you feel like that was a big wicket for Lancashire, don't you, Danny? Because Cordelia Griffith, well, she'd done all the hard work and just got herself in, got used to the pitch, and then what a way to go.
Yeah, we were just talking, weren't we, as Flo Miller faces her first ball, works it behind square for no run. There's that you look at which batters you'd rather have in the pavilion than out in the middle, and I'm sure Lancashire had Cordelia Griffith on that list of theirs. So as much as we would have been pleased to have seen the back of Emma Lamb as a batter, of Eve Jones and Katie Mack, they'll be pretty pleased to currently be standing out there with Cordelia Griffith back in the hutch alongside Grace Scrivens and Lissy McLeod. So Flo Miller just gets off the mark and working it behind square this time, beating the square leg that's in the ring and getting a single.
It's important not to panic though, isn't it? Because when you look at things, you need 102 now, 3 wickets down. You're still probably in a commanding position. Slam bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side by Jodie Grucock. No run.
Yeah, it's just important to keep doing the things that you're doing well, to stick to the process, to play every ball, to make sure that you are keeping the game going. Nice single played by Jodie just down to long off, and if you're ticking along, you get in those singles. You want to be in a position to try and not chase the game at the back end. Flo will be wanting to build a partnership here. She got herself in down at Somerset in tricky conditions, finding herself out in the middle with only 2 runs on the board, as number 5 is never the easiest place to be. But she did well with the partnership down there with the captain Grace Scrivens. So she'll want to, again, it's for one of these two to now put their hand up and say, look, if I'm here at the end, then I'm seeing my team home. And if both of them want to do that, then I'm sure there'll be a few relieved people sat on the balcony at the moment if they don't let them finish the job for them.
Yeah, no squeaky bum time if these two just stay out there till the end. 30 overs gone. Essex 131 for 3, 231 the target. Did you get a chance to? Have you spoken to Grace since she got out? I imagine she was probably a little bit frustrated because she's played so well in this tournament, but she seems getting starts, but then just not being able to kick on.
Yeah, I tend to leave them to it during a game, to be totally honest. Unless someone wants to talk to me about something, I'm going to try and merge into the background and be good wallpaper, which is why you find me coming up here every now and again to chat to you guys as Kate Cross comes in. Flo Miller just defends into the covers. So I haven't spoken to her. I've never met a batter who's not disappointed to get out. Either if you get out early, you think you've left runs out there. If you get out having scored 100, you wish you cashed in a bit more, don't you? So, yeah, we're talking about it, like everyone would like to be the person that takes the team home. So there's going to be a disappointment, but you've also got to trust in your teammates to finish the job off.
Absolutely. Kate Cross coming in again, bowling to Flo Miller. That's just defended into the offside for no run. As you were talking about there with Toby, the fact that Essex do bat really deep, and that is a really good thing. But as the batters who are out there at the moment, Flo Miller and Jodie Grucock, you don't want to think, oh well, you can just leave it to the tower. As you say, you want to make sure that you're there at the end with whoever's at the other end, getting the job done for the team.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't think anyone has the mentality that they don't want to be the one that does it. But sometimes that comfort blanket of knowing that you bat deeper than some other teams might do can make it subconsciously sort of get into your head a little bit. But no, like the challenge to everyone is be the person that sees the team home, be the one that grabs the opportunity.
Okay, cross bowls, and again that's just worked into the leg side. No run. How long did it take you to get down to Taunton and back? Was it all done in a day, or did you go the day before?
No, unfortunately, it's quite a long journey down there. The team took a coach. I actually wasn't with them on the coach, but once you stopped a couple of times to pick people up en route, it was still 5.5-ish hours before they hit the hotel down in Taunton. So I think they got back a bit quicker because there wasn't a need to stop as regularly. But yeah, it's the challenge that I suppose we're still in a relatively regionalised structure in terms of where you've got to travel to. You look at the men's game, our male counterparts here at Essex, they get the opportunity to just cross over the bridge and go to Kent, and the opportunity to head to the other side of London and play Middlesex and Surrey, and so there's a much less frequency in the geography that you have to cover. Whereas, it is nice when we only have to go down to Surrey and play them, but actually, if we're going to the other side of Surrey, it's still a good couple of hours journey for some people in in different parts of Essex. So you do kind of get used to it. It's something we're trying to get our heads around what the best way is to do it. In the previous few years when we were Sunrisers, we didn't use coaches that often in terms of forms of travel because people lived in various different places. So actually where you met became a bit of a challenge. So we'd really only exclusively use them for 1 or 2 trips. We used the train quite a lot, which worked nicely when you had players based in London especially, because you can get the connecting train to where you need to, and then it's a direct train in most cases to a number of different cities. So that worked quite nicely.
And what's the sort of go-to method of passing the time on these long coach journeys?
Well, I can say on the way back from Durham, there wasn't a huge amount of noise after we'd stopped at the services. So I think most people had put their head down. A few people even brought their travel pillow, which was
Smart.
a very smart move. But no, I think the girls enjoy each other's company, which is fantastic. So there's a lot of conversation that goes on. I won't pretend to know what half of it is about.
Lamb just steers that to extra cover, picks up a single. But it does seem like they've got a really tight-knit group here. I mean, obviously there's a lot of continuity from the Sunrisers, but there's still a couple of new faces. But it seems like from the outside everyone's getting on very well, which is a positive. It's Lamb again, just pushed into the leg side, and that's another quick single, and that's something Essex have been fantastic at in this run chase, stealing runs when probably there shouldn't have been a single there, should there?
Yeah, like you just almost touched on the point you were just making there, James. Like some of these girls have played with each other for a really long time now. Like Jodie and Flo out there together came through the Northants youth system together, were on the Sunrisers Academy in the early years of the regional structure, and have followed sort of similar paths into professional cricket with Sunrisers. So you get to know how each other play. You do really care, as Jodie Grucott just cuts it to backward point for no run. They do genuinely care about how each other's go. They want to see each other succeed. It is a great group. It has changed very little since last year, since we were successful in the 50 over competition, which we see as a positive. Sophia Smale being really the only player that we brought in from outside, and to be honest, if you walked into the change room, you wouldn't think she'd only just joined us. She's been absolutely brilliant around the group. It helps that the world of cricket, and women's cricket especially, is quite small. So Sophia would have played with a number of the girls at Oval Invincibles over the years. So last year she was there with, I think Amara Carr was there last year. Eva Gray's been there for a few years before that. Jo Gardner was there. So there's a number of people that they have played. I took a deep breath as an appeal went up. I'm not sure it was 100% conviction from Emma Lamb, but
I think that was just sliding down leg side, wasn't it? Really getting the slog sweep out.
Yeah. So there's a lot of players that know each other. Like Grace, you can see it's top of the pad and probably hit her in front of leg there. So good decision by Julia Jarvis at the far end. There was girls that have toured with England under 19 together. So Sophia and Grace were away. Sophia and Jodie were away together. So it is helpful that everyone gets on, and they're all a relatively similar age, so they all enjoy the same kind of things. And it's a pretty social group, which I suppose more than some workplaces you need it to be, because you are in each other's pocket for long periods of time, which can be exhausting if you're not in a group that you're enjoying the experience of.
Absolutely. And do you get stuck in with the socials as the girls go on a night out? That you'd be involved, you and Andy?
Well, the thing is, they're so professional. There's probably me and Andy leading the way. But no, it's on a serious note. We as a staff, that we do get on with the girls, but it's their space. So it's important that we create that balance.
Norris back into the attack, bowling to Jodie Grucott, who plays that really nicely down towards mid-on and picks up a single.
We're incredibly lucky as well. We've got a great staff group who all enjoy a bit of each other's company. I'm not sure we need to spend every night in each other's pocket, but when we do travel away, we'll always go out for dinner together and spend a few hours talking about things that aren't always cricket, which is great. So we want to try and enjoy some of the lighter side of the job that we have. Like when you do go on tour, we've had a few paddle matches that have been staff and players. Poor Kate Koppak got the that short straw of having to be my paddle partner in Abu Dhabi. But look, we got better. As the day went on, that we didn't set the world on fire, but we got better.
Who's the best paddle player on the team?
There's a lot of keenness. I think Sophia Smale might take it.
Okay.
She played a lot of tennis when she was younger.
She
so
did, and that's how she knows Serene Smale, isn't it? They used to play tennis against each other in Wales. So that's it. Played nicely through the covers by Miller. Pick up a single. Because I was saying to Toby, when I first saw the names, I thought, oh, must be some sort of relation there, both Welsh.
yeah.
But no, it's
One's from the top end, one's from the bottom
exactly,
end. So whatever you do,
No.
don't mix them up.
complete different worlds. But I saw an interview, and apparently they do sometimes pretend to be sisters, just to wind people up. But here's Tara Norris again, bowling, and that's flashed away through backward point. There'll just be a single. There is a fielder patrolling the boundary out there at deep extra cover. But this is good, isn't it? Essex just sort of going under the radar a little bit, just keeping the scoreboard ticking along, not giving up any chances, really just looking to play on the floor as much as possible.
Yeah, and they just have to build a partnership. Now, it has been a while since we scored a boundary, and I'm sure they would desperately love to get one or two over the ropes just to increase the gap between DLS and where we're at now. But the fields have been set very nicely by Lancashire, and yeah, while we've been able to work the ball around, we haven't been able to sort of beat the boundary riders as yet. As Flo Miller came back for a two there, and that's probably the mission now: is where can you turn your ones maybe into your twos and try and squeeze the game that way. The importance, as we said a couple of times, is we don't want to be leaving ourselves chasing at the end of it. We've got ahead, now let's stay ahead. So how do we do that with as minimal sort of risk as we can?
Well, yeah, the run rate is just over 5 and over. So if you were to score a boundary in the first couple of balls, I know that really just completely takes all the pressure off, doesn't it? But much easier said than done up here in the commentary point.
Yeah, score hundreds up here.
Yeah. Oh.
Hundreds and fifers every week. I tell you, it looks so simple, but it's definitely not when you're out there and like you're competing against a very good team. We've played a lot of cricket.
Absolutely, you got England experience in that dressing room as well. The likes of Kate Cross. And what have you made of the pitch, Danny? I mean, me and Toby were commenting in the first innings. A couple, especially bowling from this end, the Surrounds the Cook end, just keeping low on the way through. But overall, you say it's a fairly even wicket between bat and ball?
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good sort of white ball wicket, doesn't it? That's 150 is probably a pass score on it. I had mixed feelings in the first innings. The first over that Eva Gray bowled, I was, as one shot along the ground, I thought, oh God, we got to bat second on this. That's not going to be too much fun. But then as the partnership grew, kind of realised that there wasn't a huge amount in it for the.
As Flo Miller gets the sweep out and she finds the gap, and that is the elusive boundary that we were just talking about there, Danny. And that should settle any nerves if there were any. Essex move on to 146 for 3. Lovely shot from Flo Miller.
Yeah, it's a big bit of real estate out there on the leg side, and Flo Miller just found the gap in between the two. It's all square as you go out that way. The practice wickets down at that end of the ground means that if you get behind it and it's going, it keeps going.
It flies, yeah, absolutely. Picked her gap quite well there. So Lamb comes into bowl again. That one's, she goes wide of the crease this time. That's right on the edge, no wide, says umpire Jarvis. So Flo Miller moves on to 12. Jodie Grucock at the other end has just gone about her business really well. She's moved on to 25 from 49 balls. There's another sweep shot from Miller, finds the fielder at deep backward square. They hurry through for a single. And slight change in field for the left-handed Jodie Grucock. She's got long off back on the fence, and the fielder comes in on the 45. And that's driven all up towards long off, but that's a good diving save from Emma Lamb. Goalkeeper-esque. Cuts off any chance for a run.
Yeah, she had to do that for her figures there because it was going to be a single if she didn't stop it. You got to do the job yourself.
Oh, absolutely. As that is very full, and does it just clip the pad? Not according to umpire Jarvis. They hurried back for a second. I think that's going to be a couple of leg byes. Yeah, it did just come off the pad, but I think that was going way down the leg side.
Yeah, I think the appeal may have been to more of excitement than and not knowing where the ball had gone than anything else. Yeah, clip the pad. She looked like she was comfortably outside the line of leg stump when it did and picked up 2 runs. So, yeah, however they come, I think there was 8 off that last over, which is a number that we've been, or 7 or 8 off the over. With, as you say, getting a boundary in there makes a massive difference, doesn't it? So to complement those singles that we've been able to sort of live off, I suppose, in the last 10 overs, if we can get a couple of boundaries, it just eases the pressure ever so slightly.
Yeah, because then to say this over is, credits Lancashire, they are bowling well. If you only score 1 run off this over, you can go, okay, well I got 8 in the last over, and that sort of evens out, and you're still up with a rate. As Tara Norris is going to continue. Left-hander bowling to Flo Miller, and Flo Miller has hooked that away through mid-wicket, and that's going to be another boundary, so 2 boundaries in quick succession for Flo Miller. Takes Essex past 150, and she was so quick, just spinning on that, whipped it off her hip with real power. And you hear a smattering of applause from the members area where the ball ended up. Great shot from Flo Miller. She just defends this one into the offside. There you go, Danny. There's that boundary off the first ball.
It's very helpful, isn't it? I'm just having a look round to see which fielders they've got out at the moment, and I think they might only have 3 out. It's hard to see from up here because you lose half the ground where the balcony is, but I'm pretty certain that there might only be 3 out, which is one of the challenges when you're trying to, I guess, defend a lowish score. You've got to try and take wickets. So Flo made the most of that, just nudging it square and running through for a single.
Oh, and the fielder throws it in. It's just gone straight into the chest of Jodie Grucock. Seems like she's okay.
Jodie wore that one, but she's a tough cookie, so she'll be brushing that one off.
She's not batted an eyelid there.
No, they breed them tough up in Kettering.
Yeah, up in Kettering, the deep north.
She's about as northern as we get. Is our Northants contingent from the previous Sunrisers era.
Yeah, that probably is. As most people are originally from around these parts, or the home counties anyway. Morris bowls again, and that's worked into the leg side, fielded it deep square, single.
Well, I obviously omitted poor Abdullah Maqsood, who you can't get much further north while still being in the Isles.
Glasgow.
From the far north of Glasgow. But yeah, we got quite an eclectic and sort of diverse side, I think, in terms of players that may have sort of moved to London previously and sort of found themselves as an adopted Sunriser or adopted sort of county player in this region. You've got someone like Amara Carr, just a single played down to. Fine leg by Flo Miller. You've got someone like Amara Carr who moved up from Devon probably over a decade ago to play her county cricket at Middlesex. So we would have considered her a local in the early days of Sunrisers because she was a Middlesex player. And then you've got the likes of Eva Gray, who's a Londoner but came across from the dark side and moved to the right side of the river.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's worked off her pads by Jodie Grucock, and there's a dive in the deep, but they can't cut off the boundary. Did get a hand to it, but that's another 4 for Essex. Jodie Grucock moves into the 30s. Essex up to 160 now for 3 wickets, and they're very much in the driving seat now. Don't want to put the mockers on it, obviously.
No, you'll scare me off if you're not careful, James. But yeah, I think Jodie will be relieved to get one over the boundary. She's watched Flo do it a couple of times, but she's definitely played her role brilliantly. It's the role that you often see Jodie play. She's very calm for a young cricketer. She's patient. She'll wait for her opportunity, and she'll be the one to hopefully break the back of this chase.
Such a cool head, and obviously she got a duck in the last game, as a few of the Essex team did, but it can be difficult, can't it, to sort of put that out of your mind. But you wouldn't have guessed that she's been shorter runs. She played real maturity here this afternoon.
Yeah, and she played a great innings up in Durham. Her and Sophia Smell put a really good partnership on that gave us a fighting chance up there. Again, it was too low a total to really put the pressure on, but she has got maturity beyond her years. I think one of the challenges she's got as she's become more successful as Flo just comes home for a second, and never really in doubt when Flo Miller's run into the danger end, because she is absolutely rapid. I think there's some schoolgirl record under 15 or something for 100-metre sprint, so no one's going to take her on in that. But yeah, someone like Jodie, again, Flo just plays it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Someone like Jodie's had the challenge this winter of having been away with it in Australia with England A, getting back in the country 5 days before the start of the season. The first time she's been away on a senior tour, having had some time with the under-19s previously. Look, it's going to take you some time to physically and mentally recover from that. So she's been very mature in the way she's approached the last few weeks, just making sure she's putting herself in the best possible position to do well. And yeah, always pleased to see any of the girls go well. And again, she's proving what a quality cricketer she actually is.
Absolutely. So Emma Lamb continues from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Flo Miller. Just up defended to fielder at short cover. No run. 4 runs already from this over. Essex requiring 67 with 86 balls in which to get those runs. Again, and that's again just tapped to the fielder, who is at short mid wicket. But as I've been saying all afternoon, Essex just so fast between the stumps, and I guess as a fielding side that is so frustrating, isn't it? You're doing everything you can. You've got a short cover and a short mid wicket to stop the one, and they're hitting it straight to them and going, right, we'll have one anyway.
Yeah, it's quite a hard ground to defend at times. It's actually a bigger hill or bigger slope than you realise. It's not quite Lord's, and it goes from the top end to the bottom end. So if you're running to the danger end, as Jodie was there, like you know that you've probably got a little advantage in the natural landscape. But yeah, that's just one way of putting the pressure on the bowlers, isn't it? I suppose you talk and you see in cricket a lot. You talk about coming hard at them, and that's about hitting it over the boundary and taking on every ball. But actually, by putting pressure on them there, you're dragging them in, and that's going to create more opportunities to get the ball past them or over them or through them. So, yeah, very clever batting by these two.
Back into the attack for Lancashire.
We're going to see
Number
a
7,
change of
Hannah
bowling.
Jones.
Hannah Jones, the left arm spinner, with her fuss-free action from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Was that copyrighted earlier, the fuss-free action of Hannah Jones?
Yeah, I read it somewhere in the week. Her action was described as fuss-free, and I thought, I quite like that. just straight to the point.
Yeah.
Like her action.
Yeah, just like her action, absolutely.
Yeah, she's got 2 left, and you feel like this is probably a big, assuming she'll bowl 2 overs, a big 4 overs here in the game. They've gone back to the batter that's caused the the bowler, that's caused the most trouble in this innings, and they'll be hoping that she can get them the breakthrough.
Oh, she just gets one past Jodie Grewcock's outside edge. Yeah, and you're right, Danny. That just shows that Lancashire think, right, it's sort of do or die now. We need a couple of wickets just to set the cat amongst the pigeons. Throw the ball to Hannah Jones. Left-hander to left-hander. That's played nicely to fairly wide mid-off. Grewcock just walks away, takes a moment to reset. Plays this one straight back to the bowler. Good piece of fielding, no run. I wanted to ask you, Danny, about obviously having Darren Stevens on the coaching staff. I was saying to Toby earlier, I watched him for many, many years here, being the scourge of Essex. He was sort of our bogeyman for Kent. What's it been like working with him and having him passing on all of his many, many years of experience to the girls?
I think there's many cricket fans around the country that probably would have described Darren Stevens, the cricketer, as that, isn't there?
Absolutely.
He's got a phenomenal record, and actually something that he's pointed out a few times as a bowler. The vast majority of his success, and certainly statistically, as Jodie Grucott just picks one up there over sort of wide mid wicket and gets a boundary, that it came later in his career. So like there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of knowledge in that brain. Like he absolutely loves cricket, and the more you talk to him, the more enthused you are about the game. So it's been brilliant to have him around. Quick single attempted.
Oh, and that's a great bit of fielding, and that is a direct hit, but I think Jodie Grucott was back in time. Yeah, not out, says the umpire. Really sharp piece of ground fielding there.
Would have been pretty tight, wouldn't it? But I think she looked like she got over the line just before the ball beat her there. We'll see in the replay. Yeah, relatively comfortably home, even though she did have to run around Hannah Jones, so she had to take a slight detour. But no, going back to Darren, it's brilliant having Steve-O around. He loves the game, both from a batting and a bowling perspective. You don't have a career as long as his without absolutely loving the game and wanting to be around it. He brings an energy that the girls feed off. But he's just great to have around, and I think he's probably learning as much as we are from him, because he was around the South East Stars environment, but we do play slightly different games. The tactical elements and sort of how you go about building an innings, or sort of setting a field and taking wickets is slightly different in women's white ball format than it might be in men's white ball format, and certainly very different to red ball format. So it's great to overhear and be part of those conversations. It's absolutely brilliant having someone like him. But all of our backroom staff bring a lot of experience.
Played on the sweep by Jodie Grucott, aerial, but it bounces short of the fielder. That deep backward square, take the single.
Yeah, we're lucky enough to have Essex club legend Jason Gallion on our side as well. Like he was with Sunrisers for a while. He was one of our consultant coaches for a few years before we moved over here. But to have his experience of the game has been absolutely brilliant. To have Carla Rudd working with us this year, she's not long retired from being a very successful cricketer and player in her own right down there at the Southern Vipers across the few different competitions that she played in. So there's a lot of experience that the girls can lean upon, not to mention what Andy himself brings from his years playing with Scotland and playing across the different the different environments that you can be in. So one of the things that is great to hear when Andy talks is just, I guess, those environments as an associate nation, how you overcome some of those challenges. But sometimes you can, as we've been a developing game, you sometimes feel you might have some of those challenges. But he's also worked in hockey, he's been around Commonwealth Games squads, so he's got a huge amount of knowledge across the performance base as well as cricket. So we're so lucky.
Yeah, and a whole array of experience in your backroom staff, and yourself included in that. And I was going to ask, did Darren Stevens ever have a bowl? Does he ever bowl in the nets?
I actually don't think I've ever seen him do it. I think but someone said the other day, we were joking that there's a lot of people that would describe themselves as former cricketers these days. We had the girls were passing the time in Taunton writing their staff 11, which had some controversy in it. I'm glad to say I did make the staff 11.
Why not?
Where I did. But there were a few people that were a bit upset they didn't make it. I think it might have been due to the fact that they weren't sitting in their eye line at the time. But there's a lot of people who will talk about their previous experience but might not want to back it up. Talk a good game, not play a good game. But Steve-O still plays some over 40s for England, so he's been away and played a couple of those tours recently.
He's still fresh.
And look, I think there might have been a joke that his former county needed him, the number of injuries they've got at the moment. But
I'm sure
I think he's firmly kicked that door shut and said, "I'm busy elsewhere. Sorry, guys."
I'm sure he could still do a job. And one of my best friends from university once played a game against him at club level in the Kent Premier League, and he said, you watch him on the telly and stuff, and you watch him live, and you think, oh, he's not that quick. He just bowls dibbly dobbly. He said could barely see it, and he's hooping it a mile as well. So fantastic that you've got him with your backroom coaching staff.
Yeah, and it's been a real benefit to players, like we saw how Kate Kopak and Eva Gray went earlier. Obviously, they're two sort of worked underneath him, but similarly for all of the seamers and batters that have been able to sort of lean on his experience. I guess that's one of the benefits of professionalism, and seeing people that have got that knowledge wanting to give back to the game on the women's side is absolutely brilliant. You look at Lancashire, obviously Chris Reed being their head coach, I can only imagine some of the conversations he's probably having about his experiences. Yeah. But so to now be attracting people into the game that can bring that real life, real lived top level experience, both as a male player and a female player that's played at the best level that they can. So yeah, that's what you want to see in the backroom staff, isn't it? People that can help build the platform for the girls to go out there and perform to their best and become the best cricketers that they can be.
Absolutely, mutually beneficial. As Potts is back into the attack this time as far as the cook end, and that's worked neatly around the corner by Flo Miller. Just gets a little feather on that. Oh, off the 5 pad apparently. A leg by.
And Flo did look a little bit surprised at the ball that she had to run, so she obviously didn't quite middle it and know that she was going to get some runs. But there's a 50 partnership between these two, with Flo Miller contributing 26 of those and Jodie 21.
Potts in again, bowling. Slightly back of a length, doesn't really get up though. And just worked away to square leg for a single. And these two, they've been excellent, haven't they? They've just really steadied the ship. A couple of wickets in quick succession, losing both the openers, and then a moment like that in the field we saw they called Delia Griffith dismissal. That catch can often sort of really reinvigorate a fielding team, and then as a batting team you think, oh no, is it going to be one of those afternoons? But these two have just calmed any nerves, gone about their business, and they haven't given any chances either.
No, I'm not going to let you jinx it by saying that. But I think, like we said at the time, you have got to be wary, because games can change on moments of brilliance in either direction. So for Flo to come out, look, she's gone at 27 off 32, so she's not hanging around. She's making sure the scoreboard is ticking, and she's playing a really great role to almost complement the way that Jodie's building her innings at the far end. Just another one added to Jodie Grucott's total as she works that one away around the corner to deep fine leg, takes her on to 42, and score on to 181 for 3 at the end of the 39th.
Grace Potts has struggled to find a length in this match so far. She's been slightly erratic and slightly on the shorter side. We've seen when the balls that she has put up, a bit fuller, just outside off stump, she's found a bit of movement, but she's presenting quite a number of scoring opportunities for the Essex batters at the moment, as Fee Morris is back into the attack, and do one more over, and then I'll hand you back to Mr. Toby Reynolds. So Essex requiring 50 to win now. They've 11 overs, 66 balls, and they're going to take another quick single, punched by Grucock to mid-off, and there just seems to be runs all over the park at the moment. Hit and run.
Well, like we said a minute ago, there's more than one way to be pushing the pressure at your opposition.
It's just dabbed down to short, backward point. No run. A bit of fielding there from Grace Potts, diving to her left. Morris again, that's driven through the cover region, and it's fielded on the boundary, just a single.
Yeah, I think there's a short consideration for the second, but it's relatively small out there, that pocket, so to turn and get back would have been an unnecessary risk.
Certainly at this stage, yeah, that is the shorter side, isn't it? Boundary by the pavilion. So that's sort of fired in just outside of stump and cut away by Grucock, who sets off quickly. I think about a second, but settled for one. Score up to 184 for 3. Less than 50 to win now, 47 required. Fee Morris getting through over quickly. So that one straight, and that's just pushed to short cover, no run. Final ball of the over. And that's just tickled round the corner by Flo Miller, and that'll certainly be a couple. It's not going to go to the fence. And they're going to think about 3, decide against it in the end, which I think was probably sensible. So at the end of the over, Essex up to 186 for 3. Flo Miller moves on to 30. Jodie Grucock is 44 not out, and I will hand you over to my colleague Toby.
Thank you for that, James. Into the final 10 overs now. Essex 186 for 3. 60 balls remaining, 45 to win. I think we're going to see Grace Potts. Yeah, Grace Potts is going to be having a bowl to Jodie Grucock, the left-hander. Batted very well so far. Cuts that one away nicely. Strong hand there from fielder at backward point, Fee Morris. Gets a single from it.
Just adds one more to Jodie Grucock's score, takes her on to 45.
How impressed have you been with these two in particular? Both 21, 20 years olds. Came through the academy together, I think you mentioned, and are now batting well for Essex. That one just dabbed down to third man. Thoughts of 2. Turned down in the end.
Yeah, I think they've been incredibly mature, haven't they, in the way they've approached it. We were just saying that obviously Jodie was relatively set when Flo came out to join her, but Flo's kept that game ticking. She's kept it going at the opposition. She hasn't had to take any unnecessary risks. Going along at 31 off 37 at the moment, playing a great foil for Jodie. They know each other's games well. Jodie just cuts that one away behind point, and it runs to the boundary to take her just shy of her half century.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Grucock. Just backs away, gives herself a little bit of room, and with just a flick of the wrist, manages to fire it between a fielder at backward point and the one at third man on the rope. Yeah, moves on to 49 off 72 with that strike. Slight change in the field. They're going to bring Fee Morris a little bit in front of square into cover, and that fielder who was on the cover boundaries has gone a bit squarer. That one's tickled around the corner, and that's the 50. Might go all the way to the rope. It doesn't quite make it, but that's still a magnificent half century for Jodie Grucock. Fantastic innings for her.
Comes up on 73 balls with 3-4.
Just steadied the ship after a couple quick wickets when both the openers fell. And that has been critical in Essex's innings and Essex's performance with the bat here today. 194 for 3, closing in on what could be their first win of the season. That was cut away nicely again, but straight to Fee Morris. Yeah, phenomenal innings. We've already been praising her, but God, what a fantastic innings it's been.
Yeah, she came in and played the perfect role at the perfect time, didn't she? She's come in and she's been able to play her own game, which is great, because the platform that Grace Scrivens and Lissy McLeod set for her at the beginning has allowed her to come in like she's most comfortable when she's not worrying about whether she needs to go up 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that is excellent. Just perfectly picks the gap between those two fielders out there. They have them both on the boundary to stop a shot like that, but there's no stopping that timing from Jodie Grucock.
Yeah, she's picked one of the smallest boundaries of the ground today, and has just eased it down there, perfectly timed. As I say, she's at her best when she can build an innings, when she doesn't have to come out from the first ball and take the game forward. She can just quietly build that platform, get herself up towards that 80, 85 runs per 100 ball run rate. So she's had the perfect conditions here, and I'm sure the two of these would love to be the ones out there in 33 runs time.
Exactly. There's Fee Morris will go into the attack. That was fired through quite quickly, but guided again excellently. Brilliant fielding on the boundary, stops the 4 runs, but a lovely shot from Flo Miller there. Brings up the 200 as well for Essex. First time this season they've made it to 200s. And they've done so in brilliant style today. Quick again down the leg side. That will be a wide. Miller looks to just try and help that on its way. But an excellent stop down the leg side there from Ellie Threlkeld. Another shot there from Miller. Looking for 2. I think they'll turn it down, yeah, slightly too short a boundary. But it brings the left-hander back on strike. Just nicely done rotating.
And it does help when you've got ground dimensions like we have today, where that left-handed, right-handed partnership can get built, and means that a bowler can never really get set with the short boundary on the side that they want to defend. As Jodie Grucott just plays it straight at mid-off and runs through for a sharp single. And we saw that in their innings. They've got a number of left-handers that came in and complemented the right-handers. So it's been a real benefit. And again, we've been able to play around Jodie and build this platform.
Slashed out of that one, Miller's going to go to the rope. It is. Lovely shot. That is brilliant. Just flays that one out past a sprawling dive on the boundary. She moves into the 40s now. Not quite, actually, sorry. 38 she moves on to. Looks to scoop there. Going to scamper through for a single, though. Think a leg by, perhaps? No, a little bit of bat on there.
Closer to the 40s.
Closer to the 40s, exactly. 39 again, even closer yet. 23 runs to win, 49 balls remaining. Grucott there just slashes that one out. They're going to come back for a second, they will.
Yeah, there was lots of work for Katie Mack to do out on that boundary. She had a lot of ground to cover. She's the only one out there, so she's been given a huge task to do, but cut off the boundary. And at the completion of that over, I'm going to leave you, Toby,
No, thanks so much, Danny. It's been
and
great
head back
chatting with
over towards the team to hopefully congratulate them as
Fingers
they
crossed.
walk back in. But thank you again for having us. I'm sure James has now enjoyed a break and can come in and and join you again. But yeah, here's to the final 21 runs.
Perfect. Cheers, Danny. Thanks so much. We'll hopefully see you back on the stream again at some point in the future, and go well for the rest of the season. 210 for 3 Essex. Edging closer. 21 runs needed to win. Message being sent out, I think, just to keep going how they are. 8 overs to go. Kate Cross, the England international, coming back into the attack now. The final roll of the dice for Lancashire and Ellie Threlkeld, seemingly.
Last chance saloon for the Red Roses, but Essex have been absolutely fantastic. I mean, you'd think back to the start of the match, the first 10 overs of this game, when the Lancashire opening batters were going strong, you thought, oh, it could be a long day for Essex. But since that drinks break, after 25 overs, they've just been a completely different side, haven't they? And they batted with such maturity in this innings, and hopefully for Essex fans, if they get this over the line, that should give some confidence going forwards, because this is a really top Lancashire team, second in the league.
Yeah, I think they impressed a lot of people with 2 wins back-to-back to start the season off. Trickier time out down in Somerset during the week. Somerset, Hampshire, perhaps. Hampshire.
Hampshire, yeah.
That's driven nicely down the grounds. Yeah, Cross will be looking to try and find a critical breakthrough. She's only got 2 overs remaining in her spell, but with the way that these two have been striking, it's now or never for her and her teammates.
As I was saying to Danny a little while back, they just haven't given any chances, these two. They've played everything on the ground in the V predominantly. Okay, a couple of uppish sort of sweep shots, but into the gaps. The level of maturity on display has been really impressive.
Absolutely. Considering how young these two are, pretty inexperienced at the highest level, both obviously huge talents coming through. Grucock involved with the England Lions. And yeah, between them, the fact, as you say, just chanceless. It's been so impressive. That one's just jabbed out. It's a backward point.
And it would be nice if these two could be here at the end. They certainly deserve it. Just 20 runs left to win. Got 44 balls, should they need them.
And 7 wickets, should they need that as well. It's full and straight again. Getting to tail back in a little bit there. Is Kate Cross.
Yeah, no wickets for Cross, but as ever, she's still been economical, going at about 3.5 and over.
I hear another dodgy pun.
Oh, go on then.
I'm not sure Kate's going to be angry, but she's going to be a bit cross, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not your worst. It's not your worst, and
that's saying something.
that says a lot about.
Oh, lovely shot there, put away brilliantly by Grucock, and it's going to go to the rope. It is a sprawling dive out there, unable to pull it back. But that's another fantastic shot from Grucock to pick up yet another boundary that these two are adding to the total.
And you can hear the celebrations from some of the Essex fans. They don't want to go too early, but probably they came here not expecting to see their side win. I think that might be fair. But what performance it's been from the Eagles. 16 runs required. 215 for 3 from 43 overs.
Yeah, I think heading into the game, they knew it'd be a tricky one, a long, hard slog, and it's been anything but that for Essex. They've just pressured Lancashire into tricky situations where they made the mistakes.
Here is Jones bowling, is it? It is Jones, yep.
Back for a third spell.
That's just steered into the cover region off the back foot by Flo Miller. She moves on to 41. Essex requiring 15 runs to win now. Would you reckon, Toby? Just 3 sixes?
Yeah, might as well. I just think got to go for it, really. It's not too hard. Maybe make sure one of them's reverse sweep or something.
Yeah, just no fuss. Just 6, 6, 6. See you later. That's just worked away for another single. Hannah Jones in again. Bowling that's just played back to her.
Oh no, I think that's hit her in.
Comes off her knee, that does. Oh, that's a painful one.
I think it's just that little bit in the knee that when it hits, it just kind of like twangs a little bit.
Ouch. Felt that from up here. Don't rub it. Oh, and that's a full toss, and that's absolutely clubbed to the leg side. There's a fielder out there. Oh, have they done well on the boundary? I think they have. I think that's a wicket. Really good catch. I thought for a moment it was going to go all the way. But Flo Miller has to depart. What an innings. She's played 41 from 48 deliveries, and she gets a full toss. Again, that's probably Hannah Jones's worst ball of the afternoon, as you see there on the replay. That's really well caught out in the deep. Really composed on the boundary just to catch it. Throw it up in the air as he stepped over the line and take the catch back inside the field of play.
Yeah.
And there you go, there's a wicket for Lancashire.
Flo Miller caught off the
A brilliant
pass
innings from Flo Miller. They're having...
41.
She's been told to hang around, is she, or is she just having a chat? Perhaps giving some advice. Yeah, some words of wisdom to Joe Gardner.
And it's a shame for her that she's not going to get her 50, but
New
she
batter
batted
for
superbly
Essex,
well.
number
And
14, Joe
It's a tricky one because it's a long boundary out there. She absolutely nailed it. It's just a shame. It's probably another 10 yards bigger than you'd normally expect.
oh, the other side, that's into the...
Yeah, over the pavilion, top tier maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. But she couldn't have hit it any better than that, and you can't blame her at all for taking it on, and just an outstanding piece of fielding out in the deep. But it does give Joe Gardner the opportunity to get some confidence. She had a tough day in the field, and hopefully, from an Essex point of view, she can help steer her side home. Hannah Jones to continue has 3 wickets now, and she just throws one down the leg side. That is a wide.
Pretty helpful. Just take another one off the tally and another ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Lancashire won't have given this up just yet.
.218 for 4, the end of the 44th over there. That'll be Hannah Jones's spell done as well. 3 for 39. She's bowled very well, very tidily. Probably the pick of the Lancashire bowlers as well. But she won't have any more say in the game with the ball in hand. Perhaps in the fields, but not as a bowler.
10 overs, 1 maiden.
It was interesting chatting to Danny about Darren Stevens and his input behind the scenes, and
I was enjoying sitting listening into that.
absolutely, I mean, fascinating. It's great to have such an experienced player in your dressing room. I imagine he's just a real calming presence as well.
I also feel like he likes a bit of a laugh as well, though.
Yeah, he's got good chat.
Yeah, I have a feeling. Never met him, but that's my guess.
I'm sure he says the same about you, Toby.
Yeah. Kate Cross to continue. 0 for 35 currently after her 9 overs. This will be her final over. That one's pushed into the offsides by Jodie Grewcock. Currently 63 not out. Been brilliant with bat in hand today. Her first half century of the season.
Bowled well too.
Bowled well too, yeah.
I wouldn't say Lancashire bowled badly at all. Actually, I think Potts has probably not been at her best, but other than that, they've been fairly tight. Essex just batted really sensibly.
That one's just guided out the backward point. Could be a tight single. No, they comfortably home in the end. I think credit really goes to the Essex bowlers and then the batter. It's basically credit to Essex not knocking Lancashire at all. I think they've played well and they've played decently, but Essex, I think, have just seemingly found their level that they've been looking for this season. You know, the fact they managed to contain Lancashire so well with the ball, having, you know, had a good start, Lancashire did with the bat. Crossing again now. Almost manages to sneak one through. And then with the bat, you know, a very good start. Lissy McLeod at the top of the order, you know, uber aggressive, but in a very destructive way and in a great way, alongside Scrivens, who was a bit more watchful. And then those two fell and they managed to rebuild. And, you know, Griffiths and Grewcock, and then Grewcock and Miller between them, just chanceless really, which I think, you know, it shows that it is a tricky pitch to bat on, but these guys have done it well. Crossing again and keeps a fraction low perhaps. But
yeah, as it has done sort of all day from that end, a slight variable bounce. But yeah, you're right. Lancashire will probably leave here this afternoon, make the long journey back northwest, thinking, oh, what could we have done better? Possibly a few soft dismissals with the bat, a couple just spoon up in the air. I'm thinking particularly Eve Jones, be disappointed, but she still batted well. Very well for her 50. But Essex not home and dry yet. We don't want to jinx it.
no, not at all. Touch wood.
Danny wouldn't be happy with us. It's not over till it's over.
219 for 4, 12 runs to win. Final ball of Kate Cross's over and her spell today. That one's just tucked away nicely for an easy single for Joe Gardner to get off the strike.
And Kate Cross has gone wicketless at Chelmsford. There you go. Probably wouldn't have expected to say that coming here this morning.
No, I think it's been a tricky day for the seamers generally. I think Kate Kopak came back into the attack just after the drinks break with 2 crucial wickets, and that really opened up the game for Essex. But other than that, it's been a lot of hard work more than anything else for the seamers, and not a huge amount of reward for them.
I'd agree with that. Definitely been a spin friendly track. Suited pace off. Quite a slow wicket. A little bit of grass on there as well. That's Emma Lamb is going to bowl her 9th over. Bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Just tweaking her field slightly. There's one fielder out at deep mid wicket. And I think pretty much everyone else is inside the ring. Unless you can see something else, Toby. Possibly there could be third man on
I
the
reckon there's
on the
third man.
yeah. I think there's third man on the boundary we can't see from up here. So just 2 fielders outside the ring. Oh, and that's bowled. Joe Gardner goes for the big hoik, big slog sweep, and that's gone straight through. And Emma Lamb picks up her 2nd wicket. There was quite a muted reaction to begin with, so I wasn't sure
She almost turned to
what had
appeal
actually
to the
happened
umpire and then realised she could just celebrate instead. It was lovely delivery though, just gripped and turned in.
It does keep low as well, doesn't it? Definitely some spin there, but I think Joe Gardner will be quite disappointed. There, her head just went up. She took her eyes off the ball and had a big swing. And she trudges off now for 1, and Sophia Schmale comes out to the middle. 11 runs to win, 28 balls remaining, and Essex won't want to be complacent here. They'll want to get the job done before we get to squeaky bum time. 220 for 5 is the score. Jodie Grucock just offering some words of advice. There's a batter coming in now, although Essex would like to think they're, well on track to win here. Another wicket now, this plants a little seed of doubt, doesn't it? As that is dragged down short from Lamb and pulled away into the leg side for a single. So down to 10 runs to win now for Essex.
Field spreads. I think they're obviously happy to get Smale back on strike and allow Grucock some singles. Just 3 fielders out with the ring, I think, though.
Oh, as that beats the bat of Jodie Grucock. A bit of turn there again from Lamb. Really good delivery, well taken behind the stumps.
Textbook off spin there. Angled in, grips, turns away, beats the outside edge of the left-hander.
As that's cut away by Grucock, it's just going to be a single fielded by the fielder on the cover boundary. We're into single figures now for Essex. 9 runs to win, 25 balls remaining, 5 wickets in hand. Emma Lamb with the last ball of her over. Outside off stump, Schmale punches that off the back foot, but straight to short cover, no run. That is the end of the 46th over. Essex are on a double Nelson, 222 for 5.
4 overs to go, 24 balls remaining, 9 runs to win.
And we got a bit of sunshine again at Chelmsford.
It's been a pretty nice day generally. There's a little cloud cover during some of this innings, but actually, sun's been out for a large part of the day.
Can't complain.
Not at all. What more do you need? Essex, Touchwood, closing in. Sun's out here at the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds.
I think the spectators, there's a couple hundred spectators probably in the house today. They've been royally entertained. They're going to see pretty much a full day of 50 over cricket, depending on how long it takes Essex to get these 9 runs.
Alistair Cook and number 24, Tara Norris.
Tara Norris will be returning to the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook ends, just below us. Some more left arm seam. See if she can get the ball swinging again like she did it earlier on in her first spell. She'll attack the stump, you'd assume, of Jodie Grucock. There's that first one. Just tucked away into the leg side. Thoughts of 2, but it's not really been easy going for 2s today, unless you've been able to chip it into the pockets out in the deep. But even then, it often just runs away, particularly down the hill towards the pavilion, shorter boundary.
She did well to just wait for that one, Jodie Grucock, because Norris seems a little bit floaty, and she gets good movement in the air. And on this fairly slow track, you need to wait for the ball that extra half a second.
Driven straight on the ground there from Smale, but strong touch from Tara Norris stops the ball dead.
That's a great touch. It's like watching Zidane. Just almost kills it dead.
Good touch for a big mank. Do you like that one?
It's one of your better ones. Toby, one of your better ones.
It's on the up. It's on the up.
It's on the up. Yeah.
Big drive there from Smale. Oh, but a brilliant dive. Stops the ball from what you can only imagine would fly away. Katie Mack, I think that is, in the covers. It's great timing from Smale, considering she's only faced a couple of deliveries.
Yeah, she smoked that, but superb athleticism at cover.
And again, Norris. Grucock looks to work that one into the offside, but can only find Fee Morris in extra cover.
Yeah, you played yourself in with your puns and slowly improving over the course of the day.
Just wait for my season average at the end.
Or might wince when you look at that, Toby.
Attacking stumps again from Norris. And Grucock just digs it out.
I think that was a slower ball.
Final delivery in her over. I think they might single here, and Grucock, I'm sure, would like to keep the strike if she can, but it's been a good over, attacking the stumps.
Or just lump it into the stands.
Level the scores. Just works it into the leg side for a single. A good dive there from Eve Jones to stop the ball. 47 overs gone, 2-2-5 for 5 now. 18 balls remaining, 6 to win. They could do it in one hit now.
Yeah, Jodie Grucock has the strike. It would be fitting for her to score the winning runs. What innings this has been. We said somebody needed to get themselves in and, get good. A big 50, if that's such a thing, at least. And Jodie Grucock's done exactly that. She's been well supported by, both the openers got Essex off to a flyer, really. McLeod and Scrivens, and then Cordelia Griffith looks good as well. Unlucky, she can feel unlucky. A superb catch was her undoing. And Lancashire having a bit of a board meeting now at sort of mid-on. They've congregated.
Big debate going on.
Yeah, I wonder what they're...
It's about field placement, it must be. Whether they want someone in short, perhaps, to try and... Yeah, it looks like it. I think they're moving fine leg round to... Short fine leg, I should say, round to backward point, and they're going to just pack the offside, I reckon. Trying to force Grucock maybe to try and be a bit innovative. They do have a fielder down there at a very square fine leg. And one out there at cow corner 2 in front of the temporary stand next to the pavilion. And then otherwise 4 inside the ring. And one out sweeping on the offside too.
Emma Lamb to bowl the final over of her spell. Figures of 2 for 33 after 9. Coming from the Graham Gooch end, right arm round the wicket. Facing up is Jodie Grucock, and that's on leg stump and just worked around the corner, and that's going to be at least 1. They're going to hurry back for a second as the throw comes in to the wicket keeper. They make it back comfortably.
Yeah, smart running there. I'm not sure that's what Ella meant to do. She'd obviously just moved a fielder from where Grucock ended up tickling that down to. She's got to try and drag her line a little bit more outside off stump.
That's a full toss, and Grucock slaps that away, and that's gone to the boundary, and Essex have won the match. Jodie Grucock, 73 not out, and what a fitting way to end the match. Jodie Grucock's been outstanding for the home team, and Essex chased down Lancashire's target of 230. They bowled superbly. They've backed that up with the bat. Essex have their first win in the One Day Cup against Lancashire. A very good Lancashire side. Toby Reynolds, your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, phenomenal from Essex. I think we've discussed it, how exceptional they've been the whole game. To get a 5-wicket win, big win for them. First of the new professional county era, and their first of the season as well. It's brilliant to see. It all started in the middle overs with the ball, just tying Essex down, continual wickets, just bowling these tricky lines and lengths and not allowing Lancashire to get going. Even when they were 100 for without loss in that opening partnership between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, they still just managed to kind of rein them back in. And then with the bat, as we've discussed the whole time, openers set it up brilliantly. Lissy McLeod moving to the top of the order with a big knock. Got to the 40s alongside Grace Scrivens, the skipper. Good contribution there too. And then it was Flo Miller and in particular Jodie Grucock. A phenomenal partnership from them. And Grucock ends up 73 not out. A brilliant knock from her.
And I think rightly Jodie Grucock will steal the headlines, but a big shout out to Abdahar Maqsood, who I think bowled fantastically well and was largely responsible for turning the game in Essex favour after that drinks break. 25 overs into the Lancashire batting innings, I think the opposition batters really struggled to deal with her lack of pace and the turn she was getting. She was clever with her lines, and I think she paved the way, along with Jodie Grucock at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, Maqsood in particular got all 3 of the big wicket, partnership breaking wickets. She got Eve Jones first up. It was a bit of a full toss and probably one of her worst deliveries of the day, but sometimes that's all you need because she had bowled so tight before them. Then you go on and see she dismissed Katie Mack, who was putting on a big partnership in the middle overs after they were kind of recovering with two or three quick wickets. And then she got Fee Morris as well, who was the last sort of out-and-out batter in that top order, with the all-rounders sort of starting to come, and I guess she's an all-rounder as well. And as you say, she bowled fantastically, and then with the bat as well, Jodie Grucock, can't say much more than that.
As we see there, pick of the bowlers was Maqsood, 3 for 42, followed up by Jodie Grucock, 2 for 36. Kate Godpack as well, with a couple. Sophia Schmel, 1 for 45. Batting-wise for Lancashire, it was Eve Jones top scored with 57, Emma Lamb with 43. Katie Mack played very well for her, 39. And then in the Essex batting innings, Grace Scrivens and Lissy McLeod set the platform really. 45 for McLeod, 32 for Scrivens. Flo Miller and Jodie Grucock row, their partnership was instrumental in this Essex win. 41 for Flo Miller before she was dismissed, thanks to a really good bit of fielding on the mid-wicket boundary. And Jodie Grucock, 73 not out from 91, showing why she is involved with the England A. pick of the bowlers for Lancashire was Hannah Jones, 3 for 39. Emma Lamb following up a decent day with the bat, 2 for 39. And Potts and Norris, no wickets for either of them. But a thoroughly enjoyable day of one-day cricket. Essex, well, we've been here to witness history. Essex women's first win as a professional side at Chelmsford, and I'm sure there'll be some celebrations after this one.
Absolutely. We're back in about 10 days. The 14th of May, it's a Wednesday. Essex hosts Durham for another Metro Bank One Day Cup back then. So make sure tickets are available now. Head over, and QR code on the screen at the moment. You can head over and get your tickets and come down for, well, hopefully start a big winning streak in the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Essex. And until then, we'll see you in about 10 days' time. Goodbye.